Chapter 446, Finding the Hiding Spot. Chapter 451 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Philip. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin's words surprised the daimyo and the Yugakure ninjas, who were rather offended by the statement. One of them asked, "What do you mean? Do you want to say that we couldn't find them despite looking in the right area?" In front of the daimyo, he didn't dare to explode in anger. However, his tone displayed his anger and dissatisfaction at being treated in this manner. He thought, even if he is from Konoha, who does he think he is to look down on us? We fought in wars even before he was born. Unfortunately for him, Fujin wasn't in the mood to be patient with him. He nodded and nonchalantly said, "Yes." Fujin's brazen disregard for their pride caught everyone, including the daimyo, off guard. Even Fujin's teammates looked at him with surprise. Though they looked down on ninjas from the minor villages, they never spoke about it in front of them. For a moment, everyone in the room was left speechless. Before any of the Yugakure ninjas exploded in anger, Fujin looked at the daimyo and said, "These incidents resemble the way in which a cult called Jashin operates. I had faced them in a mission earlier in the Land of Grass, and more than 200 kids would have died had we been late by a day. Considering that the last missing case occurred 1 week ago, I'm afraid that it is already too late. So I would recommend helping me out and giving me the information I need if you want to have any chance of saving the missing people. If I was to start looking by myself, I'm afraid that it would be completely pointless. You will be better off by just giving up on them." Fujin's words surprised the daimyo and the ninjas in the room. Though the Yugakure ninjas were offended by Fujin's words, they knew that getting angry at that moment would be detrimental. The daimyo looked at them and said, "Help him out." Daimyo's words left little room for discussion. Without any delay, everyone gave Fujin the information he needed. They pointed out and marked the locations where they had speculated where the kidnapped people could be held. They also informed Fujin about how they had inspected those locations. Fujin and his team pieced together all the information and clues and tried forming their own plans. While planning, Fujin inquired about the landscapes in each of the locations and marked them on the map. Fujin analyzed, "It seems like the rituals are always conducted in a cave, irrespective of whether it was already existing or created with the help of jutsus. Regardless, the mountain has to be natural, or these ninjas would have noticed the anomaly. Even if Zankoku's ritual was an exception, they should still conduct such a ritual in a closed-off space to stay hidden. If not for caves, the only other possible location is if they create and hide in an underground base. For now, I will only inspect the suspicious locations that have mountains. If I don't find them, I'll look at the other locations. The caves should be hidden with the help of Fuinjutsu. So it is no wonder that these guys couldn't find anything." Fujin quickly began planning which route he should take. While he did so, he said, "If you have a picture of Hidan and some of his belongings with his scent on them, give them to us." He kept looking at the map. The Yugakure ninjas quickly handed a piece of cloth and a small picture to Fujin's teammates. Hyuga Hisao observed the picture properly, while Inuzuka Shiro and his ninja dog memorized Hidan's scent. After drawing up a plan, Fujin rolled up the map and left Yugakure in a hurry along with his team. A couple of minutes after they exited the village, 3 shadow clones popped next to Fujin. They dispersed along different paths. Fujin's teammates immediately understood what Fujin was up to. However, they were confused. Yamanaka Ken wondered, "Why is he so relentless? We have barely rested since we left Konoha. At this rate, we won't be able to fight at our full strength. He wasn't like this during the 2 missions I was with him earlier." The other 2 had the same confusion as well. Fujin could guess his teammates' thoughts. In order to not make them suspicious, he looked at his teammates and said, "I'm not sure who our enemy will be or what abilities they will have, but I have a bad feeling. We should capture them before they do whatever they are planning with the kidnapped people. After we find them, be ready to consume a soldier pill if the fight becomes intense, as we won't be resting much until we find them." Fujin's teammates nodded. Though Fujin didn't give a proper explanation, They knew that trusting one's instincts was crucial for a ninja. Several times, a ninja would have to head into a mission with little information. Even in their current situation, they were unaware of the reason behind the kidnapping and the identity of the kidnappers. As such, trusting your instincts becomes an important factor. It was the reason why Fujin used such a reason. It saved him from having to explain his urgency. After all, he couldn't say that he was hurrying them just because he wanted to catch the bishop and read his memories before he completed the ceremony and kicked the bucket. The group moved rapidly. So did Fujin's clones. Though Fujin wasn't from the land of hot water, he had taken several dozen missions in this country, most of which entailed hunting down rogue Kiri ninjas and bounty hunters. Apart from the land of fire, this was the country where he was the most active. As such, he knew the area very well. Fujin and his squad began moving directly towards the place where Hidan had done the massacre. As for his clones, they began scanning the decided locations one by one. Within 6 hours, several of the suspicious places were searched. The location where Hidan had killed civilians and fellow ninjas didn't have any clue to track Hidan. Though Shiro picked up some sense, he couldn't use them to track Hidan. His clones didn't have much luck either. Each of them had properly searched 3 to 4 locations without much success. One of Fujin's clones kept moving in the direction of the Land of Frost. He was only a couple of dozen from the border when he reached a small mountain range that existed there. He thought, "I have already looked through 3 locations and haven't found anything. Since I didn't receive any message, the others shouldn't have had any success either. Sigh, I hope I find them in time." He activated his space-time sensing technique. Just like all the previous times, he didn't sense any disturbances in the space-time field, implying that there was no ninja in a 4.5-kilometer radius. The clone moved around for a bit to cover the entire mountain range, but still didn't find anything. Finally, he deactivated his technique and activated his chakra field. He began inspecting the mountain range once again. After a couple of minutes, he sensed a location that he couldn't sense. His eyes widened. He immediately deactivated his chakra field and hid himself. He wondered, is this it? But why didn't I sense anything with my space-time sensing technique? Normal seals shouldn't be able to hide themselves from my space-time sensing technique. This means that either the seals here counter space-time techniques, or more likely there is no one inside whatever is being hidden by the seal. I hope that it is the former. Konoha's library didn't have any seals to stop or block space-time techniques. If this cave does have such seals, then I can use them against Obito. As long as his intangibility is neutralized, killing him wouldn't be that difficult. Fujin's clone was excited by that possibility. However, he turned his focus back to the matter at hand. He analyzed. It wouldn't be strange to have an abandoned base inside this country. It could have been created by them during wartime. Or perhaps it could be created by any other major villages during one of the great ninja wars. So, I can't be sure that this is done by Jashin. I need to inspect it while taking care to ensure that no one inside the hideout gets suspicious. He created a shadow clone with a very low amount of chakra. The clone immediately transformed into a rabbit and began moving towards the area being blocked by seals that he had detected earlier. The rabbit reached that location in a few minutes. He hid in bushes and observed it. The area looked completely natural. It was a mountain wall and nothing else. The rabbit analyzed. It looks like the entrance to the cave is properly sealed off, making it look completely normal. Now, let me see the level of the person who inscribed seals here. The rabbit concentrated chakra in his eyes as he began observing the wall. Soon, several dozen seals appeared in front of him. The rabbit properly analyzed every seal he could see and dispelled itself. The clone immediately received the memories. He analyzed. This level of sealing, whoever did it should be a grandmaster. More importantly, the style of the seals and symbols is quite similar to the ones in Zenkoku's memories. It looks like this is it. The shadow clone wasn't the only one to receive the memories. Fujin and his other clones received the memories as well. Fujin immediately began moving towards the Land of Frost. As for his 2 shadow clones, they dispelled themselves, sending memories and chakra back to the main body. The shadow clone that found the base kept hiding there. ensuring that no one escaped. AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 447, A Suspicious Feeling. Chapter 452 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Within a couple of hours, Fujin and his squad reached the mountain range and appeared where his clone was hiding. On seeing Fujin, the clone dispelled itself. Fujin received his memories. In the last 2 hours, there was no movement into or from the base that his clone had detected. In addition, the mountain range's location was such that no major trading route passed nearby. As such, the clone didn't detect traders or ninjas passing by either. While Fujin was analyzing the memories, his teammates were scanning the area. Shiro couldn't smell any scent, while Hisao's eyes didn't pick up anything out of the ordinary. Both looked at Fujin with odd expressions on their faces, wondering whether Fujin had brought them to the right place. As for Yamanaka Ken, Fujin had instructed him against activating his chakra field. Hisao said, "I don't see anything odd." Shiro added, "Same. I don't smell Hidan or anyone else nearby." "Are you sure that they are here?" Fujin replied, "I can't say for sure. Let's check." He began walking towards the spot where his clone had disguised as a rabbit and inspected the seals. His teammates were surprised by the casual response. They followed him. Unlike his clone, Fujin didn't bother hiding his presence much. If his presence lured out the ones hiding inside, he would be glad instead of getting worried. His eyes glowed as he observed the seals. Without the need to hide himself, Fujin could observe in greater detail. He saw a lot more than just the seals on the surface. Even the seals on the inner side of the walls were visible. Fujin raised 2 fingers on his right hand. 4 acume blades formed on top of his fingers. They flew and hit the wall in a way that none of the seals were damaged. Fujin wasn't sure whether his targets were inside the cave. As such, he wanted to leave the seals unharmed to study them later, and avoid being left empty-handed on a mission that gave him so many headaches. The 4 acume blades cut open a door in the mountain. Fujin's teammates were surprised to see a cave hidden behind the wall. Hyuga Hisao thought in surprise, "Incredible. I didn't detect anything. It must be hidden with seals. Is Fujin a sealma?" A few seconds after the door was cut open, Shiro smelled a scent that made his expression grim. Despite not sharing his sense of smell, the other 3 noticed it as well and recognized what the stench was. It was the stench of dead bodies rotting. Hisao immediately activated his Byakugan, while Fujin and Ken activated their chakra fields. All 4 immediately had grim expressions. Fujin muttered to himself, "No wonder I couldn't sense any disturbances with my space-time sensing technique. Everyone inside is already dead." "Sigh, am I too late?" Fujin asked, "What do you see?" Hisao answered, "Dead bodies. More than 300 of them. They are spread in 6 rooms. However, I don't see any clear injuries on their body. We will need to inspect it properly. There is no one alive inside unless they are hiding with the help of seals." Fujin looked at Shiro and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Shiro answered, "I can confirm that Hidan's scent was in this cave. He should have left. However, I can't find any trail of his scent. It looks like he can eliminate traces of his scent." Fujin thought for a bit and instructed, "Send a messenger bird to Yugakure and inform the daimyo. Ask him to deploy ninjas here and take care of the dead bodies." Fujin looked at the cave and said, "Entering inside will be risky as there are a lot of seals inside. I will send my clones to investigate the cave. Shiro, you search for any traces of Hidan on this mountain range that could aid us in tracking him. Hisao and Ken, you 2 inspect the remaining mountain range and check if we missed anything. Also, keep an eye out for any unusual activity or presence." Everyone nodded and got to work. Meanwhile, Fujin created several shadow clones who entered the cave in 2 waves. Fujin analyzed, "Though the ritual is over, it shouldn't have been a long time. If that bishop's body is still inside this cave, then I might still be able to read some of his memories. As long as I can find the location of their secret organization, I can always find more targets to read memories and learn about these rituals. Unfortunately, there are 2 issues. The first is if the bishop dying isn't something that always happens after a ritual, and the second is if Hidan hid his body. In that case, I'll have to capture Hidan and read his memories. But how do I do that with these three following me everywhere? Sigh, so many complications once again. Couldn't he have just waited for a few weeks before starting the ritual? Why did he have to undergo the ritual exactly at this moment? If it had happened a bit later, I would have gotten what I wanted. If it had happened earlier, I wouldn't have cared much about this. This timing really feels like someone is messing with me, be it intentional or unintentional. The timing of the ritual felt too much of a coincidence for Fujin. As such, he couldn't help but be suspicious. However, he couldn't comprehend how anyone would have known that he would read Zankoku's memories and go after Hidan at that time. While Fujin waited outside the cave, his clones got to work. The first wave of the clones was responsible for studying the seals. They recorded every seal in the cave into various scrolls that Fujin had handed them. In addition, they were also responsible for disabling any traps left among those seals and making the cave harmless to anyone else. The second wave of shadow clones began inspecting the dead bodies. Fujin's main goal was to find the bodies of the bishop and his priests. At the same time, he was also curious about how the people had died during the ritual and the seals on their bodies. In Zankoku's case, the people had died due to the blood being sucked out from their bodies. Fujin was curious about what they had to sacrifice to give Hidan such a broken ability. The first wave of shadow clones progressed slowly but steadily. Though there were some seals and symbols that Fujin didn't recognize, those seals were related to the ritual and didn't have any offensive capabilities. As such, none of his clones were dispelled. Once the pathways were secured, they continued recording the seals while the clones from the second wave began inspecting the dead bodies. On observing, the clones immediately noticed similarities among the corpses. They analyzed, "That's weird." According to the mission details, people of all ages were kidnapped. Still, everyone here is extremely old. There are no signs of any injuries on them. It's almost as if they weren't killed. Instead, they died due to old age. Does that mean the ritual absorbed the life force or lifespan of these people? Would increasing life force by multiple times give the ability to become an immortal like Hidan? Or are there more factors involved? The clones began studying the corpses more carefully. As soon as they touched the corpses, the clones immediately noticed another aspect. They thought, the cells in their body? So weird. The cells in their bodies don't resemble that of someone who died a few days ago. Instead, they have deteriorated to such a stage that it might look like these bodies died several years ago. But why is this? Could it be that a ritual was conducted here a long time ago? No, Shiro said that he smelled Hidan's scent. Not to mention, the number of dead people here is similar to the number of kidnapped people. So, did their cells deteriorate so quickly because their lifespan was sucked? Now that I think about it, Hidan would frequently harm himself, be it to act as a distraction or to activate his killing technique. Despite the damage, he is able to move around freely. This should imply that he is able to heal very quickly. His ability to survive can be divided into two parts. The first is being able to survive attacks that would kill a normal person, such as a spear through his heart. The second is being able to recover from that damage. There is only one way to recover from that damage. That is, cell regeneration. It should be at the same or higher level than Tsunade's mitotic regeneration. The only limit it has is when he is cut into 2 or more pieces like Asuma and later Shikamaru did. Or perhaps he isn't skillful enough to use this in that situation. Regardless, it looks like they not only sucked the life force, but also sucked out the cell's ability to regenerate themselves. This is why the cells in these corpses have deteriorated so quickly. My guess is that they will continue deteriorating at a high speed and completely decompose themselves. In a few months, it will become impossible to even identify these people. Fujin's clones, who were studying the dead bodies, began studying the seals inscribed on the dead bodies and copied them in scrolls. Meanwhile, the remaining clones from the second wave were searching for a body wearing the same outfit as Bishop Ketsueki. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Laura, Frederick, Cade, Adamaro, Kyler, Larzebo, and Sage Emperor for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 448, The Mysterious Factor. Chapter 453 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for crossing 2K Power Stones. While the clones were recording the Juinjutsu seals on the bodies of the corpses, one shadow clone placed his hand on the head of one of the corpses and inserted some of his yin chakra into his brain. After a couple of minutes, he withdrew his arm and analyzed. As I expected, I can't read the memories. The fast speed of decomposition of their bodies has also made it impossible to read their memories. All their memories have been lost to time. Sigh. I hope that Bishop's case isn't the same. After nearly an hour, Fujin's clones had recorded each and every seal in the large cave. Fujin's teammates, who were kept busy by the miscellaneous tasks he assigned them, had no idea that Fujin was recording all the seals in the cave under the guise of completing the mission. Despite recording all the seals properly, Fujin wasn't very happy. Inside the cave, he had found the bodies of all the kidnapped people. However, he didn't find anyone wearing the outfit that Ketsueki wore in Zankoku's memories. To make matters worse, in addition to the kidnapped people, there were 32 more dead bodies in the cave, which were cremated long before Fujin's clone found the hideout. Fujin speculated that they were the priests and servants under the bishop. He analyzed with a grim expression on his face. As I thought. Someone is indeed messing with me. I can understand not being able to read the memories of the sacrifices due to the nature of the ritual, but what was the need to cremate the followers of the bishop? This completely counters my ability to read memories and learn about the identity and appearance of the bishop, along with what exactly happened during the ritual. Besides, why would they kill the followers of Jashin instead of having them follow Hidan? The situation is completely different from Zankoku. It looks like my only option is to capture Hidan and read his memories to find out more about the bishop. But a frown formed on Fujin's face again as he thought, but there are no leads on Hidan. How the hell am I supposed to find him in this vast country? Not to mention, he doesn't need to stay in this country. Another obstacle is Akatsuki. I don't know when the Akatsuki will make a move to recruit him. Once they recruit him, I won't be able to deal with him for quite some time. Though I'm confident in dealing with Hidan, Kakuzu is not someone I can defeat for sure right now. Even more so when Hidan is cooperating with him. I'll need to wait for some time for my strength to increase considerably, and only then deal with both of them together. Fujin let out a sigh and looked at the cave in front of him. He thought, it looks like there are only two ways now. I can only study the seals and try to study Zankoku's body. I have some confidence in studying the seals, but Zankoku's body is another hopeless prospect. Fortunately, Zankoku's memories were more or less intact. Even if I don't achieve any success in those two methods, I can learn more about this when I get my hands on the Edo Tensei Jutsu. But there is still the interference I am feeling. I should move quickly and secure Ketsueki's corpse. It would suck big time if someone moves or destroys it. If there is indeed someone interfering, then they might try to attack me when I am holding Ketsueki's body. That would be a good way to draw out whoever is hiding. Fujin was left stuck once again. Despite feeling that he was very close, Fujin just barely missed gaining the secrets of the Jashin ritual. As such, he could only make plans for the future. A long distance away from the mountain range, Fujin was inspecting the Jashin hideout used for ritual. A figure could be in the forests. He was holding a bag and pouring some ashes on the ground, letting the wind spread it. It was the person Yugakure was searching for. Hidan emptied the contents of his bag and complained. That motherfucker! He asked me to cremate his body after his death and asked me to scatter his ashes all over the land of frost. First, he hurried the ritual for some reason. Though those Yugakure cowards are incompetent, they still managed to catch us a couple of times. After completing the ritual, he burned the dead bodies of all of his followers and asked me to do the same to his body, and even asked me to spread his ashes. He wondered, why did Lord Jashin ask Bishop Shikabane to do that? Of course, Hidan couldn't comprehend the reason. If Fujin were to learn of it, he would easily understand. Hidan cremating Shikabane's body ensured that Fujin wouldn't be able to read his memories. And by spreading his ashes over long distances, all his ashes would be mixed with the earth and become impossible to find, even if Fujin read Hidan's mind in the future. As such, Edo Tensei wouldn't work either. However, even this knowledge would force Fujin to wonder a lot. After all, Shikabane began gathering people for the ritual even before Fujin attempted reading Zenkoku's memories and having any intentions towards Shikabane and Hidan. Not to mention, Fujin had read Zenkoku's memories in absolute secrecy. Unfortunately, Fujin had no way of knowing that his suspicions of someone messing with him were indeed the truth. Unlike Fujin, Hidan didn't bother thinking much about such a complicated matter. He cursed a bit loudly. "Whatever, I just need to spread the word of Jashin. I will kill and sacrifice those bastards to Lord Jashin." Hidan immediately jumped backwards. A few shurikens landed where he was standing. In front of him, 8 ninjas appeared, all staring at him. One of them wondered, "Who is this guy? And why is he shouting about killing us in the middle of nowhere?" Hidan frowned on seeing them and asked, "Kumo ninjas, what do you want?" The leader among the 8 Kumo ninjas replied, "That is what I want to ask you. Kill and sacrifice us. Who do you think you are? Since when did rogue Yugakure ninjas become this arrogant?" Hidan watched dumbfounded and thought to himself, "I didn't even sense them. What a coincidence that they were here and heard what I was saying." He suddenly laughed out loudly and exclaimed, "Lord Jashin is mighty. He already brought me more sacrifices. Be proud of the fact that you would be the first ones I sacrificed to Lord Jashin." The Kumo ninjas looked at him like he was a moron. Their leader said, "We need to meet up with Darui soon and head to the land of hot water. Let's kill this clown and get on our way. We have rested enough." Everyone nodded. In the land of frost, a few kilometers away from their border with the land of hot water, 2 Kumo squads clashed with Hidan. Back in the land of hot water, Fujin was oblivious to these developments. Fujin's clones kept recording all the seals. It took them around 4 hours to record everything perfectly. At the same time, his remaining clones checked up on all the corpses, confirming that none of their memories could be read. His teammates scanned the mountain range and didn't find anything suspicious. Fujin looked at the cave and wondered whether he should wipe out the seals left in the cave. After some time, he decided, "I'll let them be in case I need to refer it at some point in the future. I have already left a Flying Thunder God marking in the cave. When I master it in the future, I can freely access this cave. Even though doing this could allow other Grandmasters to observe this cave as well, it isn't an issue. In fact, it might even be better. After all, I am just one person. Now that I think about it, I should give information about these seals to Hiruzen as well. If others work on it as well, the chances of someone succeeding in making sense of these new seals and symbols would be much higher. If it is someone from Konoha, other than Danzo, then getting my hands on it wouldn't be difficult. Even if it is someone not from Konoha, as long as it is exposed, I can go and hunt that Grandmaster and read his memories. After all, once I master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, who can stop me from infiltrating and escaping? Another possible aspect can be if the spread of this knowledge makes the Jashinists come out of their cave. That would make my life easier as well. Yeah, I'll do this. I'll give Hiruzen some of the new seals and symbols I discovered in this cave. As for the entire seal formation, I won't give it to him. Making it requires a lot of work. I won't be able to create another copy to give it to him in time. Let him send a squad and take the notes. Fujin immediately began acting on his plan. He created a few more shadow clones to copy some of the new seals and symbols in different scrolls, which he would give to Hiruzen. A couple of hours later, the Yugakure ninjas finally arrived. Next chapter, 5 forces move. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mark, Daniel, Charla, Information Hierarchy, Zikid2, Quanta, Bailey, Rockman, Ikasuki, and Wahed for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 449, 5 Forces Move. 1. Chapter 454 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. And read the author notes at the end of the chapter. There are 2 of them. Bonus chapter for reaching 6,940 Power Stones last week. Our rank increased to 7. Keep it up, guys. The Yugakure forces were led by a familiar face. It was Takeshita Tokuhei leading a group of 24 Yugakure ninjas. Some of his subordinates were the same ones who had cooperated with Renjiro's squad on an elimination 4 years ago. Tokuhei looked at Fujin. Though Fujin and his teammates had made an impact back then, Tokuhei hadn't thought much of it. After all, several geniuses appeared every year. However, the ones that made it to the top were very few. Most would either die or not have the dedication to keep training to become a fearsome ninja. Of course, that was until he saw Fujin's bounty poster with an insane bounty and the speculation of him being the spectral swordsman. It was a name even he wouldn't want to face on the battlefield. When Iwagakure updated Fujin's information in the bingo book, Tokuhei was left stunned. He never anticipated that the spectral swordsman would be so young and someone with whom he had cooperated earlier. While the ninjas from the major villages weren't too intimidated by the spectral swordsman, the situation was completely opposite for the minor villages, neighboring the Land of Fire, where Fujin was highly active. The sheer amount of people he killed during his time in Anbu made them very fearful of him, despite him not being very active in recent times. Tokuhei thought, from a newly promoted Chunin to an elite Junin in merely 4 years, thankfully we aren't on opposite sides. He said politely, Suzuki Fujin, it's good to see you again. Fujin looked at Tokuhei. Unknown to Tokuhei, Fujin had worked several times with him while he was in Anbu. It is just that Tokuhei wasn't aware that it was Fujin. He nodded and said, It is good to see you once again as well. Unfortunately, the occasion isn't a joyous one. On hearing it, the expression on every Yugakure ninja's face became grim. They were informed of the information the Konoha ninjas sent to the daimyo. Among their group were a few ninjas who were offended by Fujin's words in the meeting room, and a few who had inspected this spot earlier and not discovered any hideout. Through his actions, Fujin had proven his words true, making them feel ashamed and guilty. This loss was a significant one for the Land of Hot Water. Losing so many civilians in one blow would cause a lot of chaos and panic in the country. Their economy would suffer as well as trading would slow down, and tourism would come to a halt, temporarily. As a result, the country would be in for a hard time for a few months at the very least. Fujin looked at the cave and said, There are many seals in the cave. Fortunately, they don't trigger automatically. You guys can recover the corpses. That said, I'm not sure what the seals do, so avoid damaging the cave and accidentally triggering any seals. Tokuhei nodded. He had no intention of arguing with Fujin. He instructed his men to collect and store the dead bodies properly. While the Yugakure ninjas were cleaning up, Yamanaka Ken asked Fujin, The mission seems to be over, Captain. Should we stay or return to Konoha? Fujin thought for a few seconds and answered, Let's accompany them back to Yugakure. It'll be in our path anyways. Fujin's teammates nodded. Fujin thought, collecting all the bodies and returning will need some time. If Yugakure gets news of Hidan's movements, I'll have an excuse to find and hunt him. Though Fujin knew that the chances of getting what he wanted were very low, he didn't want to give up on it, considering that there wasn't much danger in doing so. Apart from losing some time, he wouldn't lose anything else. While the Yugakure ninjas were storing the bodies, a new development happened elsewhere. Close to the border between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Frost, 8 Kumo ninjas stood. C complained, Where are those guys? They were supposed to meet us several hours ago. If we delay any further, then our mission will be a failure. Darui calmed him down and said, Relax. They should have a good reason to be late. Besides, we can't guarantee that we would be able to take him down with just the 8 of us. We need a seal master to be able to pin him down and avoid his traps. Without him, our chances of succeeding will drop hard. C said, I know, but if we wait any longer, he might leave and return to Konoha. We had to wait for months for him to leave his village. Fortunately, he left it twice in a row. Who knows how long he will stay holed up in Konoha like a turtle once again? Darui sighed. He knew that time was running out as well. However, he didn't want to take any meaningless risks and waited patiently. Suddenly, C's eyes widened. He said in a serious tone, "Follow me quickly." C flickered right away. The remaining 7 Kumo ninjas followed him immediately. After flickering a few times, C arrived in front of an injured Kumo ninja. The Kumo ninja was covered in blood and had several injuries on his body. Soon, others arrived as well. C immediately began healing the injured ninja while Darui asked, "Who attacked you? And where are the rest?" The injured ninja was in a state of shock. Though C healed him, his mental state didn't recover. The injured ninja looked at Darui and said, "They are dead. All died. He is a monster." Panic and fear could be heard in his voice. His entire body was shivering. The 8 Kumo ninjas were surprised to see his state. Everyone could see his horror. In addition, the fact that 7 Kumo ninjas died to just one person surprised them. After all, none of them were weak. Every one of them was a Junin or a special Junin. Darui asked, "Who is a monster?" The injured Kumo ninja said, "He was a rogue ninja from Yugakure. He is him." Suddenly, the injured Kumo ninja coughed and vomited blood. He clutched his chest as if he was trying to hold his heart. A second later, he lost his life and dropped dead. The Kumo ninjas were all shocked. Darui asked hurriedly, "C, what happened? How did he die?" C had a grim expression. He was healing the injured ninja when he suddenly collapsed. He answered, "I don't know. Though he was injured, his condition wasn't critical. Seeing him hold his heart, I guess he might have suffered a heart attack. We will need to take him back to the village to inspect him." One of the other ninjas said, "We can take him back to the village later, but we need to first get them justice. Which bastard dared to kill Kumo ninjas? Since when did Yugakure have such a strong rogue ninja?" Semui said, "I read some reports from the Land of Hot Water recently. Apparently, one of their ninjas killed 18 other ninjas and several civilians before going rogue. I believe his name was Hidan. It might be him." Darui thought about Samui's information. He asked, "C, do you detect anyone nearby?" C shook his head and replied, "My chakra field has been activated for some time. I didn't detect anyone else." Darui said, "Then our only choice is to trail his steps and find out what exactly happened. Then we can hunt that rogue ninja." Samui asked, "But what about our mission?" Darui sighed and said, "We can't risk taking on Suzuki Fujin without a seal master. It'll make it very difficult to kill him, as he is speculated to be a grandmaster. If we fail once, then he will forever be on guard, and Konoha might take some retaliatory measures." Everyone agreed with Darui's reasoning. They stored the dead body properly and began tracing his steps back. A couple of dozen kilometers away from Darui, a burst of loud laughter could be heard in the snow-covered forest. Several diagrams made from blood could be seen on the ground. In addition, there were a few corpses and a lot of blood from the dead ninjas. Hidan thought, "I have offered my first sacrifices to Lord Jashin. Even that ninja who managed to run away. I want to know what his expression was when he died, even after managing to escape." The thought made Hidan laugh once again. He thought, "Still, this isn't enough. I need to sacrifice more people to Lord Jashin." Hidan grabbed his weapons and continued his aimless journey. Around the same time, a messenger bird reached Tokuhei from Yugakure. His eyes widened on reading the message. Fujin noticed that and asked, "What is it?" Tokuhei informed, "To find the missing people, we had our ninjas spread out all over the country. Some even cooperated with the patrol camps of neighboring countries along our borders. A couple of our ninjas were searching inside the Land of Frost while cooperating with the ninjas of Shimagakure. They found Hidan. He was engaged in a battle with Kumagakure ninjas and was winning. They left immediately and sent back a message." AN, this is in regards to Inevitable 01's comment yesterday. I did check with Patreon. For the time being, Patreon doesn't support Indian rupee, so the only supported payment method is PayPal. If there is a change in the future, I'll be sure to share the good news. I looked at the Indian equivalent platforms instead of Patreon. Unfortunately, they all have terrible reviews on Google Play, and I'm not sure if their features are the same, as a couple of them are fundraising platforms. Anyway, I did brainstorm quite a bit last night. Luckily, I've come up with a system which utilizes Google Drive and Docs. It isn't as convenient as Patreon and would need me to micromanage, but it should get the job done. Honestly, quite surprised at the new features on Drive and Docs. While it won't be as convenient as Patreon, the experience should still be good for you guys. So if any one of you wants to support me through UPI, hit me up on Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI. I'm not used the other UPI apps, so it'll be convenient for me if you guys stick to Google Pay. The prices will stay the same as on Patreon, just converted to the Indian rupee. Important, please send me a message on Google Pay before sending any money. I'll explain the details. Read them before you send me any money, as you'll know how it'll work. Also, this system isn't automated. I can only reply when I am online, so please be patient if you don't receive a reply immediately. Thank you. Webnovel has launched a new feature. It lets authors see the top contributors in some categories for the year 2023. They only show the top 3 in 2023, though. In terms of overall ranks, you can click on About the Book, followed by Top Fans. Anyway, these are the ones I could see. The data is for the year 2023. Top 3 in Power Stones. Me, 1056, 0, 1995, 890, Mikoblunt, 855. Top 3 in number of comments, Gaurav Kumar, 1201, Organ Martin, 608, Eric Barboza, 468. Top 3 in Fan Alu, L Dome 1, 531, Mikoblunt, 517, Magic Ruby, 506. Overall, you guys gave me 136k Power Stones in 2023. And I wrote slightly more than 603k words on Webnovel in 2023. Cheers, everyone. Thanks for your support, both on Patreon and here. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mohammed, Seraphim, and John for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 450, 5 Forces Move, 2. Chapter 455 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin was surprised by the information. He wondered, Hidan is in the Land of Frost? Makes sense that he escaped there, but why is he fighting Kumo ninjas? Is that crazy guy trying to sacrifice everyone he meets? He isn't that crazy, right? Tokuhei said, I will leave some men here to complete the work here and lead the remaining forces to hunt him down. What will you be doing? Fujin acted like he was thinking for a few seconds and answered, Well, our mission statement also included hunting him down if we meet him. Give me the location. We will move ahead first. Tokuhei nodded and informed Fujin about the location where Hidan and Kumogakure ninjas fought. Fujin's squad left immediately. A few minutes later, Tokuhei also followed them with 3 squads. Around the same time, in Shimogakure, 2 squads stood in front of a person. He looked at them and informed them about the fight between Hidan and Kumo. He instructed, considering that the rogue ninja was winning, it is safe to say that Kumogakure will take some actions to eliminate him. From reports, he seems to have killed many Yugakure ninjas as well, so they might cooperate with Kumo ninjas to eliminate him. You don't need to fight him. In fact, if you do meet him, escape without fighting. If you meet Kumo or Yugakure ninjas, feel free to help them out with intelligence, but don't fight for them. Just observe what happens with the rogue ninja and try to ensure the safety of common people if you can without risking your life. The leader of the 2 squads nodded his head. He and the remaining ninjas left Shimogakure and moved towards the location of the fight. They didn't want to get involved, but since the fighting was happening in their country, they had the responsibility of monitoring the battle and ensuring that commoners didn't become needless casualties once again. As a result, the forces from 4 villages, that is, Konohagakure, Kumogakure, Shimogakure, and Yugakure, began moving to find Hidan in the Land of Frost. Kumogakure were unaware of the movements of the other forces, while Fujin and Tokuhei were the most clear about which villages would be involved. However, even they weren't aware of another force that was about to get involved. In the land of rain, a white and black figure appeared from the ground and looked at Nagato's Deva path and Konan. Black Zetsu said, "I have found an interesting person. I believe he will be the perfect partner for Kakuzu." Nagato and Konan were surprised. Konan asked, "You mean you found someone stronger than Kakuzu? Who is it?" White Zetsu answered, "It is a rogue ninja from Yugakure. He killed 18 ninjas and went rogue a few weeks ago. We saw him fighting Kumogakure Junins a few hours ago. He isn't stronger than Kakuzu, but it looks like his body is immortal." His words surprised the two. Nagato asked, "What do you mean by immortal?" Black Zetsu answered, "He can't be killed by physical injuries. In his fight against Kumo, his heart was stabbed several times. At times, he did it himself. Yet he kept moving around and fighting as if nothing was wrong. Elemental jutsus doesn't seem to have much effect on him either. His offensive abilities are very peculiar as well." Zetsu informed the two about what they had witnessed during the battle. Konan was quite surprised and impressed by Hidan's abilities. Nagato said, "All right, let's recruit him. Konan, I will leave this matter to you. Take Kakuzu and Itachi with you to test and recruit him." Konan nodded. She was about to leave when White Zetsu said, "You should hurry up. Darui from Kumogakure was close to where the fight happened, and a few Yugakure and Shimogakure ninjas spotted him as well. Though I doubt he will die, he could be in trouble if he gets heavily outnumbered." Nagato nodded. His animal path body appeared, weaved hand seals, and slammed his palm on the ground. Summoning Jutsu. A giant bird with a long and massive beak appeared. Nagato said, "You can use it to fly over to the land of frost." Konan nodded. She immediately left along with the bird, while picking up Itachi and Kakuzu on the way. Hidan, the one who was at the center of all this action, was completely clueless about the 5 forces coming for him and their intentions. One of the forces just wanted to observe and limit the destruction. 2 forces wanted revenge and justice, and were coming for his head. One just wanted to capture him and read his memories. And the last one wanted to recruit him. Darui's team was the first one to reach the spot, as they were the closest to it. They followed the bloody trail left by the dead Kumo ninja while he made his way to them. The expressions of the Kumo ninjas became grim, as they saw the gore in front of them. "See cursed. To kill our ninjas so brazenly. That bastard doesn't want to live." Everyone agreed with him. The dead bodies of the Kumo ninjas were too pitiful to watch. Their blood was boiling in rage at the sight. They stored the dead bodies properly and began looking for Hidan's trail. Unfortunately, it wasn't easy. They could follow the bloody trail to find the location where Hidan and the Kumo ninjas had clashed. However, trailing Hidan from there onwards wasn't easy. Yet, they had no intention of giving up and continued looking. Around 3 hours later, Fujin's squad reached the place. Shiro looked in surprise and said, "So much blood. It looks like their reports were correct. A huge battle took place here." Fujin nodded. Hyuga Hisao added, "There is no one nearby. They should have already left. Fortunately, they left a trail behind." Fujin instructed, "Shiro, investigate the scents you can find in this place and see how many tracks you can find. Ken, help him. Hisao, come with me." Fujin and Hisao moved and found the bloody trail left behind by the Kumo ninja who had escaped temporarily. Hisao pointed out some footprints that were mixed with blood, which Fujin observed and analyzed. It looks like someone managed to escape, but considering the amount of blood that person lost, there is no way he would survive against Hidan, even if he ran away. And for that very reason, it is unlikely that Hidan would bother chasing him. That said, why did the Kumo ninja escape towards the land of hot water instead of escaping towards the land of lightning? Was any Kumo squad in that direction? Fujin was confused. He could understand there being some Kumo ninjas in the land of frost, considering that they were neighbors. But his movement made Fujin a bit suspicious. He and Hisao returned to where Shiro and Ken were. Shiro noticed Fujin and reported, "Captain, I can sense 17 scents that were lingering here some time ago. One of them belongs to Hidan, but I can't identify the rest of them." Fujin fell into deep thought. He analyzed. 17. It looks like the ninja who escaped went to find reinforcements. He should have succeeded in finding them. That's weird. Why didn't Hidan kill him? Can he not lick the blood that has fallen to the ground, or is there any time limit for how long the blood should have left the target's body? No, that shouldn't be it. After all, Kakashi had taken Kakuzu's blood, and Shikamaru took his own sweet time to use it. Could it be that he just disdains licking the blood that has fallen to the ground? Fujin couldn't be sure, but he felt that was the case. He asked, "Can you track where the 17 who were here have gone? Or rather, can you track Hidan?" Shiro nodded and said, "Yes, I can track his scent. The issue is that there are multiple paths. I'm afraid that he left behind some pieces of cloth which were taken by others. As a result, there are 2 tracks." Fujin was surprised once again. He thought, that's weird. He hid his tracks so well in the land of hot water. No matter what we did, we couldn't track him. How did he become so careless all of a sudden? Regardless, if I assume that the ones who took the pieces of his clothes were reinforcements from Kumo, then they might be trying to hunt him down right now. It will create an opportunity for me. I should move quickly. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Robin, for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, Inevitable and Mahesh, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 451, Dreams of Invincibility. Chapter 456 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin asked, "Can you create shadow clones?" Shiro answered, "Just one. I'm not very good at it. Also, it exhausts my chakra very rapidly." Fujin nodded and said, "Don't worry. Just make one with minimal chakra. Your clone will follow my clone to see where those bloody footprints go. Check whether you can smell some of the scents here on that route." Shiro nodded. He created a shadow clone with 15% of his, while Fujin created one with 1% of his chakra. Both immediately left along the trail left by the bloody footprints. Shiro asked, "Which track should we follow?" He had smelled 2 tracks of Hidan's scent. They could only follow one route unless they split up and made Shiro and his ninja dog move into 2 separate teams. Fujin didn't intend to split the team so quickly. If the other team found Hidan, then they would be in danger, and he didn't have the ability to teleport as of now. He answered casually, "The one where you can smell a hint of blood." Shiro was surprised by the answer. However, he followed the instruction without any delay, and the 4 moved once again. Fujin thought, Hidan's fighting style involves a lot of blood. His weapons should still be smeared in enemy blood. By comparison, the Kumo ninjas would be careful enough to not make such a silly mistake. Not to mention, knowing Hidan, he should leave a bloody trail in his path. As long as there is no unexpected factor, I should get to him. The only thing I need to worry about is how I can read his memory while these 3 are with me. Fujin was finally hopeful once again. Though they were moving slightly slowly, he felt that they had a high chance of catching Hidan. While they were following the tracks, Hidan met another bunch from Kumo. Darui and his teammates had finally found Hidan. Despite not being good at smelling, everyone could smell a stench of blood from Hidan. Hidan exclaimed, "Another bunch from Kumo? You are too eager to be sacrificed to Lord Jashin." His words immediately angered the Kumo ninjas. Darui said, "So you admit to killing our ninjas? Good. Let me see where you get the courage to do so." He weaved hand seals. Lightning release Black Panther. Darui released Black Lightning, which immediately took the form of a panther and reached Hidan in the blink of an eye. The speed of the jutsu was too fast. Hidan was surprised. He had a relatively easy time killing ninjas from Yugakure. Though he struggled a bit against the Kumo ninjas, it was due to being outnumbered rather than being outmatched. The jutsu hit Hidan and electrocuted him. His screams were heard. A black glow appeared around him due to the black lightning. The Kumo ninjas enjoyed Hidan's screams. However, to the surprise of the Kumo ninjas, Hidan's screams slowly became softer. By the time the attack was over, Hidan was still standing. Only his clothes were damaged. Hidan looked at the Kumo ninjas hatefully and was about to curse when he felt someone grab his neck. One of the Kumo ninjas took advantage of Hidan's inattentiveness and snuck up on him. He lifted Hidan by his neck and slammed him into the ground. He looked at Hidan and asked, "Do you know how we were able to track you?" Hidan tried to release his neck from the enemy's grip, but the Kumo ninja was much stronger physically. Plus, he was just given shock therapy by Darui. The ninja answered his own question. "We lost your trail multiple times, but each time we did, we found several people who you butchered. It was only due to the blood trail you left that we managed to find you." The Kumo group wasn't as skilled as Fujin's squad in terms of tracking. As a result, tracking Hidan was quite difficult for them. However, whenever they lost his trail, they found a few people or families that were slaughtered by Hidan. As a result, they were able to stay on his trail and eventually reached him. Having ensured that Hidan would regret killing mindlessly at the last moment of his life, the Kumo ninja grabbed a kunai and stabbed it into Hidan's heart. The Kumo ninjas just watched from a distance. After all, the one attacking was an elite Junin as well. Though they were alert against Hidan due to him having 8 Kumo ninjas, they were still confident in defeating him easily. However, to the surprise of every Kumo ninja present, Hidan dug his nails into his forearm and caused the Kumo ninja to bleed. At the same time, he grabbed his retractable spear and attacked the Kumo ninja while ignoring the kunai stuck in his chest. The Kumo ninja quickly backed away. The remaining Kumo ninjas quickly grabbed their weapons and looked with shocked expressions. Darui asked, "How is he still alive?" The ninja who had just fallen back replied, "I don't know. I'm sure that I stabbed his heart." C said, "Remember the words of our dying comrade? His last words were, 'He is Im.' Do you think he meant to say that he is an immortal?" Darui replied, "It could be. What an annoying opponent. No wonder they didn't survive." While the Kumo ninjas were talking, Hidan got up and removed the kunai from his chest. Immediately, blood poured down from the injury. He licked the blood on his nails. Immediately, several tattoos appeared on his face and body. At the same time, he used his foot to draw the sacrificial diagram on the ground with the blood that had poured down. He looked at the Kumo ninjas and cursed, "You motherfuckers! The ritual has now begun. Let's experience the ultimate pain together." The Kumo ninjas were confused by his words. However, they didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. The 8 ninjas spread out and surrounded Hidan from all sides. A few began weaving hand signs. While the Kumo ninjas were engaged in a battle with Hidan, Fujin's squad was rapidly moving towards the location where Hidan and the Kumo ninjas were fighting. Unfortunately, they were still too far away to be able to detect the fight. Luckily for them, the 2 sets of scents kept merging on the same path again and again. As a result, they were able to confirm that they were moving in the right direction. At the same time, the Akatsuki members led by Konan were flying in rapidly. They had crossed over the vast area of the Land of Fire and had entered the Land of Hot Water thanks to the high speed of the giant drill-pecked bird they were riding. Since none of them were the talkative type, they flew in complete silence. As for the Yugakure and Shimogakure ninjas, they were still some distance away, and they didn't have the advanced tracking capabilities of the other 3 forces. At the place where Fujin's team was heading, the Kumo squad were by themselves. The only difference was that instead of 8, there were only 6 ninjas. The remaining 2 were lying lifelessly on the ground. One of the ninjas cursed, "That bastard ran away." C said, "How far can he go? With that bloody wound, tracking him wouldn't be difficult, but we need to plan first, otherwise we will lose more people." Samui analyzed, "His abilities are very peculiar. I now understand how he was able to kill those 8 ninjas. Stab wounds and jutsus have no long-term effect on him. In addition, he can ensure that one of us suffers the same damage that he does, allowing him to kill that person by stabbing his own heart." Darui continued, "However, to do that, he needs to lick the blood of that person. As long as we don't let him injure us, he won't be able to use that curse against us. The best way to fight him would be to fight him from a distance." Samui questioned, "But how can we fight him from a distance?" So far, the only wound he couldn't shrug off was when you cut his arm off. But if we fight from a distance, we can't do that. He isn't impacted much by our jutsus and moves fast enough to dodge any weapon we throw. C said, one of us would need to fight him at close range. As long as he can avoid getting injured, and we keep Hidan away from the circle, we will be able to neutralize him. Darui said, I will do it. Unless he somehow reattaches his arm, he won't be able to keep up with me, let alone injure me. I'll cut his legs off and then we can keep attacking him until he dies. If not, we will tie him up and carry him to the village. If we can get his technique, then the village will benefit a lot. Everyone nodded at Darui's idea. Hidan's technique was just too absurd. If they could gain it, they wouldn't have to worry about much during fights. Even if a small percentage of ninjas in Kumogakure mastered that technique, their village would become invincible in war. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Alexander, Yuyo, and Logan for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Milland and Prahost for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 450 Splitting Up. Chapter 457 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Tempted by Darui's idea, the 6 Kumo ninjas quickly stored the dead bodies of their comrades and prepared themselves to move. Darui looked at everyone and said, we don't know whether he can activate his curse with any blood or only the blood he draws. So, if any of you have any cuts, get healed and apply bandages. Not a drop of your blood should flow while fighting against him. Everyone nodded. C quickly healed everyone and they restarted their chase in a hurry. Despite it not being their mission, everyone knew that the Raikage would be more pleased with Hidan's body rather than eliminating Fujin. Hence, they gave up on their official mission entirely. Some distance away, Hidan was running at a fast speed. He was holding his left arm in his right hand while he was running away. He cursed, "What strong bastards!" If I didn't catch them by surprise and escaped, that motherfucker would have cut me into several pieces. I will find them later and sacrifice them to Lord Jashin. Though Hidan's arm was cut, his wounds had long stopped bleeding. In fact, he wasn't even feeling any weakness. And he was well aware of the fact that even with his immortality, he wouldn't win against them. So he was rushing ahead at a rapid speed. This loss also made Hidan slightly wiser. He thought, I now understand why Shikabane took so much effort to ensure that we didn't leave any trail. I need to do the same as well. But it is so much fucking work. Kumo ninjas didn't anticipate that Hidan would move faster than ever and would take efforts to make trailing him more difficult. As such, their new chase would be many times more difficult than their previous chase despite being much closer. While the Kumo ninjas chased after Hidan, Fujin and Shiro's shadow clones reached the location where Darui's team was when the injured Kumo ninja found them. With Shiro's ability, they easily found blood at the spot where that ninja had died. Shiro's clone inspected the place and said, the same 9 scents are lingering here. But if we continue forward, 1 scent disappears. I guess 8 Kumo ninjas fought with Hidan and only 1 managed to escape here. He met with another squad of 8 ninjas here, most likely from Kumo, and they went back to find him. That is why there were 17 scents there. Fujin's clone nodded. He had reached the same conclusion. He said, well, it looks like this is a dead end. Still, it clears up the picture. Let's dispel ourselves. Both clones dispelled themselves and sent the memories back to their main bodies. Fujin immediately analyzed the memories. So that's how it was. But Shiro can only smell 8 other scents other than Hidan occasionally. That ninja who escaped should have died as well. I wonder who the Kumo ninjas chasing Hidan are, and whether they would be able to stop or stall him for long enough. It'll be great if they can exhaust him enough to force him to take a nap. Otherwise, this will be a rather long hunt. A little while later, the giant drill-pecked bird reached the location where the first clash between Hidan and Kumo ninjas happened. Hovering above the area, they scanned the lands below. Kakuzu said, there is no one here. Tracking them will take a lot of effort considering that it has been a while since they fought here. Conan said, "Wait for some time. Zetsu sent a clone to keep an eye on him." While she was speaking, a white Zetsu appeared from the ground. He took a few heavy breaths and said, "I ran so much." The bird flew lower and landed on the ground in front of him. The white Zetsu looked at Conan and said, "Hidan has escaped to the east and fought with another Kumo squad led by Darui. I couldn't watch the fight, but Hidan ran away once again while the Kumo ninjas gave chase again. They are moving to the southeast. I tried to track them, but their sensor sensed me, and they tried looking for me. So you will have to find them on your own." After getting the location from White Zetsu, Conan flew once again. Thanks to the speed of the bird, they overtook Fujin's squad and reached the location where Darui and Hidan clashed before the Konoha ninjas. After inspecting, Conan said, "If we keep flying, we won't be able to search for clues. We will move on foot from here onwards. Itachi, check if you can find any tracks." Itachi activated his Sharingan. He immediately found a few tracks, and the trio began moving. Around half an hour later, Fujin's squad reached the location where Hidan and Darui's squad had clashed. Shiro inspected the place and a frown appeared on his face. He reported, "This place has Hidan's scent and 8 scents that were in the previous place. However, there are 4 new additional scents. One of them smells like a bird. I'm not sure if they are chasing as well, or if they were just passing through." His words surprised the team. Fujin asked, "Do you recognize any of their scents?" Shiro answered, "I feel that one scent is a bit familiar. Unfortunately, I can't recall whose scent it is. It must have been a long time since I encountered that person." Fujin didn't find it odd. After all, it was impossible for anyone to remember everyone's scent for years. It was the same as normal people forgetting the faces and names of someone they hadn't met for a long time. Fujin said, "I see. Check in which directions all the scents here are traveling. Hisao, check if you can see anything odd around." The two immediately got to work. Fujin and Ken used their chakra fields and space-time sensing technique to see if they could find something. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything for them to detect. Shiro and Hisao quickly found tracks and the team began moving once again. Shiro said, "Of the 13 people, 10 are moving in this direction. They are Hidan, 6 people from the second group, and 3 people from this new group. The one who smells like a bird isn't moving on this route." Fujin was confused. He analyzed, which ninja smells like a bird? Is it someone with a bird summoning? Or is it a bird summoned by one of those 3 people? Also, Kumo lost 2 more ninjas. It looks like they suffered losses at the hands of Hidan once again. But since they weren't wiped out, this squad should be quite strong. But considering that Hidan escaped, they shouldn't be too strong. At the very least, the Raikage and the 2 Jinchurikis shouldn't be among those 6. Since they are still chasing, they should be quite strong. I'm guessing there should be 1 or 2 elite Junins in that squad, giving them the confidence to still chase Hidan. Unless, of course, it's them who are escaping with Hidan chasing them. That would be a sight to see. Ha ha ha. Fujin couldn't help but wonder who it could be if it was indeed an elite Junin chasing Hidan. Involuntarily, he recalled Darui and his previous squad when he was a Chunin, which met their demise against the Kumo ninjas under Darui's command. The situation changed once again. Hidan was running at the foremost. He was being chased by 6 Kumo ninjas led by Darui. However, they were finding it increasingly difficult to trail him properly. They were followed by the 3 Akatsuki members, who were moving at a very rapid speed. Behind them was Fujin's squad. Despite not being as fast as the Akatsuki members, Fujin's squad still moved at the fastest speed, as they had 4 trails and ninjas who were excellent at tracking. As a result, they never had to waste any time in confirming that they were on the right track. It was an advantage that neither Kumo ninjas nor Akatsuki members had. Elsewhere, the Yugakure and Shimogakure ninjas encountered each other. They began moving together in search of Hidan. Shimogakure ninjas weren't interested in fighting Hidan, but they offered their help to find him and to ensure that other Shimogakure ninjas didn't fight them. Unfortunately, their squads were left far behind. After a couple of hours, the Kumo ninjas finally stopped. C said, "It's getting increasingly difficult to keep track of him. How is that bastard still running? There are 2 trails in front of us. What do we do?" Darui replied, "Let's split up. We will move in squads of 3. Whoever finds him will send a signal to the other team. Don't fight him recklessly. Just keep him at bay and don't lose sight of him until the other squad meets up. The Kumo ninjas nodded. They split into 2 squads and began moving ahead. When Akatsuki reached the same location, they fell into a dilemma as well. Itachi said, "There are 3 different tracks ahead of us. It is difficult to say which one is Hidan." Konan thought for a bit and said, "Let's split up." She created a few butterflies made of paper, which flew and landed on Itachi and Kakuzu's shoulders, and said, "I will use the butterflies to communicate if any of us find him. Let's move quickly." The 3 of them split up and began moving rapidly. Though Konan and Kakuzu weren't as good as Itachi at tracking, they were still quite good at it. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic hits 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link w.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Cooling Cloud, Zach, Seraphs, and Amirul for supporting me on Patreon. Can support me through UPI as well. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSBuy. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 453, Heavenly Luck. Chapter 458 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few minutes later, Fujin's team reached the same location. For the first time, their team stopped. Shiro inspected the scents and said, "They have split into 3 groups and are moving along 3 paths." Hisao nodded and agreed with his observation. Fujin asked, "Which path did Hidan take?" Shiro pointed in one direction and said, "He is moving along this path. Only one other person is moving in this direction. He is from the last group." Fujin instructed, "Let's keep following him." The Konoha ninjas continued moving. Fujin didn't particularly care about the Kumo ninjas or the other group. He only wanted Hidan. Unfortunately, as everyone split up, he wasn't sure of how he could get Hidan alone and read up his memories. He calculated, "I was initially planning to use the Kumo group to split our group and catch Hidan alone. I could knock him out and read his memories as much as I wanted and let him go. But what do I do now?" Fujin thought for a while and realized, "There is only one way. I have to let Hidan kill all 3 of them, or perhaps do it myself while they are fighting him. However, in that case, I can't let Hidan go. I'll have to capture and seal him. He'll be my test subject to experiment on. But is there any value to doing this?" While Fujin didn't want to kill innocent people, he wasn't opposed to it if he had a lot to gain. If success was guaranteed, Fujin would have done it. However, the chances of success were just too low. Over a day had passed from the moment Fujin found the cave used for ritual. The ritual itself most probably took place a few days before Fujin found the cave. Even if the dead bishop's body wasn't burned like his subordinates, the chances of his memories staying intact were almost nil. The longer the chase went on, the lesser Fujin's hopes were. To make matters worse, not only was Fujin not guaranteed any benefits, on the contrary, he would suffer 2 disadvantages. For starters, Hidan wouldn't be able to join Akatsuki in the future. As a result, the internal structure of Akatsuki would change. Their movements in the future could change as well. Secondly, this matter would cast a lot of suspicions on Fujin. There was no need for him to volunteer to hunt Hidan. His job was done when he found the missing people. If he were to lose all his subordinates, be unable to recover their bodies, and allow their killer to escape, Hiruzen would easily suspect that there was something fishy. Even though Fujin would not leave any proof behind, he would be foolish to think that Hiruzen wouldn't get suspicious and raise his guard against Fujin. Considering his future plans, Fujin didn't want to be under constant watch by Hiruzen. Considering the advantages and disadvantages, Fujin decided, it's not worth it. The only way I can get what I want is if Hidan preserved that bishop's body, or if that bishop is alive and Hidan knows where he is. Both are very unlikely. Despite doing all I can, I have already failed in achieving any of my goals for this hunt. It'll be better to let him live for now. I'll capture him in the future and have Tsunade study his body. Even if I raise my medical knowledge and recruit someone who is damn good at it, it won't be anywhere comparable to what Tsunade can do. Not to mention, Akatsuki's movements will stay more or less the same as I remember. Fujin sighed internally. He muttered to himself, chasing Hidan here was a mistake. Now, how do I convince them to stop looking and turn around? Since Fujin didn't see much hope in being able to read the bishop's memories, the entire chase seemed pointless to him. He no longer wanted to capture Hidan. After all, if he captured Hidan now and brought him to Konoha, Hiruzen would most likely ask Danzo to experiment on Hidan. Though Fujin no longer considered Danzo as a great threat, he had no intention of underestimating Danzo and giving him the means to strengthen himself. Unfortunately for Fujin, he was already very deep into this mission. Calling it off suddenly without a good explanation would look suspicious as well. He moved along his squad while thinking about how to back off from the mission. As they moved, Fujin occasionally used his space-time sensing technique. At one such instance, he sensed a disturbance. He looked in front of him and thought, there is someone around 4 kilometers in front of me. Who is it? Is it Hidan? Just when Fujin gave up hope, he sensed someone. Fujin was generally a very calm person. This mission was one of the rare times where he had lost his cool several times and become very frustrated. Once again, Fujin's anger flared. He cursed internally. This bastard. I've been hunting him for so long, and he doesn't show himself. Finally, when I give up, he presents himself to me. I hope that damned bishop is alive. Otherwise, I will skin this bastard alive. The last few days, Fujin's mind had experienced an emotional roller coaster. None of his plans went as he wanted. It was as if the entire world wanted to stop him from succeeding. As a result, he was extremely frustrated and wanted to take it out on someone. Though he didn't want to capture Hidan anymore, he doubted whether he'd be able to control himself. He decided, I don't want to take his body back to the village now. Hiruzen will probably give it to Danzo. I don't want that old bastard to get some sort of power-up. I will just pummel him here and cut his body into pieces. Akatsuki can fix him up if and when they find him. I'll mark his body just in case they don't, and someone else gets to him. Fujin's team continued moving. The one in front of them was moving slower than their group. When the distance was reduced to 3 kilometers, Fujin activated his chakra field and tried to sense his chakra signature. His eyes suddenly widened in shock. Though Fujin could detect disturbances with his space-time sensing technique, he couldn't detect who caused the disturbances. As a result, he had to depend on his normal sensing ability to identify who it was. Of course, just like Shiro's sense of smell, it wasn't practical to remember everyone's chakra signature. However, the chakra signature Fujin sensed was something he could never forget. Fujin's shock soon changed into excitement. He thought, fucking Kakuzu! Excellent! I'll run into him and begin fighting him. It'll be the best reason to stop chasing Hidan and retreat back to Konoha. Fujin immediately made plans. However, he wondered, that said, what is he doing here? Is he just hunting some bounty? Or is he one of the 3 from that last group? If so, does that mean that 3 Akatsuki members are here and are chasing after Hidan to recruit him? Fujin was surprised by how quickly the Akatsuki moved. He quickly put together all his information and speculated. Zetsu should have seen Hidan's fight with Kumo ninjas. Only that would explain such quick movement. After all, 3 villages are hunting Hidan. If they are slow, even if he is immortal, he'll be captured. Shiro stated that he smelled a familiar scent. I guess that's Itachi. Itachi has a bird summon as well. Or it could be Nagato's bird summon if they used it to travel. It all makes sense now. Still, how lucky is that bastard? I hunted him so much and he managed to avoid me each time. In fact, he is probably not even aware of the fact that I'm chasing him. Fujin couldn't help but wonder if Jashin's ritual improved the luck of an individual. It was difficult to explain Hidan's incredible luck otherwise. Despite being stronger, faster, and having better assistance, Fujin lost to Hidan merely due to Hidan's luck. He found the entire ordeal utterly ridiculous. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He said, prepare yourselves. I can sense a strong chakra signature 2.7 kilometers ahead. Hisao, check whether it is Hidan or someone else. The entire team became alert at once. They had been moving around for a long time without finding any enemy to fight. As such, all of them were exhausted and had gotten slightly lethargic. They were aware of that fact. Hence, with Fujin's warning, all of them prepared themselves. They didn't want to be caught off guard when they finally faced an enemy. Kakuzu turned around and looked behind him. He wondered, there is someone chasing me from behind? Or is it a squad just passing through the area? Or did I somehow overtake that ninja called Hidan? Or were there more people chasing him? But how are they able to track so quickly? Kakuzu could feel the chakra field moving rapidly, implying that whoever was behind him was coming rapidly. He stood his ground and muttered, "Whoever it is, I hope that they have a good bounty." AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Derek, Manby, Leonardo, Ian, Death Note, Arkady, and Odin Thorvaldsson for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 454. Testing Each Other. Chapter 459 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. The Konoha ninjas got closer. Hisao activated his Byakugan. He said, "There is one person in front of us. Around 1.5 kilometers ahead. He isn't moving, but he isn't Hidan either. Suddenly, Hisao's eyes widened. A look of shock appeared on his face. He said, "His body is very weird. It is as if there are multiple sources of chakra on his body." Fujin acted as if he was surprised and said, "Be careful. I recall fighting one such person before. He was very strong. If I say retreat, do so without any word or hesitation." Fujin's teammates were surprised. However, hearing the seriousness in his voice, no one dared to oppose him. They continued moving forward. At one point, Shiro confirmed Fujin's suspicions by saying, "I can smell him. He is one of the 3 from the last group." Fujin nodded in response. A few seconds later, they appeared in front of Kakuzu, who was waiting to see who was pursuing him. His eyes widened momentarily on seeing Fujin. So did Fujin's eyes. However, unlike Kakuzu, he was just acting. Kakuzu said, "The spectral swordsman from the Hidden Leaf. I didn't expect to see you here." It hadn't been a long time since Fujin cut down Juzo. As a result, Fujin was still very fresh in the minds of Akatsuki members. That was especially the case with Kakuzu, who was very tempted by the bounty on Fujin's head. Fujin replied, "Kakuzu, a rogue ninja from Takigakure. What are you doing here?" As he spoke, Fujin's eyes landed on a couple of paper butterflies on Kakuzu's shoulders. He immediately realized, paper butterflies? That should be Konan. Itachi, Konan, and Kakuzu? What a weird team structure. Oh well, as long as it isn't Obito or Nagato, I don't care. I'll run as soon as I sense Konan or Itachi. From the words exchanged, Fujin's teammates immediately understood that Fujin knew the opponent. At the same time, they took a second look at Fujin. They wondered whether Fujin would accept the title. Though the majority of Junins in Konoha believed that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, no one had heard him admitting it openly. However, they would be left disappointed as Fujin neither accepted nor rejected the title. Kakuzu chuckled and asked, "Do I need to inform Konoha about my whereabouts?" Fujin didn't particularly care about his sarcasm and directly said, "Seeing the route you are taking, it looks like you were chasing after Hidan as well. I wonder what Akatsuki has to do with that rogue ninja." Kakuzu replied, "You should be more concerned about yourself. 50 million Ryo. Your bounty is very tempting." Kakuzu prepared himself for a clash. Fujin's teammates quickly grabbed their weapons, sensing the change in his temperament. However, before the battle could begin, Fujin said, "You guys aren't his match. This mission ends here. Leave and report the mission to Yugakure, and then retreat back to Konoha. I'll hold him back and directly return to the village." Fujin's words surprised them. However, remembering his previous warnings, all of them retreated in a flash, leaving Fujin and Kakuzu alone in the snowy forest. Kakuzu was surprised by the sudden development. He said, "That's rather courageous of you. I never imagined that the boy who escaped on seeing me would have the courage to face me in a battle so soon." Fujin chuckled and responded, "That's surprising. I didn't think you'd remember me. Where is Kaminari? I wanted to have a rematch with him." Kakuzu replied, "You did make quite an impact. Unfortunately, Kaminari has long been dead." Fujin replied, That's a shame. Anyway, are you sure you want to fight me? If we both fight, Hidan will manage to escape. Kakuzu said, As I said, you should worry about yourself. Enough chit-chat. You subordinates have gone far enough. Fujin was merely chatting to waste some time. While he was confident in holding Kakuzu back, he had no confidence in ensuring the safety of his subordinates if a second Akatsuki member arrived. On the other hand, Kakuzu expected a tough fight. He wanted to be sure that Fujin's subordinates left instead of hiding and sneak attacking him while he was in combat. Though they were much weaker than him, the clans in Konoha were famous for having peculiar jutsus that could turn the battle in an instant. As soon as he was done speaking, Kakuzu's fist hardened. He suddenly appeared in front of Fujin and punched towards his face. A sword appeared in Fujin's hand. As he slashed at the incoming fist, wind chakra began flowing along the blade. The sword and the fist clashed. To Fujin's surprise, his sword wasn't able to put a scratch in Kakuzu's fist. Fujin thought, Damn, how much did he practice the iron skin jutsu to raise it to such an insane level? This is the first time I have failed to even scratch with my sword. Fujin had fought Kitsuchi and Roshi earlier. Kitsuchi could use the iron skin jutsu as well, whereas Roshi used a lava armor. However, neither of them could block his swords without taking any damage. It was the first time his sword was completely blocked when he was using chakra flow. Kakuzu followed up with a flurry of punches. Fujin used his sword to block some and his left palm to block the rest as he retreated continuously. A deep frown could be seen on his face as he struggled to defend against Kakuzu's onslaught. In terms of speed and strength, Kakuzu appeared to be slightly superior to Fujin. And since Fujin's blade couldn't hurt him, Fujin fell into a disadvantageous position. Kakuzu had complete momentum. Fujin was struggling to keep up. Eventually, a few punches made it through Fujin's defenses. Fortunately, he was able to barely dodge them and avoided getting pummeled. Suddenly, Kakuzu stopped attacking and jumped behind, puzzling Fujin. Kakuzu looked at the spots on his body that Fujin had touched while defending himself. He looked at Fujin and said, It looks like the information was right. You are a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu, and a pretty good one as well. Even I wouldn't have been able to notice them if I wasn't anticipating them. No wonder Juzo died to you. His death wasn't unjustified. The main reason why Kakuzu attacked Fujin with taijutsu was because he wanted to see whether Fujin could apply seals, as Zetsu had speculated. He had intentionally given Fujin an opening, and as he expected, Fujin took the bait. Fujin's eyes widened. This time it wasn't an act. Every time he touched Kakuzu's body, he applied a seal. Kakuzu's fists and arms had several explosion seals and self-cursing seals inscribed on them. To keep stacking on the seals, Fujin even acted like he was struggling to keep up with Kakuzu. In an instant, Fujin activated every single one of those seals. However, Kakuzu was faster. He released chakra from his body and eliminated every single seal on his body with perfect accuracy. Fujin cursed internally. This old fossil. He is an expert at Fuinjutsu as well. It shouldn't be a surprise considering how long he has lived or what state his body is in. Oh well, since I had already exposed this against Juzo, I wasn't expecting this to work against any other Akatsuki member anyway. Fujin had already exposed his mastery with Fuinjutsu against Juzo. As such, he didn't expect to trap any other Akatsuki member as easily as Juzo. It was only because Kakuzu gave him the opening that he decided to use them and put up an act. Fujin immediately riled up his chakra and shot a dozen Akyum bullets at Kakuzu. Since he couldn't trap Kakuzu with seals, he didn't need to put up any act. Kakuzu immediately got out of the way. A few bullets grazed past his cloak, causing it to tear in various spots. Fujin flickered and slashed his sword at Kakuzu as if he wanted to cut him into two halves. Kakuzu raised his arm and hardened it. The sword hit his arm and was stopped as Kakuzu expected. This time, he was neither slower nor weaker than Kakuzu. Both were equal. Not wanting to allow Fujin to take the momentum, Kakuzu counterattacked instantly with his other fist and tried punching Fujin. Fujin's left palm was already moving to block the incoming fist. However, Kakuzu felt something odd. Instead of blocking normally, the wind was flowing in a peculiar manner at Fujin's fingertips. Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock as he understood what was happening. He immediately moved backwards while hardening his entire body. However, Fujin had no intention of letting him off that easily. Though Fujin didn't expect to kill Kakuzu, and was neither interested in doing so, he would be terribly disappointed in himself if he didn't cause Kakuzu to lose any hearts. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Darkslayer, Galaxy Past, Khalid, Ian, and Luthenor for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 455, Never-Ending Hidden Cards. Chapter 460 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Saturday's bonus chapter. While Kakuzu and Fujin had engaged in a fight, 2 more face-offs were happening in the snowy forests of the Land of Frost. Darui looked at the person in front of him. His expression was very serious. He muttered, "Uchiha Itachi, why were you chasing after us?" Darui's subordinates were tense as well. Though they were confident in Darui's strength, Itachi was someone who massacred the entire Uchiha clan. They didn't dare to underestimate him. They prepared themselves for a life-and-death battle. Elsewhere, the Kumo team led by C and Samui encountered Konan. Though they weren't aware of who she was, C was able to sense her vast chakra reserves. As a result, they were in a tense situation as well. Suddenly, Konan sensed something and looked in the direction where Kakuzu and Fujin were fighting. She thought, "It looks like Kakuzu is fighting someone. My butterflies were destroyed." Konan took a look at the Kumo ninja once again before leaving the battlefield. C asked, "Should we chase her?" Samui suggested, "We don't know who she is. Though she is strong, capturing Hidan is more critical right now." C and the other ninja nodded. They continued their trail. Elsewhere, Itachi received a message from the paper butterfly. He too left and began moving towards where Fujin and Kakuzu were. Darui's team breathed a sigh of relief. They pondered for a few seconds and took the same decision as their other team. While Kakuzu was retreating backwards, 5 Acum bullets formed at Fujin's fingertips and shot at Kakuzu at blinding speed at the same time that he moved backwards. He twisted his body at weird angles to be able to dodge them. However, the small distance meant that he couldn't dodge them entirely. 3 Acum bullets hit his hardened body and pierced through it. In addition, one of the 2 bullets he dodged destroyed the paper butterflies on his shoulders. Despite hitting Kakuzu, there was no happiness in Fujin's expression. None of the bullets managed to hit his heart. Unfortunately for Kakuzu, it wasn't the end of the attack. Fujin could launch 4 waves of attack with his Acum Gatling jutsu by now. Despite Kakuzu's incredible speed, Fujin chased after him and kept attacking. In the second wave, 2 more pierced through Kakuzu's body. In the third wave, 4 bullets pierced through his body. And in the last wave, though Kakuzu managed to dodge 4, the last one was heading straight towards one of his hearts. Fujin's eyes glowed as he watched in anticipation. In terms of strength, Kakuzu was extremely strong. He was only below the likes of Hiruzen, Onoki, and I. Even though most weren't aware of Kakuzu, according to Fujin, to be able to kill him once would be an even greater achievement than killing Juzo. Unfortunately, it wouldn't be that easy. To Fujin's shock, Kakuzu's heart moved inside his body. The bullet passed through his body but barely missed the heart. All 5 of Kakuzu's hearts were still intact despite him being hit by 10 Acum bullets at a close range. The movement of Kakuzu's heart surprised Fujin for a moment. However, on second thought, he didn't find it odd. After all, the heart could leave Kakuzu's body and function independently. Even though Fujin's Acum bullets had the ability to suck the items that were close to its path, it wasn't very effective against Kakuzu, as the only things that got sucked were the dense threads inside his body. To make matters worse, the damaged threads immediately attached to other threads, ensuring that Kakuzu didn't suffer much damage and was able to fight at his full strength. Fujin sighed internally and thought, as I guessed, I can't kill a strong rank S ninja this easily. Seeing no new bullets forming at the tip of Fujin's fingers, Kakuzu was relieved. He looked at Fujin and thought, what a dangerous brat! If I had been slightly slower to react, he could have destroyed all 5 of my hearts with that unexpected attack. Since Fujin couldn't spam Acum bullets, he moved faster and swung his sword at Kakuzu once again. Once again, Kakuzu hardened his arm and raised it to block Fujin's sword, confusing Fujin, who wondered, isn't he afraid of falling to the same attack once again? Of course, Kakuzu wasn't a fool. When Fujin's sword neared, several threads appeared from Kakuzu's body and tore through whatever was remaining of his cloak. He had no intention of falling to the same tactic. Instead, it was his turn to surprise Fujin. The threads moved rapidly towards Fujin's heart. Unfortunately for Kakuzu, Fujin showed no interest in those threads. Kakuzu's eyes widened in shock, and he immediately looked upwards. Instead of being stopped, Fujin's sword cut straight through Kakuzu's hardened arm. He tried moving, but the sword hit his left shoulder and began cleaving through his body. Even though Kakuzu had hardened his entire body, it couldn't put up any resistance against Fujin's sword. It was as if Fujin was merely swinging his blade through the air. Kakuzu immediately flickered to his right. However, he was still too slow. Fujin's blade cleaved through one of Kakuzu's hearts, cutting it into 2 halves. Not only that, Fujin's sword had cut his body. Kakuzu's left chest, shoulder and arm were cut off from his body. Kakuzu's remaining body had moved to the right due to him flickering before the sword had cut through his body. He fell to the ground and rolled for several dozen meters before stopping. He lay there as if he was a corpse. Lying on the ground, Kakuzu was in shock. He had lost one of his heart. One of his arms was cut off from the forearm, and the other arm was completely cleaved from his body. Though they weren't a major loss for Kakuzu, he couldn't control them as those parts didn't have a heart to allow him to control them. He thought, Zetsu's information is incomplete. His wind vacuum technique is far more dangerous than his fuinjutsu. He applied a layer of vacuum to his sword. That is why I couldn't block him like before. To make matters worse, he made me feel confident in being able to defend his blade, and hence forced me to make this mistake. With his experience, Kakuzu immediately understood what his mistake was. At the same time, he looked at Fujin in a whole new light. Though Fujin wasn't stronger than him in any way, he kept way too many cards hidden. Juzo fell to his fuinjutsu, which no one knew of, despite Fujin having such a high level of mastery. On the other hand, Kakuzu almost fell prey to a completely new style of using the wind vacuum technique. If he had just lost 1 heart, he would have died. That said, if he just had 1 heart, he wouldn't have fought Fujin in such a reckless manner. He kept lying, hoping that Fujin would lower his guard down and approach him. Fujin naturally wouldn't believe that he was dead. He thought, this old geezer is good at hiding his chakra. Even though he still has 4 hearts, it feels like he is completely dead. I can't sense any chakra from him. Still, I was only able to destroy 1 heart after exposing Acum Slash and Acum Gatling, and now that I have exposed them, it will be very difficult to catch him off guard with them again. Fujin was very careful while exposing his hidden cards. He would generally avoid exposing them even if it meant he would have to retreat if he didn't have any benefits to be gained. That is why he didn't use his new collections of Acum Jutsus against Juzo, despite knowing that he could gain a huge advantage in the battle. However, since then, Fujin had made rapid progress in learning the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It was only a matter of time before he completely mastered it. In addition, he was also learning the 8 Inner Gates technique. Since he would have those techniques as his hidden cards in the future, Fujin didn't mind exposing some of the Acum Jutsus he created. Not to mention, against someone like Kakuzu, he would struggle a lot and could be at risk if he restricted himself to using the same techniques that he did against Juzo. After all, he was far away from Konoha, and Kakuzu had the backup of 2 strong rank S ninjas. Fujin couldn't afford to get injured at that place. Since Kakuzu was playing possum, Fujin decided to take his time. He created 2 shadow clones and immediately riled his chakra. He shot Acum Cannon at Kakuzu's body, while his clones followed up with the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu and the Searing Migraine Jutsu. The 2 jutsus merged seamlessly and moved towards Kakuzu, who was still playing dead. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Khaled and Arcanist, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 456, Standstill. Chapter 461 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 6,334 Power Stones last week. Our rank dropped to 8, but still very good. Keep it up, guys. Kakuzu, who was lying pretending to be dead, was dumbfounded. It was a common practice in the ninja world to collect the dead bodies of enemy ninjas instead of destroying them. After all, the dead body of a strong ninja was a treasure trove. It contained a lot of information. It was even more true in the case of Konoha ninjas, due to the Yamanaka clan's ability to read memories. Hence, Kakuzu never expected that Fujin would try to destroy his dead body. He immediately jumped up. The Acume cannon hit where he was lying and created a canal in the ground as it moved. Of course, that wasn't the end of Kakuzu's trouble. He quickly hardened his body before he was hit by the fire-wind combination jutsu. He wondered, is there something wrong with his head? Or does he have information about my abilities? Did Konoha find out so much about me after that small clash with Renjiro? Kakuzu couldn't be sure. Unfortunately, he didn't have the time to ponder about it deeply. Even though Kakuzu managed to barely protect himself in time, it wasn't enough to completely stop the combination attack. The high speed and razor-sharp winds combined with hot flames forced Kakuzu backwards. The Akatsuki cloak on his body was blown away. Several burns and a few cuts appeared on his body. Fortunately, he could endure the pain. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to use any defensive jutsus to help himself and instead focused entirely on the incoming attack. Immediately, he moved within the firestorm. A few Acume bullets pierced through the space he was standing at earlier. Outside the firestorm, Fujin sighed and thought, he dodged them so easily. Acume bullets have no chance of killing a strong ninja unless I catch him completely by surprise. I need a large-scale Acume jutsu. He wouldn't have had much chance of dodging while playing possum if I had it. But how do I create one? Though Fujin had created an array of wind Acume jutsus, he had failed to create one that had a wide range. The Acume core would always collapse when he tried to do so. Though he hadn't practiced Acume jutsus much in recent times, he did keep thinking about solving this issue. Unfortunately, he hadn't had much luck. As he fell back, a large number of threads began poking out of Kakuzu's body. They replaced his missing arms and the left side of his body. Two masks, the fire mask and the wind mask, appeared next to his head. Another mask, the lightning mask, appeared on his chest. In an instant, the fire and wind masks began preparing their jutsus. Wind release, pressure damage jutsu. Fire release, searing migraine jutsu. In order to stop the combination jutsu, Kakuzu decided to counterattack with a similar combination jutsu. Normally, the two jutsus would have been equally matched. However, Fujin's jutsu had already been active for some time. As a result, Kakuzu's jutsu managed to overpower what was remaining of Fujin's jutsu, and his jutsu moved through the firestorm. Fujin had started. Fujin saw the incoming attack and shot a few Acume bullets before flickering to the side. The Acume bullets had no chance of stopping the incoming attack. They were only meant to annoy Kakuzu, who was standing on the other side of the firestorm. He dodged the incoming Acume bullets as Fujin predicted. However, Fujin had achieved his goal. The Acume bullets once again forced Kakuzu to be on high alert at all times and kept up the pressure Fujin had built up. With no opposition, the fire-wind combination jutsu moved through the snow-covered forest. Every tree in its path was set on fire. The snow on the ground began melting as well. In fact, even the remains of Kakuzu's arms were burnt to a crisp by the firestorm. After traveling a few hundred meters, the combination jutsu finally died down. As for the target of the jutsu, he flickered a few times to completely avoid the jutsu and snuck behind Kakuzu. Kakuzu quickly turned around to face him and thought, his fighting style is as relentless as the intel said. Akatsuki had researched Fujin and the spectral swordsman after Juzo's death. According to their intel, Fujin's method of fighting was being extremely relentless and peppering the enemy with jutsus that consumed less chakra but had high speed and high penetrative power continuously. His enemy has to fail to dodge just once and the battle would be over. Unfortunately for Fujin, Akatsuki had several individuals who didn't have a normal body. As a result, fighting with his usual fighting style was very restrictive for Fujin. On seeing Kakuzu's form, Fujin wondered, is this his most powerful form? After all, he used it against Kakashi when he had lost 2 of his hearts. Seeing the lightning mask on his chest, I guess his current level is stronger than what he was against Naruto. I wonder how strong he'd be if he had the 5th heart as well. Fujin quickly moved closer to cut him with his sword once again. However, Kakuzu had no intention of engaging in close-range combat with Fujin after getting hurt twice. The wind mask shot air bullets, the fire mask shot small fireballs, and the lightning mask shot a few lightning bolts to keep Fujin far away. At the same time, threads extended from Kakuzu's body to make it very difficult for Fujin to engage in close combat. The barrage of attacks forced Fujin backwards as he dodged. A few threads drilled out from the ground to trap Fujin, however. He flickered far away as soon as he felt something drilling through the ground. He concentrated his wind chakra into his sword and swung it horizontally. A massive sword slash accompanied by several sharp winds flew towards Kakuzu. However, Kakuzu once again resorted to the fire-wind combination jutsu, forcing Fujin to escape once again. After dodging, Fujin flickered a few times to approach Kakuzu from another direction, but was stopped again. The masks fired a few more shots as Kakuzu asked, "You are good. How did you detect that I wasn't dead?" Kakuzu didn't get any response from Fujin. Though Kakuzu was the one at a disadvantage, Fujin didn't dare to underestimate him. Every one of the elemental attacks could hurt him considerably, and the threads were constantly trying to sneak up on him through the ground. He had to maintain full attention on the battle to ensure that Kakuzu didn't gain momentum once again. The two continued fighting. With his sword and blades of wind jutsu, Kakuzu's threads weren't of any danger to him as long as he detected them. Whenever they got too close, Fujin would cut them off. However, due to the elemental bombardment along with attacks from the threads, Fujin was unable to get close to Kakuzu. His Acum bullets and other attacks didn't pose much of a threat to Kakuzu as he had plenty of time to dodge them. To pressure Kakuzu, Fujin used his shadow and wind clones to bombard him with more Acum bullets from various angles. It put Kakuzu under a lot of pressure. But even under such pressure, not a single Acum jutsu hit Kakuzu. The battle entered a standstill with Kakuzu successfully keeping Fujin at mid-range. Though he couldn't harm Fujin, Fujin was unable to harm him either. He also used fire-wind combination jutsu several times, but Fujin dodged each time without counterattacking. The main reason for not counterattacking with large-scale jutsus was that this battle was one of the few ones where Fujin didn't have the advantage in terms of chakra reserves. Kakuzu was considerably superior to Fujin in this aspect. Since Fujin didn't see any way to overpower Kakuzu's combination jutsu, he didn't bother wasting his chakra as there wasn't much point in merely stopping it. As a result, several firestorms moved unrestricted through the snowy forests. A large area was burned down. If not for the snow, multiple forest fires would have started spreading throughout the land of frost. Fujin sighed internally after being unsuccessful in closing the distance for the nth time. He thought, there is no end to this. We will just have to keep fighting until one of us runs out of chakra. Of course, no one is stupid enough to reach that stage. Worse, he is getting used to my fighting style. Even if I somehow make him run low on chakra and be unwilling to use so many elemental attacks, I doubt I'll be able to injure him as well as I did earlier. I will need to use my wind domain if I want to injure him now. Unfortunately, my wind domain isn't strong enough. Suddenly, Fujin sensed a disturbance. During the fight, he had kept his space-time sensing technique activated at all times. Someone had entered into it. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Slothy, James, Francisco, Mugen, Aikio, Rakido, Rain, Zachary, and Moog for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 457, Fooling Kakuzu, Chapter 462 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin thought, someone is heading towards here. Is it Itachi or Konan or someone else? Unfortunately, Fujin couldn't sense who it was as his space-time sensing technique didn't allow him to identify chakra signatures. A moment later, he sensed another disturbance. A few seconds later, both of those entities entered his chakra field. However, a peculiar expression appeared on Fujin's face. He muttered to himself, "What's the use of being able to identify chakra signatures if my chakra field can't even detect that a couple of ninjas have entered it?" Fujin's chakra field failed to pick up either of the chakra signatures. If not for the space-time sensing technique, he would have been in the dark about their arrival. Being able to hide themselves so well left little doubt of their identities. Fujin looked at Kakuzu and said, "You are quite stronger than what we thought. We will have to re-evaluate your threat." Kakuzu was confused by Fujin's words. Fujin hadn't spoken a word since they started fighting. He couldn't help but wonder why he talked all of a sudden. Suddenly, 4 shadow clones popped next to Fujin. A breeze could be seen flowing around Fujin. He disappeared within that breeze. Kakuzu immediately recognized wind, instantaneous body jutsu. Why did he escape when he had the upper hand? Though the fight was a stalemate for a long time, Fujin held the initiative due to his Acum jutsus. Of course, that little advantage wasn't much of a threat for Kakuzu. He believed that he would gain the upper hand if the fight continued for a long time. Breeze began flowing around him as well. However, Fujin's clones immediately attacked him, interrupting his attempt to use the same jutsu to chase after Fujin. One of the clones said, "Give it up. You can't chase after me anymore. Even though you can use wind jutsus, they can't compare to my mastery of wind jutsus." Kakuzu knew that the clone was right. Though he had other advantages over Fujin in terms of control over wind jutsus, Fujin was in an entirely different league. Since he failed to give chase instantly, he understood that he wouldn't be able to catch up with Fujin anymore. However, he still didn't understand why Fujin escaped. He asked, "Why did you escape?" The clone shrugged and said, "What's the point of our fight? You don't dare to engage me in close range, and neither of us can hurt each other at mid-range." Kakuzu agreed with the clone's words. Ever since they stopped fighting in close combat, neither of their attacks landed as both Fujin and Kakuzu were too fast. However, he couldn't help but wonder, if that is the case, then why did he fight for so long? Besides, without the Hyuga and the Inuzuka ninja, he can't track Hidan anyway. Seeing Kakuzu in thought, the clone asked, "By the way, what is up with your body? I'm pretty sure I slashed your heart. How are you still alive? And what's with all those threads? I haven't ever seen a body like yours." Kakuzu watched the clone with a deadpan expression. Of course, he wouldn't answer the question and instead asked, "Is that so? Why did you attack me after you destroyed my heart then?" The clone replied, "Well, Sensei said that your body was very weird. I just wanted to make sure that you are dead. Fortunately, I made the right decision seeing how lively you are." The clone's reply was very casual. It caused Kakuzu to be even more confused. He wondered, did he leave some clones behind to chat with me? I expected them to use suicidal attacks, but it seems like they are content with wasting time. Besides, how could Renjiro analyze so much of my abilities in that short fight? He shouldn't have been aware of what happened after his shadow clone exploded. Having no intention to talk any further, Kakuzu was about to attack when he felt someone approaching. He looked back and saw Konan arriving. At that very instant, the clones launched Acum bullets at Kakuzu. However, despite getting distracted, Kakuzu was still very alert. He dodged all the incoming attacks. The Acum bullets kept traveling forward towards Konan, who was approaching from behind. She saw the incoming bullets and got out of the way as well, glancing at them as they passed her. She thought, Acum bullets? Kakuzu's opponent is the spectral swordsman of the Hidden Leaf? Right after dodging, Kakuzu's fire and wind masks used their combination jutsu on the clones. While the clones dodged, Conan gathered a large number of paper sheets into 4 chakram-like shapes and threw them at the clones who were dodging the fire-wind combination jutsu. At the same time, Itachi arrived from the opposite direction as well. However, he didn't attack, and instead stood next to Kakuzu and Konan, who were standing together. Dodging the combination jutsu wasn't difficult. However, Konan's paper chakrams were very difficult to dodge as they chased them continuously. The clones had to use Acum cannons to shoot down the chakrams. After dealing with the jutsus, the 4 clones got together once again and stood opposite the 3 Akatsuki members. One of the clones muttered aloud, "Uchiha Itachi, how many rogue ninjas does Akatsuki have? And who is the lady?" Konan wasn't wearing any headband, so Fujin shouldn't know anything about her under normal circumstances. Hence his clones acted ignorant. Konan and Itachi were slightly surprised. They believed that Fujin should be able to sense how strong Konan was even if he didn't know her. As for Itachi, there was no explanation needed. In addition, there was also Kakuzu. Facing 3 rank S ninjas, there wasn't a hint of fear on Fujin's or his clones' faces. Konan said, "The spectral swordsman of the hidden leaf. To not be afraid in such circumstances, it seems like everyone has still underestimated you." Meanwhile, Itachi wondered, "Suzuki Fujin?" "I still remember him asking Lord Third for a reward for breaking my record in the Chunin exams. I didn't think he'd become so strong so quickly. I hope he'll be able to escape unharmed." Kakuzu understood the thought process of his fellow members and said, "All 4 of them are clones. That is why they aren't afraid. His main body escaped some time ago. He should have detected you 2 coming and decided to leave." Konan and Itachi understood why their opponent was fearless. Both were also surprised by the fact that Fujin was able to sense them. Konan asked Kakuzu, "Why were you fighting him? Our mission doesn't involve him." Kakuzu replied, "He has a large bounty. Besides, his mission was the same as ours. We would have had to fight either way. They gave up after encountering me. We just need to destroy these 4 clones and continue." Konan and Itachi finally understood the entire picture. They were about to attack when one of the clones chuckled. He asked, "Gave up? Who told you that?" Kakuzu was surprised. However, he immediately thought of a possibility. He thought, wait, were his orders false? Now that I think about it, his subordinates withdrew very quickly. Don't tell me that they just pretended to leave and instead went around me to continue their chase. In that case, Kakuzu's expression changed. Though he didn't particularly care about Hidan, getting played in such a manner by someone so much younger than him didn't feel good. Fujin's clone chuckled once more and said, "By now, my main body should have already caught Hidan. As for you 3, we will kill you here right now." Immediately, the 4 clones flickered and entered into an intense combat with the 3 Akatsuki members. Of course, the clones weren't a match for the 3 of them. They just wanted to get a feel of Uchiha Itachi and Konan and experience their prowess firsthand. Apart from checking out their chakra signatures, that was the main reason why Fujin left his shadow clones behind. And bonus chapter on next Sunday, if the Fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday, if the Fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Sam, Lucas, Niareski, Triple R, Kexinator, and RobyNL for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 458, Collecting a Skeleton. Chapter 463 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After a few minutes of very high-speed combat, all 4 shadow clones were dispelled. However, the Konan was very annoyed. Fujin's clones had flickered almost non-stop and peppered the 3 of them with air and Acum bullets all the time. As a result, dispelling them took longer than it should have. In fact, the main reason why the clones were dispelled was because they ran out of chakra. Konan looked at Kakuzu and asked, "What did he mean by those words?" Kakuzu replied, "I guess his team only pretended to retreat and went around me instead. However, his claim of being able to catch Hidan by now should be a bluff because his team would have slowed down due to having to move around me. Still, Their team had a Hyuga and an Inuzuka. So, this should be the path Hidan must have taken. We need to chase faster and catch up with them. Konan was about to speak when Itachi said, "This area has completely been destroyed by your jutsus. Finding Hidan's trail from here would be impossible." Konan frowned upon hearing Itachi's words. However, she realized that he was right. The terrain was completely ruined. All trees nearby were burnt, and even the snow below had melted into water. Whatever trail Hidan might have left behind would have long been destroyed in their fight. She said, "I will call Zetsu. We will depend on him to find Hidan." Kakuzu and Itachi agreed with her decision. There was no other alternative. As for the person who had given them the headache, he was flying above the clouds while relaxing on Kaito's back. He let out a chuckle on receiving the memories of his clones and thought, "I wonder if they are panicking right now, though chances of it are low. Oh well, it doesn't matter. This will ensure that they focus on finding Hidan rather than chasing after those three. Besides, let them experience 1% of the frustrations that I felt over the last couple of days." The words Fujin's clone said were all lies. He just wanted to make them feel a sense of urgency and fight seriously so that he could get a better measure of their abilities and strength. While Fujin could have done what his clone said, it involved a lot of risk. For starters, catching Hidan was difficult, as he constantly kept on changing his location. Until he stopped moving, his squad would have a very difficult time catching up to him. Not to mention, they might have to face Akatsuki on their way back. With little chance of being able to read the bishop's memories, Fujin had no interest in taking such a huge risk. Lying on Kaito's back, Fujin began analyzing his battle with Kakuzu and the skills of Konan and Itachi. He analyzed, "Konan and Itachi's powers are quite similar to what I remember, though Konan's control over the paper is too good. If we fought seriously, I'll likely end up on the losing side. But once my wind domain is ready, she'll be at a huge disadvantage against me." Itachi barely did anything in the fight. I guess he didn't want Akatsuki to gain another S-rank ninja. I can't judge him yet. That said, there is no need to judge him. As for Kakuzu, Fujin had a complicated expression on his face. He thought, rank S ninjas are difficult to deal with. Apart from Kasame, Kakuzu might be the worst matchup for me. I guess he'll compete with the Raikage for that spot. My fighting style is based around high speed and relentless assault with jutsus that have high penetrating ability. Though directly killing is difficult, one mistake against me would imply a hole opening up in their body. At that level of combat, one major injury is all I need to turn the advantage in my favor and eventually win the battle. However, against Kakuzu, my fighting style fails. As long as I miss his heart, I basically do him no damage. His threads reconnect with each other after being pierced or cut through. They can also replace his missing body parts. So I can't whittle him down like whittled down Juzo. I guess dealing with him like Naruto did would be the best way to take him down. Actually, if he had split into 5, or rather 4 bodies like he did against Asuma's team and Kakashi, I would have a better chance of defeating him. Those bodies individually aren't a threat to me. I could have used clones to destroy them one by one, without letting Kakuzu merge back with them. Unfortunately, he seemed to have realized that as well, and hence never gave me the chance to do so. After I learned the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, I should start learning the Rasen Shuriken. It's about time I had an extremely destructive jutsu in my arsenal. Also, what do I do about the large-scale Akyum Jutsu? I could have destroyed all 4 remaining hearts while he was pretending to be dead if I had such a jutsu. Sigh, so much to do. Though Fujin had quit the Anbu and devoted all his time to training, he still felt like he needed more time. It was a result of him trying to learn a lot of high-level techniques that weren't related to each other at the same time. Flying Thunder God and the 8 Inner Gates were extremely difficult techniques to learn and needed a lot of time. The Wind Domain was equally difficult, and Fujin didn't even have any guidance for that technique. As a result, Fujin never felt like he had enough time. Only after he finally masters these techniques would he have free time to pursue other techniques he intended to learn. While Fujin was in deep thought, Kaido continued flying. He flew across the land of hot water and entered the land of fire. However, he wasn't headed towards Konoha. Instead, he flew towards the land of rivers. One of the reasons why Fujin made his team retreat without him was because he wanted to make a quick trip to the land of birds. Back in the land of frost, without interference from Fujin and with Zetsu's help, the Akatsuki members quickly found Hidan. They had taken the threat of Fujin's clones seriously and hence moved very quickly. To their confusion, Zetsu and his clones didn't find any traces of either Fujin or his squad. After intercepting him, Kakuzu fought with him and lost another heart before defeating Hidan. Intrigued by Kakuzu's immortality, Hidan agreed to join the Akatsuki and became Kakuzu's partner. In a remote place in the land of birds, a large flying saber-tooth landed in front of a hill. Kaito asked, "Is this the place, Fujin?" Fujin got off and said, "Most probably, from what I remember. Let me inspect." Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the hill. As he recalled from Zankoku's memories, he found the cave hidden behind one of the walls of the hill. Zankoku had sealed the entrance when he abandoned this hideout. Fujin destroyed the cave and entered it. He quickly moved towards a corner of the cave. He weaved a hand seal and placed his palm on the ground. The ground opened up, and a skeleton appeared underneath it. Fujin stored the skeleton and thought, "If I manage to get my hands on Edo Tensei, I can use this skeleton to revive the Bishop Ketsueki. I have a feeling that the intel I'll get from him will be the key to understanding what Jashin is and how those rituals work. At the very least, it'll be more useful than Zankoku's memories and his dead body." Fujin turned his attention to the cave. It had been a long time since the ritual was conducted here. Though the cave wasn't destroyed, it wasn't in an optimal condition due to the passing of time. Many seals had faded away. Quite a few were no longer complete. Fujin still recorded as many of the seals as he could find in a scroll. Unlike the seals he found from Hidan's ritual, Fujin had no intention of sharing these seals with anyone. He left the cave and sealed the entrance once again before flying towards Konoha on Kaito's back. Though Hidan had escaped, this matter wasn't closed. In the original story, no one found the place where Hidan underwent the ritual. However, Fujin's involvement meant that it was no longer the case. Fujin, his squad, and a couple dozen Yugakure ninjas had all been to the cave where the ritual took place. It was impossible to keep that place hidden anymore. Once it was understood that the cave had seals that were never seen before, every major force would flock to that cave. In addition, Hidan's abilities were revealed to Darui and other Kumo ninjas. If his abilities were linked with the seals in the cave, the entire ninja world could become chaotic once again. AN Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you K4SS, Moayad, Ronald, Reginald, and Jymens for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 459, The Key Person. Chapter 464 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. While Fujin was aware of the complications that could arise, he didn't particularly care. Hidan will be joining Akatsuki and will be traveling with Kakuzu. Without proper information, taking them down would be pretty much impossible unless multiple Kages teamed up against them. The chances of that happening were more or less null. Even with proper information, it would take a couple of rank S ninjas to defeat them. Apart from Konoha, no other villages had a couple of rank S ninjas who took missions actively. As for the new seals, Fujin was hoping that someone would succeed in cracking them and understanding their secrets. He just intended to stay back and swoop in to steal their gains in case he didn't succeed. Hence, Fujin decided not to interfere much in whatever would happen due to the recent movements. Kaito brought Fujin to Konoha from the land of birds in a few hours. Though Fujin traveled a lot more, having to go to the land of birds, which was on the opposite side of the land of fire, and didn't even border it, and spent some time noting down the seals from Zankoku's ritual, he still reached Konoha earlier than his teammates thanks to Kaito. The two bade farewell a few kilometers from Konoha. On entering Konoha, Fujin went straight to Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so quickly. He asked, "Is the mission over?" Fujin nodded and said, "More or less. Did my teammates return?" Hiruzen was confused by Fujin's question and wondered, "Did they split up?" He replied, "No, what happened during the mission?" Fujin replied, "Quite a bit. I might have some confidential news." Hiruzen understood the message and glanced at his Anbu guards. They immediately left the room and shut all doors and windows. Hiruzen activated the privacy seals. Fujin said, "The mission was a bit complicated. We managed to find the missing civilians. Unfortunately, they were all killed before we reached. It was the same as my previous mission against Jashin followers. The only difference was that we were late." Hiruzen sighed and said, "That's a shame." Fujin nodded and continued, "I have a feeling that something weird is going on. The dead bodies of the civilians were in a sealed-off cave in a remote mountain range. Inside the cave, there were also a few other dead bodies. I speculated that they were followers of Jashin. Their bodies were cremated. Meanwhile, the dead bodies of the civilians had decomposed at a very fast rate. Just by looking at the dead body, one would assume that they have been dead for several years. Probably due to that, Yamanaka Ken couldn't read any of their memories for us to understand what happened in the cave." A frown appeared on Hiruzen's face. The mission was a lot weirder than he expected. Fujin continued, "The inside of the cave was covered in various seals. It was almost as if they had created a formation of some sort, and there were numerous seals in the cave that I had never seen before." Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately understood its importance and why Fujin said the information be kept confidential. He asked, "Did you record the seals?" Fujin nodded. He took out a few scrolls and placed them on the desk. He said, "I recorded the seals I had never seen before in these scrolls. Unfortunately, I didn't have the time to look into what these seals do, or what purpose they served in the formation." Hiruzen immediately opened the scrolls to check the seals. To his surprise, even he failed to recognize any of the seals. He thought, "These seals, even the Uzumaki clan didn't have these seals. Or could it be that they did have these seals but managed to keep them hidden from us? But if so, why did they surface suddenly? More importantly, who has access to them? Are there any survivors of the Uzumaki clan, or were they stolen by someone when Uzushigakure was destroyed? And why do these seals have to do with the death of those civilians?" Hiruzen had a lot of questions, and he was very curious about what was happening. Unfortunately for him, Fujin had no intention of telling him something that no one else apart from Fujin and Jashin's followers knew. Hiruzen asked, "Did you record the seal formation?" Fujin shook his head and said, "It was very complicated. I would have needed a lot of time to inspect and record it. I will recommend sending another Grandmaster to the cave secretly to record it. I would have done it myself after the Yugakure ninjas left, but we received news of Hidan's whereabouts and gave chase." Hiruzen understood the importance of catching Hidan. He nodded and asked, "Did you catch him?" Fujin shook his head and said, "We chased for over half a day. Unfortunately, it seems like he was being chased by others as well, and hence was constantly on the move. He was chased by a couple of Kumo squads and for some reason was also chased by Akatsuki. I called off the mission after we encountered Kakuzu. I asked my teammates to withdraw and report the mission to the hot water daimyo before coming back to the village. I stayed and fought Kakuzu until he received reinforcements." Fujin looked at Hiruzen and said in a serious tone, "Uchiha Itachi has joined Akatsuki as well. Along with Kaminari, Juzo, Kakuzu, and Kisame, that's 5 powerful rogue ninjas in Akatsuki. Even though 2 of them are now dead, it is concerning that so many rogue ninjas are in it." Hiruzen was already aware of all the details. He acted as if it was the first time he heard it and had a grim expression. He said, "Yes, this development is concerning." Fujin added, "Apart from Itachi, a blue-haired kunoichi also assisted Kakuzu. She could control paper and was a rank S ninja as well. My clones fought against the 3 of them while I retreated. I took a different route in case they chased me, so I guess I overtook my teammates at some point. They should arrive in the village soon." Hiruzen nodded and fell into deep thought. Fujin had given him a lot of unexpected news. be it Akatsuki's movements, the dead civilians, or the never-seen-before seals. On analyzing, he realized everything finally comes back to one person. That is Hidan. Who is that kid? And how did he get access to something like this? He looked at Fujin and asked, "Is there any chance we can capture Hidan?" Fujin replied, "Very difficult. We have lost his trail. Even assuming that he is alone, finding him will be very difficult. Not to mention those 3 rank S ninjas from the Akatsuki. If they were there to kill him, then it's already too late. And if they were there to recruit him, then I'm not sure how much manpower we will need to get him from them. I'm not confident in being able to kill either of those 3 by myself." Hiruzen understood Fujin. Facing 3 rank S ninjas was very difficult. Even if Hidan was accompanied by just 1 rank S ninja, Konoha would struggle to capture Hidan unless he encountered Jiraiya or Hiruzen or decided to attack Konoha for some reason. Hiruzen sighed and said, "Then there is very little we can do. Regardless, you have done a great job. Tell me about Kakuzu's abilities in the report. We don't have enough information on him. For now, I will call a council meeting tomorrow. These new seals will generate a lot of interest and could start a new conflict, so our village should be prepared. Also, the clans would want to study the seals as well. I will send a grandmaster and a squad there to investigate it properly and record the formation. In the meeting, inform everyone about your findings. It'll expose the fact that you are a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, but this matter is serious." Fujin nodded and said, "I understand." By now, Iwagakure and Akatsuki were aware of the fact that Fujin was a grandmaster. He didn't know to whom the information had spread and who all knew it. Regardless, he couldn't count on it being a surprise anymore. As such, it was pointless to keep it a secret anymore. Hiruzen said, "I will call you later." Fujin was about to leave when he stopped and suddenly asked, "Grandpa, I am facing an issue. I was wondering whether you could help me." Hiruzen's instincts immediately warned him. The word grandpa along with Fujin's tone made him realize that Fujin was about to ask a favor. He sighed internally and asked, "As long as I can. What is the issue?" While he spoke, he prayed, "I hope he doesn't ask for my kidney this time." And bonus chapter on next Sunday if 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Akilin, ZXCB, Dylan, and Blanket for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 460, Who is More Shameless? Chapter 465 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen was indeed very fearful of Fujin's tendencies to ask something very unreasonable. And even though what Fujin asked would be unreasonable, in most cases it was something Hiruzen couldn't refuse without looking like a terrible leader and damaging the image he had created. Fujin said, "It's nothing too serious. I was developing a range of Acum jutsus to make my arsenal more versatile. Unfortunately, no matter what I do, I can't create a Acum jutsu that has a wide range like, say, the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Whenever I try, my Acum core collapses. Do you know any large-scale wind Acum jutsu?" Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief on hearing the request and thought, "Fortunately, he isn't asking for my kidney this time." He answered, "Though I can use the wind Acum technique, I'm not very proficient in it. I don't have such a jutsu. However, there is someone else in the village who does know it." Fujin knew who that someone else was. He was hoping that Hiruzen knew the jutsu, or that he would mention that Danzo knew it. However, to keep up the act, he still asked with a curious expression on his face, "Who is it?" Hiruzen replied, "It's Elder Danzo." Fujin put up a thoughtful expression and appeared to be in deep thought for a few seconds. Finally, he looked at Hiruzen and said, "I rebuked him quite a bit in the only 2 meetings we had. I doubt he'll tell me about it. Is there any chance you can get it from him and then teach it to me, Grandpa?" Hiruzen looked at Fujin with a deadpan expression. He cursed internally. "So he wants Danzo to ask for my kidneys?" Hiruzen coughed and said, "Fujin, at your level, especially considering your mastery of wind Acum technique, I'll recommend you to depend on yourself. Every person's understanding of the technique differs slightly. If you just copy it from others, then you won't be able to form your own ideas and might lose out on something special. Fujin sighed and replied, I had the same feeling. That was why I never asked you about this and worked on it by myself. Unfortunately, it caused me to lose out big time. If I had such a jutsu, I might have been able to kill Kakuzu during this fight. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He was aware that Kakuzu was far stronger than someone like Juzo. Fujin continued, Unfortunately, I don't think he'll ever give me such an opening again. I just don't want to miss out on any such opportunities to eliminate strong foes in the future. Though I might lose out on the opportunity to create my original jutsu that is very compatible with me, I'm willing to make that sacrifice for the sake of our village. If anyone were to hear Fujin's words, they would be shocked and impressed by Fujin's righteousness and his spirit of sacrifice for the sake of the village. For a moment, even Hiruzen was caught off guard. He couldn't help but think, he is asking for a jutsu. Why does it sound like he is making some big sacrifice for the village? Fortunately for Hiruzen, he was no stranger to Fujin's greedy nature and saw through his lies in a few seconds. He let out a sigh as well and said, That's a shame, but I can understand your reasoning. When I was young, I was filled with the spirit of sacrifice for our village and had to make such decisions several times. You can ask Elder Danzo for the jutsu. Though you two had some disagreements, both of you want the well-being of our village. Such disagreements shouldn't get in the way of helping out each other. Otherwise, the village wouldn't function. This time, it was Fujin's turn to be surprised by Hiruzen's shamelessness. He sighed internally and muttered to himself, Why did I expect this shameless old fox to become kind and helpful? Asking it from Danzo, as if he'd give it to me. If such disagreements didn't get in the way, the village might still have had the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, just like Hiruzen, Fujin couldn't speak his thoughts out loud. In fact, since Hiruzen recommended it, he would have to ask Danzo for the jutsu. Otherwise, it would be clear to Hiruzen that Fujin has a major issue with Danzo, causing him to be even more suspicious considering the fact that Fujin and Danzo had never had any confrontation. He said, All right, I'll try asking Elder Danzo. Fujin took his leave. A smile appeared on Hiruzen's face as he imagined the scene of Fujin asking Danzo for a jutsu. He muttered, Tomorrow's meeting will be interesting in more ways than one. Hiruzen stopped his work and opened the scrolls Fujin had given him. He began studying the seals that Jashin Bishop had inscribed in the cave. Though Fujin had failed in studying them, Hiruzen was far more experienced than Fujin. Even if he couldn't understand the entire seal, he was hopeful of uncovering some of their functions. While Hiruzen studied the seals, Fujin returned to his house after leaving one shadow clone in the Hokage building to meet up with his team when they returned. After entering his house, Fujin thought, asking Danzo for the jutsu. That seems to be a dead end. Even if I ignore his nature, it hasn't been a long time since I killed a couple of the root ninjas he sent after me. Though I left no clues, it is inevitable that he would suspect me considering the fact that they were trailing me. It looks like I'll have to depend on myself to master this jutsu. The only other way would be if I catch Danzo outside the village, ambush him with my clones and make him use that jutsu. Unfortunately, that is just too difficult. That bastard's movements are too secretive. It'll be hard to know if and when he leaves the village. Oh well, time to return to my training. Once details of Hidan's abilities and the news of new seals get leaked, every major village will get restless for some time before things calm down. By the time things calm down, I want to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Even if it is just short distances, being able to teleport will be very handy. I also want to master Danzo's curse seals by then and create my own seals. I'll finally be able to continue working on my organization then. Of course, I can't stop working on Wind Domain and the Gate of Life either. Only after I'm done with these can I move on to other areas that need my attention. Though Fujin had just returned from a mission, Fujin began training immediately. He had no time to waste. The events of the Naruto story were only a few months away. Fujin no longer had years' worth of time to train. Fortunately, the soldier pill he had consumed earlier still had a couple of days left, so being tired wasn't an issue. The day continued as normal for the people in Konoha. Fujin's teammates returned a few hours later and met up with his clone. They informed him about their meeting with the daimyo. Apart from that, nothing else happened during their return journey. As for Hiruzen, he sent messengers to every clan leader and elders to inform them about the council meeting the next day. Fujin already knew about it. Considering the nature of the meeting, Hiruzen didn't invite any civilian council members. He studied the seals until late at night. He took a look at every seal that Fujin had handed him. Though he didn't study any seal in detail, he was still expecting some gains. To his surprise, he failed to figure out the functions of any seal. He thought, these seals are quite different from the normal seals we use. It looks like this will require a thorough study to understand what these seals do. To completely understand their functions, it might take years. I'll need to hand these seals to every grandmaster in the village and have them study it. Fortunately, I won't have to persuade them, as everyone will be intrigued by these new seals. Apart from this, the only way to speed up the process of understanding the seals would be if that formation has any clues. Regardless, these seals have the potential to cause a breakthrough in our current mastery of seals. If their functions are useful, then Konoha will have an advantage over other villages. Hiruzen could easily see the advantages of these seals. While he couldn't be sure, any chance of getting an advantage over your enemies that didn't involve much risk was precious. Hiruzen had no intention of letting it go. He immediately sent his Anbu ninjas to call for a few ninjas. Within half an hour, 4 ninjas gathered in his office. They were Kakashi, the Anbu Commander Eagle, the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster of the Senju clan, and the Fuinjutsu Grandmaster of the Yamanaka clan. Hiruzen informed them about Fujin's mission and findings, and shared some of the new seals with the Grandmasters. Seeing seals that they had never seen before immediately made them very curious. Kakashi and Eagle understood the importance as well. Hiruzen instructed, leave the village secretly and reach that cave. Once you do, record the entire formation properly. Don't miss a single detail. Once you have recorded everything, destroy the cave. No other village should get a hand on these seals. Though Yugakure sent a few ninjas earlier, they didn't include any seal master, so they should be unaware of the uniqueness of these seals. I want it to stay that way. The cave should be empty, as the process of storing the dead bodies should be long done. However, if Yugakure has stationed a few ninjas at the cave, eliminate them and don't leave behind any proof. Everyone nodded seriously. They understood the importance of the matter and the need to keep it a secret from other villages. They left the village secretly under the cover of the night. The next morning, the Council of Konoha met once again. It was the 3rd time a council meeting was convened due to Fujin. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jackie, Chendev, Extra Small, Rue, RG Etor, Steven and UKSay for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 461, Emergency Meeting. Chapter 4 of 66 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hiruzen, the 3 elders, the 7 clan leaders, and Fujin sat in the council room. Since it was an emergency meeting, everyone had arrived on time. Except for Fujin, everyone looked at Hiruzen, waiting for him to start the meeting and state the reason for the emergency meeting. Hiruzen looked around the room, meeting his eyes with everyone in the room. He started the meeting by saying, I'm sure every one of you is curious about why I called this meeting. This meeting is due to some recent events that Fujin discovered during his mission to the Land of Hot Waters. His tone became serious as he said, what will be discussed today will be very important for the future of our village. It goes without saying that all the information must stay within these walls. If any information gets leaked, I'm afraid that it will provoke some countries into starting a war. Hiruzen's words made everyone serious. Even Shikaku, who was looking sleepy and yawning until then, became sharp. Meanwhile, Danzo looked at Fujin and thought, this meeting is due to him as well? I still haven't discovered what happened to my two subordinates. And he is already a part of something that involves the future of the village? He looked at Hiruzen and wondered, did Hiruzen give him some secret mission and ask him to eliminate everyone who interfered? But what mission could that be? Danzo was indeed confused. His ninjas had looked along the path Fujin should have taken when he eliminated the bandits. However, they didn't find any clues regarding the two missing root ninjas. So even though Danzo suspected Fujin, he had no evidence to blame him or make Hiruzen investigate him. Seeing that everyone in the room was serious, Hiruzen said, in Yugakure, a ninja named Hidan went rogue recently. He killed 18 ninjas and several civilians before going rogue. He was also involved in kidnapping more than 300 civilians. Fujin was sent to hunt him down and rescue the kidnapped people. However, he arrived late. All the kidnapped people were killed in a mysterious way, their bodies decomposing several hundred times faster than normal. And the cave they were in was covered in a formation made of seals. Many of those seals and symbols are the ones we have never seen before. They are completely different from our usual seals, and... He looked around the room before completing his statement. Even I couldn't identify their functions despite studying them for several hours. The words surprised everyone in the room. Though most in the room weren't good with seals, they all understood what Hiruzen's words implied. At the same time, everyone looked at Fujin as well. Since Fujin was the one who discovered it, that meant that he should be able to identify every seal in Konoha at the very least. It implied that he was close to being a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, if he wasn't one already. Except for Danzo, Shikaku, and Senju Hiromasa, no one had heard about Fujin even being a seal master, let alone a grandmaster. It made everyone reevaluate the young man. Danzo asked, do you mean that the seals are completely different from any other seals we studied? Danzo looked into Hiruzen's eyes. Though his question seemed normal, it was different for Hiruzen. Both of them had looked a lot into the Uzumaki seals, be it with Uzumaki Mito's help or scavenging the village after it was destroyed. No one else in Konoha had studied seals as much as either of them. The only one who came close in this aspect was Orochimaru, who was no longer in the village. To his surprise, Hiruzen still nodded and said, yes. Danzo's eyes widened. He immediately understood the importance of that matter. Hiruzen placed the scrolls that Fujin handed him the previous day and said, Fujin recorded these scrolls. If anyone is interested, you can see them. Danzo immediately grabbed one scroll. A few others also looked into the other scrolls with some curiosity. While they did, Hiruzen said, due to the mission, Fujin couldn't record the entire formation. I have dispatched a squad to record the entire formation. They should be done in a few days. The cave will be destroyed to prevent the other villages from getting access to this seal. Fujin sighed internally on hearing that. He thought, I was hoping that the other villages work on this too. That way I'll be able to get a lot more help in studying these seals. That said, it isn't a surprise that Hiruzen chose this. I'd have done the same if I was in his shoes. Oh well, getting help from the Grandmasters in Konoha isn't bad either. They'll be able to devote far more time to it than me. After all, researching new seals will take a long time, and there won't be any guarantees of success. Hiruzen continued, the knowledge of these seals and the formation will stay only among us, the Grandmasters in our village, and Kakashi, and the Anbu commander. Once we record the formation, every Grandmaster in the village will be allowed to study these seals and figure out what the seals do and what the symbols mean. Once every month or so, I'll organize a meeting for all the Grandmasters to share their findings and decide on how to progress further. If anyone has a different opinion, feel free to share now. Hiruzen knew that there could be some obstructions. He only allowed Grandmasters to study the seals. Not every clan had a Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. After all, it wasn't easy to reach that stage. Not everyone had the time, interest, patience, or ability to create dozens of shadow clones and sustain them for hours to study the seals. As he expected, Tsume said, I have just one suggestion. Open up those meetings to us clan leaders to observe so that we may know what the progress is. Hiruzen thought for a few seconds before nodding and said, all right, that can be arranged. However, any clan leader who isn't a Grandmaster will be there only as an observer. Also, the attendance of clan leaders will be optional. Tsume nodded and said, "That's fine with me." Hiruzen looked around the room. There weren't any other objections or suggestions. Hiruzen said, "Since everyone agrees, the meeting ends here. Once Kakashi's squad returns, I'll make copies of the formation and distribute them among the Grandmasters. Once again, nothing discussed here gets out. The meeting has concluded." Everyone nodded and began leaving. Only 3 people didn't leave. They were Hiruzen, Fujin, and Danzo, each of whom continued sitting in their spots. Once everyone left, Danzo said, "Hiruzen, did you make copies of these seals? I want to take these to study." Hiruzen nodded and said, "I did make a copy. However, this one was made by Fujin. I was intending to return it to him so that he can continue studying them." Danzo was confused. He wondered, what is he planning by giving such an answer? Does he want to give these to Fujin and stop me from getting access to them? But what will that accomplish, considering that he is planning to distribute the formation to every Grandmaster? Unlike Danzo, Fujin didn't miss the obvious helping hand Hiruzen had given him. Danzo looked at Fujin and asked, "Are you planning on studying these, or can I take them?" Fujin put up a thoughtful expression and replied, "I was planning to study them. It is the first time that I've seen seals that aren't recorded in our village." Danzo frowned. He thought, "Though I don't know what these seals do, I have a feeling that they will be very beneficial for me. I don't want to give Hiruzen any opportunity to play any games." Before Fujin could continue, Danzo replied, "I can study the seals far faster than you. Considering the importance of the seal, I insist that you let me study them for now." Fujin replied with a smile on his face, "That's true. I can wait. Actually, even if you didn't say it, I was planning to let you take it, Elder, but I hope that you can help me resolve an issue I'm facing." Danzo immediately realized. He glanced at Hiruzen and cursed in his mind, so this is why he said those words. He wanted me to owe Fujin one and help him out. He asked, "What is the issue?" Fujin replied, "I was trying to create a Akyum Jutsu that covers a wide range, something similar to the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Unfortunately, I couldn't create a Akyum core stable and large enough to do so." Danzo immediately realized the issue. He couldn't help but think, I heard that he is extremely good with wind Akyum technique, but is he treating it as just wind manipulation? Still, before I answer, I need to know one thing. Danzo said, "Before I help you, I have one thing I wanted to ask you as well. I heard that you had taken a few missions around 3 weeks earlier and moved south. During your journey, did you see any ninjas from the route?" Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Justope, Amin, and Jask for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 462, Forcing Danzo to Teach. Chapter 467 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Danzo's sudden question surprised Hiruzen. He looked at Danzo with suspicion and wondered, was it a coincidence, or did he specifically send them after Fujin? Even Fujin was surprised. He didn't expect Danzo to openly ask such a question. Fortunately, he was prepared just in case. He put up a confused expression and replied, "I didn't. In fact, I didn't come across any Konoha ninja during my time down south." Did something happen? While Fujin answered, Danzo observed him carefully. He analyzed. His chakra flow was calm as he answered. But he is an experienced censor. It shouldn't be difficult for him to disguise it if he is lying. Danzo replied, "Yes. 2 root ninjas left around the same time that you left the village and were headed in the same direction. Both went missing immediately. I never heard back from either of them." Fujin put up a thoughtful expression. Meanwhile, Hiruzen observed both Fujin and Danzo. Unfortunately, neither of their expressions gave any hint of the truth. Hiruzen speculated, knowing Danzo, it is likely that he sent them to keep an eye on Fujin. The chances of it being a coincidence are very low, but what happened to them? Don't tell me Fujin really eliminated both of them. Hiruzen became serious. While he knew that there was some tension between Fujin and Danzo, he didn't want it to develop into an all-out battle. He immediately started feeling a headache. Cutting his thoughts off, Fujin asked, "Did you find out whether they left the village before me or after me? Also, how strong were they?" Fujin's questions confused both of them. Neither Danzo nor Hiruzen could understand the reason behind the questions. Danzo answered, "Both were Junins. They left the village a few minutes after you." Fujin replied, "No wonder I didn't sense them. I was traveling at a very fast speed. A normal Junin wouldn't be able to catch up with me. Besides, I activated my chakra field several times while moving. Had they come close to me, I'd have detected them even if they hid their chakra. That said, I did inspect the route I was traveling along. I didn't detect any ninja hiding along the route. Unless it was a rank S ninja or someone absurdly good at stealth, I'm confident that there was no one hidden along the path. The only possible explanations are that those two took a different route, or someone crossed that encountered them long after I had already moved on. Unfortunately, I am afraid that I can't help you in either of the cases. I'll recommend asking ninjas who left the village after them. If there was someone faster among them, maybe they might have seen something." Fujin's reply left Hiruzen and Danzo speechless for a moment. Danzo thought, no Junin can catch up with him? He stated that as if it was a fact without a shred of doubt in his voice. What arrogance! Even Minato wasn't this arrogant despite his power. Even Hiruzen had the same thought. He sighed internally while thinking, "Now that I think about it, we were arrogant when we were young as well. That said, we never acted arrogant in front of Lord Second." However, even though they were irked by Fujin's arrogance, both understood that he was right. While Hiruzen had barely seen a glimpse of Fujin's battle, and Danzo had only heard about his achievements, the reputation of the spectral swordsman was too high. Despite being inactive for quite some time, the minor villages still feared that name. He was known for appearing out of nowhere, killing his enemies at blinding speed and disappearing before anyone understood what was happening. An ordinary Junin stood no chance against him. Not to mention, since Danzo had no proof, he had to accept whatever Fujin said. He had no points to counter Fujin or interrogate him more. He could only reply, "All right, I'll look into the matter more deeply." Fujin nodded while thinking, "Look as much as you want. Both of them are dead, cremated, and even their ashes are buried deep under the ground somewhere in the land of rivers. Good luck finding them." Fujin quickly changed the topic and asked, "So, can you tell me how to create a stable Acum core for wide-range Acum jutsu?" Danzo shook his head and said, "It is impossible to do so. A jutsu like the Great Breakthrough Jutsu works because winds can spread very easily with little to no resistance. To be able to create an Acum core to support such a jutsu, your Acum core should be able to expand itself and spread along the jutsu. And the expansion wouldn't just be horizontal, but also vertical. It is impossible to create such a large Acum core normally, let alone by making a smaller core expand." A frown formed on Fujin's face. He had obviously thought of all the complications Danzo had stated. It was why he had failed to create the jutsu. However, he recalled Danzo using a jutsu to pierce Sasuke's Susanoo. Though the jutsu wasn't as wide-scaled as a Great Breakthrough Jutsu, it still was far better than the Acum bullet or Acum cannon. The only thing that Fujin wasn't clear on was how much of a factor Danzo's summon was in that attack. Fujin said, "I have thought of it as well. So, how do we bypass these issues and create one?" Hiruzen chuckled internally at Fujin's response. He thought, he directly ignored all the complications and demanded for the jutsu. He found the situation extremely amusing. For once, he wasn't the target of Fujin's demands. Instead, it was the guy who constantly gave him headaches. Danzo was surprised once again. He couldn't help but glance at Hiruzen. Having known Hiruzen for so long, he could easily recognize the amusement in his eyes. He cursed internally, "Now I understand. I wondered why Hiruzen pushed this boy to the council despite never attempting to do the same for Kakashi, whose background is considerably stronger and would have received a lot more support. Hiruzen didn't get Fujin into the council because he was strong. He did it because this boy is as shameless as him." Danzo had no choice but to answer. Hiruzen's earlier words implied that Danzo was receiving a favor from Fujin. In addition, Fujin also cooperated in providing information regarding the missing root ninjas. Not to mention, passing knowledge to the next generation was a part of the Will of Fire. Even though Danzo had fallen into the darkness, he still needed to keep up his image. So even if Fujin didn't do him any favors, he would have still had to tell Fujin about it. After all, Danzo was no longer active on the front lines, while Fujin would be active for decades. If he declined, Hiruzen would find another reason to restrict whatever remained of his root even more. Danzo answered, "It's simple. Just reduce your goal. Though it won't be as wide or as strong as you want it to be, the jutsu will still be very strong. Observe this." Danzo stretched his left arm forward. A Acuum core began forming in his hand. Fujin's eyes began glowing as he concentrated chakra in them. So did Hiruzen's eyes. As the core formed, both were surprised. While Danzo had created Acuum core, it was very different. The Acuum core itself consisted of several Acuum cores. Fujin could see 9 Acuum cores inside it. Danzo explained, "Create Acuum core that can store multiple Acuum cores inside it. When you use it to attack, you can split the Acuum cores inside and send them in different directions, increasing the area your jutsu can cover. You have 2 choices in this aspect. 1, you can send the Acuum cores very far away from each other. This is helpful when you are facing several ninjas that are considerably weaker than you and close to each other. However, stronger ninjas can easily dodge the vacuum cores and endure the rest of the jutsu. The other way is to have those Acuum cores move close to each other. The distance should be such that no one can slip in between any 2 Acuum cores. This way, the area the jutsu covers is far less than the first way. However, it is still greater than a normal Acuum jutsu. You can compare it to shooting multiple Acuum bullets very close to each other. To dodge them, your enemy would have to move out of the way entirely. However, since those are individual bullets, they aren't as impactful as this. If you do it by storing those Acuum cores in another Acuum core, sharp winds will naturally form between each individual Acuum core once they split up. As a result, they are far more dangerous. In addition, there is a limit to how many Acuum cores for Acuum bullets or other techniques you can form at the same time. By comparison, it is easier to increase the number of cores stored inside this Acuum core. Of course, there are limits as well, but that limit is much higher. Creating over 50 Acuum cores inside it isn't difficult. Then, you can increase the range further without losing its power and threat. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/nospace. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you The Last Guarding, Fanfic Sage, Adamaro, Cordy, Tajix, Michael, Steven, and Julian for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 463, Tunnels in the Training Ground. Chapter 468 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 6,873 Power Stones last week. We ranked 9th this week. Keep it up, guys. Fujin properly observed the Acuum core while listening to every word Danzo said. He wasn't worried about Danzo lying. After all, he had the professor sitting with him and listening as well. Not to mention, Fujin's own expertise in the wind Acuum technique wasn't very far from Danzo's. In fact, Fujin was even more efficient than Danzo, considering the fact that Danzo hadn't been active for years, while Fujin had several run-ins with elite Junins and rank S ninjas. Fujin only fell short in the amount of time they had the jutsus for. Analyzing Danzo's words, he realized, I see. I had nearly got it right. I created multiple Acuum cores and spread them inside the Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. Unfortunately, those independent cores don't amplify the effect and don't have any interaction between themselves. Instead of creating multiple separate Acuum cores, I have to create multiple Acuum core inside one Acuum core. Fujin finally understood the point he overlooked. Though Danzo's method wasn't as good as the one he wanted, it was still far stronger than what he had come up with. Regardless, it was still a major improvement for Fujin. If he had learnt that jutsu earlier, Kakuzu would have lost far more than just one heart. Fujin looked at the Acum core in Danzo's palm and analyzed. The Acum cores inside it are for the Acum bullet. Once he shoots it, it'll split into 9 different Acum bullets. Assuming he keeps one at the center and the remaining 8 forms an octagon around it and stay a foot away from it, it'll cover a distance of 1 foot in every direction. Considering the ability of the Acum cores to absorb nearby items, the target would have to move slightly more than a foot in any direction. That said, Acum Bullet isn't the ideal jutsu for this. Acum Waves Jutsu will be ideal for this, as it covers a larger area than an Acum Bullet. Once I increase the number of cores I can store inside it beyond 30, it'll cover more area than a Great Fireball. Not too extravagant, but still far better than my current attacks. Danzo extinguished the Acum core in his palm, snapping Fujin out of his thoughts. He asked, "Anything else?" Fujin shook his head and said with a smile on his face, "No, thank you for your guidance." Though Fujin had long planned out Danzo's death and still intended to follow it unless Danzo forced him to kill him earlier, he saw no issue in accepting Danzo's help. In fact, if Danzo offered more help, Fujin was willing to accept all help with a smile on his face. After all, how could he get anything from Danzo after Danzo died? Of course, Fujin understood that this was a one-off event. Danzo only helped Fujin because he wanted those scrolls and because Hiruzen was there. Danzo nodded and grabbed the scrolls on the table before leaving. Fujin took a look at the scrolls and thought, though Hiruzen applied some pressure, the main point was those seals. I hope that it is just his instincts and not some clue he found. With Izanagi, though he is annoying, killing him isn't difficult. However, if he gains something like Hidan's immortality, he could be a pain in the ass to deal with. After Danzo left, Hiruzen smiled and said, "Didn't I tell you? All elders will support the youngsters in our village, especially if the youngsters are as promising as you. Though I'm normally busy, you can approach the other elders whenever you want." Fujin looked at Hiruzen. He understood that Hiruzen wanted him to trouble Homura and Koharu as well. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything Fujin could think of to ask them for. Instead, Hiruzen's mischievous speech caused him to have an irresistible temptation to ask for the Edo Tensei Jutsu. Fortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin was able to resist the temptation. There wasn't any good argument Fujin could make to demand a forbidden and controversial jutsu like the Edo Tensei. He smiled and said, "You are right. I'll approach them when I need something." He got up and said, "I'll leave now, Grandpa. I want to try out this jutsu." Hiruzen nodded. Fujin disappeared from the council room. A smile formed on Hiruzen's face as he recalled the interaction between Fujin and Danzo. He muttered to himself, it was worth it. Perhaps agreeing to Danzo's request of inducting Fujin into the route 4 years ago wouldn't have been an entirely bad thing. If it wasn't for those seals, it might have been better to agree. Hiruzen disappeared from the meeting room as well. For the rest of the day, his mood was quite good. Fujin didn't waste any time and began practicing. Though the concept of creating multiple Acum cores inside another Acum core was a new one, it wasn't very difficult for Fujin. Within a few hours, he managed to create one Acum core inside another. 2 days later, he managed to replicate the Acum core that Danzo had created. The next day, Naruto entered the training ground early in the morning. He stretched himself and exclaimed loudly, "Today I'll cut the leaf in half. Believe it." He went to grab a leaf, but suddenly stopped and said, "Huh? What's this?" Naruto saw that a part of the trunk of the tree in front of him was missing. It was as if someone had carved out a part of the trunk. He looked beyond the tree and his eyes widened. Every tree that was in line had a large chunk carved out. In addition, some trees had split into 2, and those 2 parts didn't fit together. It was as if some part in between was missing. Naruto curiously followed the trail of destruction before he reached a small hill. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted, "What the hell happened here? How did such a deep hole appear inside the hill? Was someone trying to dig a tunnel?" The curiosity caused Naruto to forget about training. He began looking around the training ground and found similar scenes all over the training ground. While he was looking around, Fujin entered the training ground and sensed Naruto moving around everywhere. He thought, what is this knucklehead up to? He flickered behind Naruto, who was looking at a hill which in fact had a tunnel going through it. Naruto felt something behind him and looked back. He excitedly said, "Fujin, you are back. Check this out. Someone was digging tunnels in the training ground while you were gone." Fujin was amused by Naruto's excitement and curiosity. He thought, I wonder how he would have reacted if he had visited this training ground when I was training Akyum Gatling. When Fujin trained Akyum Gatling and other Akyum jutsus, the entire training ground was covered in holes and debris at one point. Even the density of trees in the training ground had decreased considerably during that time. Their numbers still hadn't recovered, and if Fujin continued training there, they were unlikely to recover any time in the future. Fujin said, "Ignore them, how's your training going?" Naruto grinned and said, "I have mastered the wind levitation jutsu. Watch this." Naruto weaved a few hand seals and shouted, "Wind release, wind levitation jutsu." Naruto was looking at a few twigs that were in front of him. In a second, winds began flowing around the twigs. Soon, they were lifted into the air due to the airflow and floated a couple of feet above the ground. Around 5 seconds later, Naruto couldn't maintain the jutsu and the twigs fell back to the ground. Naruto said excitedly, "See, I told you that I will master it. Believe it." Fujin nodded and said, "Good progress. However, the time you can maintain the jutsu is too little. Try to maintain it for at least 30 seconds. Only then it can barely be considered as mastered." Naruto nodded. Fujin asked, "What is your progress with leaf concentration and leaf cutting exercises?" Naruto said, "I can stick the leaf to my forehead for 90 minutes. The leaf cutting exercise I'm almost done with." Naruto picked up a leaf and placed it on his left palm. He placed his right palm on top of it and began releasing wind chakra. It slowly cut through the leaf and almost split the leaf into 2 halves. Only around half a centimeter was left. Fujin observed it and thought, not bad. His progress in these 2 exercises has surprisingly been quite fast. Looks like he didn't slack off. He should be able to cut through the leaf in a week. Leaf concentration might take another month, though. Still, that's fine. There will be enough time to teach him tree climbing and water walking before he graduates. Naruto asked, "Will you teach me the 4th jutsu?" Fujin replied, "For now, focus on leaf cutting. When you can cut through it and maintain wind levitation for 15 seconds, I'll teach it to you." He smiled and said, "Keep working hard, Naruto. You've progressed a lot since I met you." Hearing Fujin's praise, Naruto felt proud. He smiled and nodded his head while saying, "I will, believe it." Fujin said, "You can train at your home for the next couple of weeks. This training ground is going to be a bit busy." Naruto was confused and wondered, "Huh? Is it because of these tunnels?" He nodded and left. Fujin saw him leave. Naruto's progress was very much in line with what Fujin had expected. However, for the time being, he didn't spend much time thinking about him. Instead, his focus was on his Akyum jutsus. He thought, I have successfully learnt how to store multiple Akyum bullet cores inside a Akyum core. Today, I'll master how to store Akyum wave cores. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, MSSC, Gladish, and Hubala Boobala for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 464, AoE Vacuum Jutsu. Chapter 469 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin muttered to himself, this might take some time. With Akyum bullets, I could refer to and replicate Danzo's vacuum core. However, I will have to create an entirely new core this time to accommodate the cores of Akyum Wave. After all, the shapes of the cores of the 2 jutsus are very different from each other. Still, it shouldn't take too long. Fujin extended his palm ahead. A large spherical vacuum core formed on top of his hand. Soon, a vacuum core began forming inside the larger core. Unlike the Akyum bullet core, which was shaped like a bullet, this one was shaped like a thread. It was a lot longer, but very thin and curved in shape. Since Fujin could already store 9 Akyum bullet cores inside the larger core, it wasn't a challenge for him to create 1 Akyum wave core inside it. Suddenly, Fujin noticed something. He analyzed, wait a minute, unlike the vacuum bullet core, where I need to maintain the spherical shape and have to create proper spaces inside the larger vacuum core to hold them, the vacuum wave core has a huge advantage. Since their shape is elongated and doesn't need to be straight, I can just curve, or better yet, coil them inside the larger core while creating a small chakra film to keep them separated from each other. In that case, I'll be able to increase the number of vacuum wave cores inside it very easily. As I thought, vacuum wave is indeed the jutsu most suited for this technique. Fujin's expression lit up upon realizing it. He quickly began creating more vacuum wave cores inside the larger core. As he expected, he faced very little trouble in creating it. He quickly managed to create 7 cores inside it. The vacuum wave cores were just too compatible with this technique. Fujin dispelled the vacuum core and thought, wow, 7 on my first try. I needed a couple of days to reach 9 with vacuum bullet cores. Still, that bastard Danzo, he knew that vacuum wave would have been the most compatible jutsu with this, yet he only showed me vacuum bullets. I guess he was very reluctant to inform me about this technique. Well, whatever. It shouldn't be hard to apply this technique to my remaining vacuum jutsus. Fujin began practicing again. On every try, the amount of vacuum cores he could store inside the larger vacuum core increased. An hour later, the number reached 76. Fujin stared at the vacuum core in his hand and thought, this should be my limit for now. Though increasing it further shouldn't be much harder. I just need more practice. Anyway, it's time to test it. Fujin dispelled the vacuum core and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone stood around 25 meters in front of Fujin and slammed his palm on the ground. A large wall appeared in front of him. He moved backwards slightly while continuing to slam his palm on the ground. In all, 4 large walls stood between the two. Each wall was about 0.5 meters thick. Fujin took a deep breath and began forming the vacuum core in his mouth. Soon, 76 vacuum wave cores formed inside that vacuum core, and the large vacuum core was surrounded by wind chakra. Wind release, vacuum serial waves jutsu. Fujin shot out the jutsu. Immediately, the larger vacuum core collapsed and the 76 vacuum cores inside it were released. It was equivalent to Fujin using the vacuum wave jutsu 76 times. The jutsu hit the first wall. Several vacuum waves hit the wall and pierced through it. Around a 10-meter wide section of the wall collapsed. The remaining vacuum waves followed through the collapsing part of the wall, cutting through any stones that were in their way. The jutsu continued moving through all 4 walls in the same fashion. The clone saw the jutsu coming at him, bit his thumb, and slammed his bloody palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon. A large metal gate having a demonic face on the gates appeared in front of the clone. A moment later, the gate was hit by Fujin's jutsu. Unlike the Earthwall jutsu, the Rashomon could endure the vacuum jutsus. In the past, Fujin's vacuum jutsus had failed to create much of an impact on the Rashomon. Only the vacuum cannon jutsu had created a large dent into the Rashomon gate, but even it couldn't pierce through it. However, this time, Fujin watched with hopeful eyes. The vacuum waves slammed into the Rashomon gate, each creating a small dent and damaging its structural integrity. Cracks soon developed on the gate. When the 59th vacuum wave slammed into it, the Rashomon gate collapsed before disappearing. The jutsu hit the clone hiding behind it and dispelled him. Without any obstacle, the vacuum serial waves jutsu continued moving for another 80 meters, destroying any tree and cutting deep into any small hill in its path. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face as he muttered, I overdid it. The training ground was a wreck. If the tunnels formed due to the vacuum bullet jutsu intrigued Naruto and awoke his curiosity, the sight in front of Fujin would horrify him. First, there was the debris due to the broken walls. That was followed by every tree in the path of the jutsu being cut down for 80 meters. In addition, a couple of small hills had deep cuts in them while one had collapsed. Fujin thought, I damaged the training ground a bit too much. Fortunately, there aren't any penalties for doing so. I'll just ask Hiruzen to do something about it. Anyway, the good news is that I finally have an AoE vacuum jutsu. At a range of around 20 to 25 meters, I can spread this jutsu 10 meters wide and 5 meters high to have the optimal effect. Once I increase the cores inside it even further, the area it covers can be increased more, or alternatively I can make it stronger by focusing on a limited area. Fujin chuckled while thinking. I never would have imagined that Danzo would have been the one to help me take my Acum jutsus to the next level. I can replace my older Acum Serial Waves jutsu with this one. This one is far more efficient and powerful in every way. As for the Acum Bullet jutsu, I should replace it as well. By keeping several vacuum cores within one, I'll be able to create more Acum bullets at a time. Not to mention, sharp winds flow between the Acum bullets, making dodging far more difficult. The only time I'll need to use my normal Acum bullets is when my enemies are very far from each other or to conserve my chakra if the enemy is too good at dodging. With this method, even though I can spread the Acum bullets, they still have to be in a similar direction, unless I can create 2 large cores with multiple cores within them. I'll try this out later, once I'm comfortable with this technique. That said, there is one drawback. The time needed in this method is higher, but that shouldn't be an issue after using this method for a few months. Not to mention, needing more time to create more cores is a natural thing. There isn't much I can do about it if I have to create several dozen cores. Due to this drawback, using this technique on Acum Gatling isn't very practical. After all, the essence of that technique is speed and surprise, though there is no harm in learning it in case I need it for some reason. It could be a good way to learn how to create multiple such cores. As for Acum Cannon, this method would be good only when I have a defense to pierce. I can line up the Acum Cannons behind one another and have them hit the same spot. I wonder if Susanoo would be able to resist such an assault. Anyway, in all other cases, the normal Acum Cannon will be better. As for Acum Blade and Acum Slash, this method isn't very compatible with them. Is there any way I can use them? Fujin thought for a few minutes and concluded, using this method with Acum Slash is pointless. I need to form it in the time I swing my sword. I can't waste time creating multiple vacuum cores. However, Acum Blades can have a possible use. If I can store Acum Blade cores in this vacuum core and activate it after I've thrown the jutsu, then it has the potential to catch enemies by surprise. The enemy might see it as a normal Acum Bullet or Acum Sphere and dodge it, only to be attacked by several Acum Blades. This has some potential. If I manage to store it in a seal, then it can act as a deadly trap. Alright, I'll learn this as well. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon, link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Nivlek, Gladish, James BR, Ben, and Gediminus for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 465, Hiruzen's Disbelief. Chapter 470 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN, Olume 5 ended on Pat Rion today. Canon starts tomorrow. Fujin analyzed his plans for a while before nodding. He thought, alright, these plans should be good. It'll make my attack patterns extremely unpredictable and increase the difficulty of dodging. At the very least, there is no way a group of well-trained Junins will be able to counter me as Iwa did. In fact, once I master them, even a rank S ninja will have to be very careful against me. It'll no longer be as easy as dodging my Acum jutsus and putting up a defense for the rest. Fujin's eyes moved towards the spot where his clone had dispelled and thought, there is just one other thing. Rashomon isn't good enough for me. I need the triple and the 5-layer Rashomon. Unfortunately, they aren't available in the library. That said, creating them shouldn't be very difficult, but it'll require some time for me to create those variations. Fujin thought for a bit before deciding. Unfortunately, I have been feeling that I have very little time as of late. Screw it. I'll just ask Hiruzen. Once my chakra recovers, I'll tell him to send a shadow clone and also take the opportunity to find a better training place. If I keep practicing my Acum jutsus here, the scenery in front of my house will be completely destroyed. Increasing the number of vacuum cores also increased the amount of chakra required in the same ratio. As a result, Fujin's chakra reserves had become quite low. He decided to do physical training until his chakra recovered. While Fujin got busy with his training, one place became quite chaotic and heated up. "What did you say?" A loud shout was heard in the Raikage's office. Darui, Si, and Samui stood in front of the fourth Raikage. There was no one else in the room, and all privacy seals were activated. Otherwise, everyone in the building would have heard that shout. Even then, the ones near the office felt some tremors. A looked at his 3 subordinates and asked, "I sent you 3 to find and kill Suzuki Fujin. You didn't even meet him, and yet 10 of the 16 ninjas died? What the hell were you 3 doing?" A was mad. When Kumo ninjas met Fujin for the first time, he managed to kill more than a dozen ninjas and escape despite facing Darui. His escape resulted in Konoha getting crucial information, which resulted in Jiraiya wiping out more than 250 Kumo ninjas, while Hiruzen's political maneuvers eliminated every possibility of Kumogakure getting revenge without having to face extremely serious consequences. Since he couldn't attack Hiruzen or Jiraiya, he set his eyes on Fujin. However, Fujin stayed holed up inside Konoha and later in the Anbu for years, leaving no traces of himself. While it annoyed Ai and strategic planners in Kumo, their annoyance reduced with the passage of time, and eventually no one thought of him anymore. That was until Onoki informed him that Fujin was the spectral swordsman, and he had become extremely ferocious. Since that day, Kumo once again began looking for an opportunity to eliminate Fujin. To their dismay, Fujin stopped taking missions and stayed hidden inside Konoha once again. In the 7 months since then, Fujin left the village just once, and that too under a disguise. So Kumo failed to track his movement until a few days ago when Fujin left with a new squad to Yugakure. They responded quickly, dispatching a seal master and several junins and elite junins under Darui. For the first time in 3.5 years, they had a trail. As a result, when Darui and his team returned with more than half their members dead without even seeing Fujin, I couldn't control his rage. His desk was completely pulverized. Fortunately, Darui, Si, and Samui were used to his antics. Darui sighed and answered, "Nothing we could do, boss. The circumstances were out of our control. The other 2 squads you sent ran into a formidable opponent and were eliminated. Without the Seal Master, chasing after Suzuki Fujin was pointless. We could have fallen prey to his seals." I frowned and asked, "Who was it? To be able to eliminate 2 entire squads, did they run into a rank S ninja?" Darui nodded and informed him about Hidan. He carefully explained Hidan's skills to him. A's expression became serious upon learning about Hidan's skills. It was too unbelievable to believe. Darui added, "Since we couldn't hunt Suzuki Fujin, we decided to take down and capture this guy. If we can torture him and force him to tell us how to learn that technique, our village's strength will increase drastically." A agreed with the analysis. He thought, "While I don't need that technique as no one can pierce through my defenses, if a few elite junins managed to learn it, they could easily be classified as rank S ninjas. Even junins with these skills would be superior to normal rank S ninjas in terms of survival." I could easily see the unimaginable advantages Kumo would gain. Darui continued, "Unfortunately, he was too good at escaping. We tried finding him in the Land of Frost, but couldn't find him. During the chase, we met up with 2 Akatsuki members. Uchiha Itachi has joined Akatsuki. There was another blue-haired kunoichi, but we couldn't identify her. She isn't in the bingo book, but is most likely a rank S ninja too. We later found traces of a huge fight that happened very close to where we met them." A furrowed his eyebrows. While he knew about the existence of Akatsuki and the presence of some strong ninjas in it, learning that Itachi and an unknown rank S ninja were a part of them caused him to feel a headache. Darui continued, "We aren't sure what their aim was, but I suspect that they were after Hidan as well. We continued looking for Hidan after that, but completely lost his trail. However, I suspect that he is still hiding in the Land of Frost or the Land of Hot Water." Samui said, "There is another piece of intel we received. Apparently, Hidan had kidnapped 300 civilians inside the Land of Hot Water. Suzuki Fujin's mission was to find them. He managed to find them, but could only recover their corpses. Our spy reported that the cave where the corpses were was covered in seals. which is why Yugakure ninjas couldn't find them. In addition, every corpse had decayed at an extreme speed. Suzuki Fujin chased after Hidan in the Land of Frost as well, but we aren't sure what happened to him after that. However, the cave where the corpses were found was destroyed yesterday. Someone eliminated the 6 Yugakure ninjas stationed there and destroyed the cave. There is no information on who did that. The additional information troubled A even more. He thought, so many events. I have a feeling that there is something important happening here. But what is it? Unfortunately, I had very little information. He said, we have a lot of ninjas who don't have any missions. I'll deploy them in the Land of Frost and the Land of Hot Water. Lead them and try to find Hidan. Give proper instructions to ensure that they don't fall prey to his technique. I don't want to lose more ninjas meaninglessly. As for Suzuki Fujin, ignore him for now. I'll send a Grandmaster with you to inspect that cave. I have a feeling that it will have the clues we need. Darui and the other 2 nodded. They had the same thoughts as well. Within a few hours, several hundred Kumo ninjas were dispatched. Every single one was instructed to not engage Hidan in a fight. Their only job was to inform the elite Junins they were under about Hidan's location once they found him. Every ninja was given hundreds of explosion tags to help escape if Hidan chased after them. Once an elite Junin found Hidan, he would trail him without engaging in a battle while waiting for Darui's team to reinforce him. Needless to say, the entire mission was pointless. Hidan had already joined Akatsuki and was moving towards the Land of Rain. As for the cave, the Grandmasters Hiruzen deployed had eliminated most seals inside them before the cave was destroyed. The only seals that still remained were the ones that were very well known throughout the ninja world. So there was nothing that they could gain. While Kumogakure was carrying out a meaningless operation, Hiruzen was staring in disbelief at the person in front of him. For the second time, Fujin had sent a shadow clone and asked Hiruzen to send a shadow clone to help him out. In fact, this time Fujin didn't even bother requesting or asking it. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Alternatively, you can support me through UPI, pedalsarvish8 at OKSBI. Thank you Nebanen, James, and HH for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 466, Pitiful Hiruzen, Chapter 471 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A few moments earlier, Fujin's clone entered Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen looked at him and asked with a smile, "Welcome, Fujin. Is anything the matter?" Fujin clone nodded and answered with a smile. "Yes, Grandpa, but it is nothing too serious to disturb you a lot. I am facing a couple of issues. Just send a shadow clone to help me out." For a moment, Hiruzen was completely speechless. In fact, he even struggled to form proper thoughts. He was even wondering whether he heard the right thing. The speechlessness could be seen on his face. Needless to say, Fujin enjoyed the disbelief on Hiruzen's face but didn't react to it and acted as if everything he didn't notice it. Hiruzen finally gathered his thoughts and cursed. This brat. Last time he was at least respectful about it. This time he didn't even ask or request it. He just said it as if it is the most natural thing to do, and I have no reason to say no. Though Fujin's tone wasn't disrespectful, nor his words extremely demanding, it wasn't servile either, and it didn't sound like he was making a request. It was as if an old friend came up to you and asked you to tag along with him to do something. The old friend wouldn't request it due to your long relationship, while you too would go along with it because of your relationship, and the fact that the request wasn't anything ridiculous. The only issue was that it wasn't the relationship Fujin and Hiruzen shared. One was the leader of the village and had been sitting in that position for decades, while the other person was just a youngster who received guidance from time to time. The two were multiple generations apart. And though Fujin called Hiruzen Grandpa, Hiruzen was aware that Fujin just took complete advantage of the fact that Hiruzen loved to act as a grandfather-like figure for promising kids, while Fujin was aware that Hiruzen was aware of that fact. Hiruzen was once again put in a tough spot. The last time Fujin approached him, he set a precedent. So, if Fujin had sent a clone and requested him like before, he would have agreed. Unfortunately for Hiruzen, Fujin decided to push the bar a bit, putting Hiruzen in an awkward situation once again. Hiruzen's mind calculated rapidly. But there was only one solution. He sighed in his mind and thought, if it was someone else, I'd have thrown them out. But I have invested too much in this boy. I can't damage our relationship by declining him when he isn't asking for much, despite his method being too straightforward. He looked at Fujin and thought in grief, why isn't this boy as respectful as Kakashi? Even though Kakashi reads that lewd book openly and shows up late, he is at least respectful towards me and never asks me for anything. Sigh. I wonder which demon possessed me when I asked him to call me Grandpa. I need to be more careful in the future. Hiruzen hadn't responded for over half a minute. Fujin looked at him with a confused expression and asked, Grandpa? That snapped Hiruzen out of his thoughts. He said, Sure. I'll send one. He was about to make his shadow clone when Fujin said, Ah, right! Don't create the clone with too little chakra. I'll need him to have some to help me. Hiruzen was left speechless once again. Unfortunately, he could only swallow his complaints and create a shadow clone with 30% of his chakra. Both the clones left the office and flickered towards the 23rd training ground. Meanwhile, Hiruzen complained in his heart, I told him to trouble Homura and Koharu. Why does he still keep giving me trouble? Unfortunately for Hiruzen, though Fujin agreed, he had very little relationship with the two of them. Not to mention, he was unsure whether they knew the jutsu or not. So, even though Fujin wasn't a fan of those two, he could only request Hiruzen for help. Besides, considering how much work he put in to create a good relationship with Hiruzen, he would be stupid to not take advantage of it when he should. Hiruzen's clone arrived at the training ground and was speechless once again. He couldn't help but mutter, Did the sky collapse? What the hell happened here? Fujin's clone replied, I underestimated the power and range of my new jutsu, Grandpa. It was one of the reasons I called you here. I wanted to know if you have a better place to train wind acume jutsus. If I keep practicing here, I'm afraid that this training ground won't last for a long time. Hiruzen's clone glanced at Fujin's clone and thought, he has already mastered a wide-range acume jutsu? It has barely been more than 2 days since Danzo showed him the technique. Hiruzen's clone was surprised. The wind acume technique was extremely complicated and risky. While it was kept secret, promising ninjas would have an affinity to wind manipulation were given an opportunity to learn it. However, even then, there were only 3 ninjas in the village who could use it. Even someone like Asuma failed to learn it when Hiruzen tried teaching him, while Sunagakure didn't have even a single ninja who could master it. Not to mention, the wind acume technique got increasingly complicated as one tried increasing its power. To see Fujin learn the advanced technique Danzo displayed so quickly was outside his expectations. Even Hiruzen would struggle to replicate such a speed. It once again showed how ridiculously good Fujin's affinity to wind manipulation had become. Fujin's clone dispelled himself as Hiruzen's clone appeared next to Fujin. Fujin received all the memories from the clone, smiled at Hiruzen's clone, and asked, Well, Grandpa, does the village have a better spot to train this jutsu? Hiruzen's clone shook his head and replied, There isn't. I doubt there would be any facility that can endure continuous assault from acume jutsus. The only way is if you aim it at the skies. However, I'm afraid that it might cause some panic among civilians if bloody birds start dropping from the sky. Fujin nodded. He would have no control over where the bodies of the birds would be flung due to the winds. It was likely that the unlucky birds would be killed and pieces of their bodies would scatter all around Konoha. Hiruzen's clone said, Ask your shadow clones to create a barrier to stop the damage. You can use the 4 Iolet Flames formation, but you don't need to create the 4 walls or the ceiling and floor. Just create 1 wall and shoot the jutsu in that direction. Fujin complained, But that would consume too much chakra. Hiruzen's clone shrugged and said, The only other way would be for you to travel to the south and practice it on seas. However, training while away from the village isn't a good idea. Iwa or Kumo might make a move if they receive news of you training in the middle of nowhere. The Akatsuki organization might come after your bounty as well. If they find you when your chakra is low, you'll be in trouble. Fujin nodded. Despite being as strong as he was, training outside the village was too risky. At his full strength, there weren't many foes that Fujin was afraid of. However, it was a different story once his chakra dropped too much. Fujin let out a sigh and asked, "Is it fine if I change the terrain of this training ground?" Hiruzen's clone understood what Fujin was implying. He nodded and said, "Sure, just keep it limited to the training ground and maintain the trees on the edges of the training ground. Also, don't build something so big that it'll affect the surroundings on being destroyed." Fujin replied, "All right. I'll make a suitable one for this training then." He thought, this might be a good opportunity to practice earth jutsus again. I have been wanting to upgrade them and fire jutsus for some time. I should ask Hiruzen for suitable jutsus for them as well. Actually, fire and earth elements aren't the mainstay of my strength. Even if I strengthen them, they will be far inferior to wind and lightning. So it'll be better if I directly ask him for a ready-made combat system for those elements. I won't need to waste any time creating them. Anyway, that can wait for the time being. Hiruzen's clone asked, "What was the second thing you wanted?" Fujin replied, "I wanted a stronger defensive jutsu. Unfortunately, the library didn't have triple Rashomon or the quintuple Rashomon jutsus. Can you teach them to me?" Hiruzen's clone stared at Fujin. He thought, as I guessed, he wants me to teach him a jutsu that he can't find in the library. Don't tell me he'll keep finding me whenever he needs new jutsus. He wasn't sure, but his speculation was exactly on point. Fujin was lucky enough to find an expert old ninja who was so good that everyone called him the Professor. In addition, he was very kind-hearted and magnanimous, and always showed how much he favored the younger generation. There was no way Fujin wouldn't deny such a kind-hearted soul the opportunity to pass down his knowledge to a promising youngster. Fortunately, Hiruzen was unaware of Fujin's thoughts. If Hiruzen knew what Fujin's thoughts were, who knew what expression he would show? Took some time and rewrites, but I loved writing this chapter for some reason. Chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Pilsarvshate at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Ashiwar, Jersey, Talma, Thomas, Graham, Gediminus, Haley, and JSKDEK for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 467, New Jutsus 1. Chapter 472 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Summoning Jutsu, Quintuple Rashomon. Fujin weaved the snake seal, bit his thumb and slammed his hands on the ground. In an instant, 5 Rashomon gates appeared one after another in a straight line in front of Fujin. Standing next to him, Hiruzen's clone nodded. He said, "That's good. You can use the jutsu perfectly." Fujin's eyes were focused on the gates. The triple and quintuple variants of Rashomon weren't difficult to learn as Fujin already knew the Rashomon jutsu. Even without Hiruzen's help, Fujin would have figured them out in a couple of weeks. However, thanks to Hiruzen's clone, Fujin was able to learn and master both the jutsus in merely half an hour. Since it was just basic summoning, there wasn't much for Fujin to improve upon the jutsu once he could summon them in an instant. Fujin turned his gaze away from the gates and looked at Hiruzen's clone. With a smile on his face, he said, "Thank you, Grandpa." The clone nodded and said, "I forgot to mention this earlier, but Kakashi's squad returned earlier today after recording the entire formation. We are making copies currently. Since you were the one who discovered it, you can get the first copy." Fujin thought for a few seconds and said, "I will be busy with training in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Though I want to study it, I won't be able to focus on it anytime soon, so it is fine if you give it to me last. You can give it to the grandmasters who have the time and are interested in studying it." Fujin already had recorded the entire formation even before Hiruzen had learnt about it. It made no difference to him whether Hiruzen gave it to him first, last, or never gave it to him at all. As a result, he wasn't concerned about it and took the chance to earn some brownie points. Hiruzen's clone felt better. He thought, though he is very greedy when it comes to jutsus and money, he knows when to step back and let the village benefit. Though it doesn't seem very significant, it shows that his nature is good. The clone nodded and said, "All right, I'll focus on the ones who have time to study it right now. Is there anything else you want to know?" Fujin shook his head and replied, "No, Grandpa. If I need anything, I'll come visit you." The clone's eyes twitched. The good feeling he had evaporated in an instant. Fujin's words were extremely casual. It was as if he saw Hiruzen helping him to be a completely natural thing. In the decades he had served as the Hokage of Konoha, this was the first time Hiruzen was experiencing something like this. He muttered to himself, "I made a mistake last time. I shouldn't have agreed." But Hiruzen knew that even last time he had no way of declining Fujin's request. After all, Fujin was merely asking for a clone to help him out. Though the request was quite brazen, it didn't require much effort on Hiruzen's part, so Hiruzen didn't have the option of declining. If he did, he knew that Fujin would be forced to reevaluate Hiruzen or think that there was an issue in their relationship. After all, which Hokage would decline to help a promising young ninja who would be a pillar of the village in the future, unless they have an issue with that ninja? With no other option, the clone could only smile and say, "All right, feel free to come whenever you want." Hiruzen's clone dispelled himself. A smirk appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, well, that was fun. He turned his attention to the training ground and thought, now, time to modify this training ground. Though I haven't learnt that jutsu yet, oh well, it shouldn't take much time. Fujin created a shadow clone and sent it to the library. A couple of days later, Fujin was in the training ground. He was at the part of the training ground which was on the opposite side of his house. He weaved hand signs while supercharging the jutsu. After half a minute, he slammed his hands on the ground. Earth release, rampart of flowing soil. A gigantic rampart began rising up from under Fujin's feet. It continued rising until it was 50 meters in height. Its width was around 200 meters. Fujin flickered and appeared in front of the rampart and used the same jutsu. Another rampart rose around 50 meters in front of the first rampart. Fujin repeated the jutsu twice more, sealing off a 50 meters by 50 meter land between 4 ramparts. Creating 4 gigantic ramparts caused Fujin's breathing to become a bit rougher. It consumed quite a bit of his chakra. Fortunately, he didn't need to keep creating them on a daily basis. He stood atop one of them and thought, all right, this should be good enough. He gathered chakra and began creating a vacuum core. Wind release, Acum Serial Waves Jutsu. Without holding back, he shot the strongest Acum Serial Waves Jutsu he created towards the ground. The jutsu hit the ground, the Acum waves piercing deep into the ground for several meters, making the entire surface uneven. A large amount of dust and some soil were launched towards the skies due to the impact and the strong winds. However, Fujin's released his chakra into the air, transforming it into wind. It quickly began transforming into his wind domain. Within a few seconds, the entire airspace between the 4 ramparts was covered under Fujin's wind domain. The winds in the domain prevented the soil and dust from being launched into the sky and attracting unwanted attention. Within a few seconds, the soil fell back to the ground. A smile appeared on Fujin's face. This was the perfect place to not only train the wide-range Acum jutsus, but also to improve his control over the wind domain. For the next week, Fujin continued training here daily until he ran out of chakra. He even consumed a special soldier pill to allow him to train more. The ground couldn't sustain such a bombardment and had collapsed more than once. Fortunately, there wasn't anywhere it could escape or fall. Fujin had to use earth jutsus to stabilize the ground and make it firm once again. A couple of the ramparts collapsed as well at some point during the week, but were rebuilt by Fujin. In a week's time, Fujin had more or less mastered the jutsus. Standing on top of one of the ramparts, Fujin thought, this much should be sufficient. Though I can improve it further, it'll take some time, as I'll need a lot more practice. Anyway, though the jutsus are quite similar, they are still quite different from their previous versions. Calling them advanced variants will not necessarily be true, but I should name the new jutsus in order to differentiate them. Fortunately, I have thought of a few good ones. Fujin gathered chakra and began forming a vacuum core in his mouth. The vacuum core contained 144 smaller vacuum cores inside it. Wind release, Acum serial waves jutsu. Fujin unleashed a massive attack towards the ground. The jutsu bombarded the ground, causing a mini-earthquake between the four ramparts. In some places, the jutsu pierced more than a couple of dozen meters into the ground. The entire ground, which was fixed by Fujin not long ago, was covered in scars once again. He thought, I don't need to rename this jutsu. After all, I have no reason to use the previous variant of this jutsu. Anyways, in terms of area covered, this is my best Acum jutsu. I managed to increase the number of cores to 144. And I can even control how much this jutsu should spread, allowing me to switch between hitting a larger area or concentrating on a smaller area to overwhelm defenses. Fujin gathered chakra once again and began making vacuum cores. This time he created 36 vacuum cores. Wind release, Acum cluster bullets jutsu. Fujin shot the larger vacuum core, which contained 36 Acum bullets in it. The bullets exited the larger vacuum core and moved towards the ground. Some bullets traveled next to each other, and the others were behind or in front of other bullets, maintaining a distance of 1 foot from each other. In addition, extremely sharp winds flew between the bullets. It caused the attack to look like a beam. The beam hit the ground and drilled into it with little resistance. It created an 80-meter deep hole in the ground. Not to mention, the hole was quite wide as well due to the high number of Acum bullets and the sharp winds flowing in between them. Fujin thought, I'll call this jutsu the Acum cluster bullets jutsu. This jutsu is most destructive when traveling as a beam. That said, against a nimble opponent, I'll be better off spreading the bullets slightly farther from each other. Though it won't be that destructive in that case, there aren't many ninjas who can defend a normal Acum bullet. So it shouldn't matter. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 powers. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Mr. Mirao and Zukamime, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 468, New Jutsus 2. Chapter 473 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For the third time, Jin gathered chakra and created a large vacuum core in his mouth. This time, there were only 9 smaller cores inside the larger core. However, each of these 9 cores was double the size of the vacuum bullet cores. Wind release, Acum cannon barrage. Fujin shot out the jutsu. It split into 9 Acum cannons, traveling in a straight line. Each Acum cannon drilled 20 meters into the ground before being slowed down enough for the Acum cannon behind it to catch up and continue the destruction. In less than a second, a 187-meter deep hole formed in the ground. A smile formed on Fujin's face. He thought, in terms of penetrative power, this is indeed my strongest jutsu. Unfortunately, it isn't very practical in combat. No top-level ninja will be stupid enough to stay in the path of this jutsu. It'll only work on someone who is extremely overconfident in his defense and dodge as soon as I shoot the jutsu. Another usage of this jutsu will be killing those who stay hidden deep underground to be safe from my Acum jutsus. Though it is possible to travel deeper than 200 meters underground, it is not something that is commonly done, and not something most ninjas would have tried before. Going more than 25 meters underground itself is extremely rare. As long as I kill everyone who tries to hide underground from my attacks and don't let the knowledge spread, this will be a sure-shot method to kill my enemies who think that underground is safe. Fujin extended his hands and fingers towards the ground. A vacuum core began forming in front of each of his fingers. 15 smaller vacuum cores were created inside each of the 10 bigger vacuum cores. The cores were soon covered with wind chakra. Wind release, Acum infinite Gatling jutsu. Unlike the previous 3 jutsus, Fujin didn't shoot out the jutsu. Instead, the smaller vacuum bullets inside the 10 cores were launched. In a second, 15 rounds of Acum Gatling were launched. In all, 150 bullets hit the ground, creating 150 new holes in the ground. Fujin thought this jutsu was a surprise. I was initially not very interested in applying this technique to Acum Gatling. After all, it sacrifices the most important aspect of the jutsu for which I had created the Acum Gatling jutsu. The Acum Infinite Gatling takes quite a long time to create as compared to the Acum Gatling. I can't catch even a normal Junin by surprise with this. However, it instead allows me to shoot a ridiculous amount of Acum bullets, justifying its name. So, even though the enemy will see it coming, dodging it won't be an easy task. If I had this jutsu when Kitsuchi ambushed me with those Iwa Junins, I would have slaughtered all of them in a few breaths. Acum Infinite Gatling was a jutsu that surprised Fujin. He didn't have such great expectations from it. He was very pleased. Fujin extended his right hand and stretched his palm. He was about to try the 5th and the last Acum jutsu he had created and mastered in the last week. Though Fujin had created several types of Acum cores, the overall volume of each core would be quite low. However, the next jutsu was an exception. The vacuum core that formed in front of his palm was as big as a Rasengan. Since its size was the largest by a huge distance, the amount of vacuum cores it could contain was also the highest by a huge margin. A total of 729 vacuum cores formed inside the large vacuum core. Of course, creating so many vacuum cores took a long time as well and consumed a lot of Fujin's chakra. Fujin's wind chakra engulfed the vacuum core and began spinning around it rapidly, increasing its size further. Wind release, Acum trap ball. Fujin released the ball while gathering chakra on his feet. It traveled to the center of the ground, trapped between the 4 ramparts. The ball suddenly crumbled, and Acum blades were launched in every direction at a blinding speed. A staggering 729 Acum blades were launched from the Acum trap ball. More importantly, Fujin had no control over any of the Acum blades. Some Acum blades hit the ground, creating more scars on the ground. Some hit the 4 ramparts surrounding the ground, causing all of them to collapse. Some flew into the sky and killed a couple of unlucky birds and dispersed after traveling a long distance. One Acum blade also flew to exactly where Fujin was standing. Fortunately, he was prepared ever since he almost lost his life when he tried the jutsu the first time. He immediately moved to his left as the Acum blade flew past his previous location. However, soon after, he had to jump because the rampart he was standing on collapsed. As he landed on the ground and was engulfed in dust, Fujin thought, I didn't think applying this technique to the Acum blade jutsu in this manner would result in such a ridiculous result. I'd have named it the Acum Big Bang jutsu if I could control the Acum blades inside it. Anyway, for the time being, this name suits it perfectly. Who'd expect that small ball to create such devastation? The core of Acum blade is quite similar to the core of Acum wave. It is flexible in shape. As a result, I could create elongated cores, which kept coiling around the center in the larger Acum core. Since the core is outside my body, I don't need to be considerate about its size. Due to these 2 factors, I could fit in a ridiculous amount of vacuum cores inside it. That said, though the jutsu is very strong, it does have a few limitations. The speed of the jutsu before it explodes and unleashes the Acum blades isn't fast enough. If someone is alarmed and moves a long distance away, then they can dodge it just like I did. Another issue is the amount of time needed to create it. My enemy will have a chance to attack me multiple times while I am creating it. Fortunately, I can move around freely while creating it. Another issue is that I can be hit by the jutsu as well, meaning that I can't let it explode very close to me. Of course, in a battle, using this level of jutsu isn't practical. If I fail to hit, then the amount of chakra wastage would be unjustified as well. The only way I can use it is by reducing the number of vacuum cores inside it significantly. The real usage of this jutsu is using it as a suicide attack, or a trap. If my clones use this jutsu like a Rasengan and try to slam it into my enemy, he will be dead even if he defends or barely dodges the ball. Another possible usage is using it like a trap. Though I can't control the Acum blades after the ball explodes, the ball itself is very stable. If I can seal the ball and store it stably, then it can become a deadly trap. A mischievous grin appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, imagine if someone broke into my house. They'll first have to worry about the ridiculous amount of seals there, and if they somehow make it inside, they'll be welcomed by a few hundred or a few thousand Acuum blades. The thought made Fujin chuckle. He thought, unfortunately, it would also destroy my house, so it is better to avoid it. That said, bases outside the village are a fair game. After all, I can build as many as I want. It only takes a little bit of time. If I can succeed in sealing this jutsu, then it'll be a good trap against any invaders. Fujin took a deep breath and took a look at the collapsed ramparts. The training ground was a mess once again. Fujin thought, it's time to switch my attention back to Flying Thunder God. I also need to analyze those 2 curse seals that Danzo uses on root ninjas and need to create my own curse seal. Fujin sighed and thought, it's been a long time since I have been working on Flying Thunder God Jutsu. It's time to completely master it. Until I'm done, I won't be taking any missions or doing any task that will require a lot of time. Fujin resolved himself. He fixed the training ground, creating the 4 large ramparts once again for future training. Once he was done, he focused entirely on his training, detaching himself from the other happenings in the ninja world. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Daniel and Ola for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio, subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 4 and 74. Jutsu list and 68. Not a chapter. Chapter 474 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. This post includes the list of jutsus Fujin has mastered. It was requested earlier, unfortunately I forgot to post it earlier. Anyway, this contains all the jutsus Fujin has been shown to learn use so far, up to chapter 468. It doesn't mean that these are the only jutsus Fujin knows, as some of the training might not have been shown. The same in the case of seals. For instance, very little or probably nothing is shown of the lightning release since Fujin joined the Anbu. Same in the case of Genjutsu and Funjutsu, as there are too many seals that Fujin had to learn to become a Grandmaster, so more jutsu seals can be revealed in the future. Anyway, Ninjutsu, Transformation Jutsu E, Clone Jutsu E, Substitution Jutsu, Body Flicker Jutsu D, Shadow Clone Jutsu, Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu Forbidden, Rasengan, Shadow Clone Explosion Jutsu A, Summoning Jutsu Flying Saber-Tooths, Summoning Jutsu Rashomon B, Summoning Jutsu Triple Rashomon A, Summoning Jutsu Quintuple Rashomon, Sensing Technique Range 3, 5 kilometers, Wind Release, Gale Jutsu E, Wind Clone E, Wind Levitation, Projectile Control Jutsu E, Wind Retrieving Jutsu, Gale Surge D, Breakthrough D, Dust Cloud, Wind Explosion Propelling Winds, Great Breakthrough Jutsu C, Spinning Shield of Wind C, Wind Gale Wolf CS, Wind Dragon C, Wind Instantaneous Body Jutsu C, Wind Sword Jutsu B, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu B, Wind Torpedo Jutsu B, Air Bullet Jutsu Sphere Jutsu and Bullet Jutsu B, Acuum Wave Jutsu, Acuum Serial Wave Jutsu, Old One, Blade of Wind Jutsu, Wind Explosion, Clone Jutsu, Assassin's Rush Jutsu, Geyser Creation Jutsu, Original created by Fujin, Acuum Cannon Jutsu, Hurricane Fist, Acuum Gatling Jutsus, Wind Laser Jutsu B, Acuum Blade, Acuum Slash, Hurricane Sword, Silent Cut, Wind Domain S, Learning Ghost Palm, Acuum Serial Waves, Acuum Cluster Bullets, Acuum Trap Ball S, Acuum Cannon Barrage, Acuum Infinite Gatling, Space-Time Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God, Still Learning, Space-Time Sensing Technique, Range 4, 5 kilometers, Lightning Release, Burst Jutsu, Lightning Transformation Jutsu C, Electric Skin Jutsu B, Lightning Bolt Jutsu, Lightning Blast Jutsu C, Lightning Beam Jutsu, Electron Jutsu C, Twitching Limb Jutsu, Electric Needle Spread Jutsu B, Piercing Arrows Jutsu B, False Darkness, Earth Release, Rock Shield Jutsu E, Earth Military Movement Jutsu, Mud Moat Jutsu D, Earth Release Camp Jutsu, Earth Instantaneous Body Jutsu, Earth Holding Jutsu C, Earth Wall Jutsu, Rampart of Flowing Soil, Iron Skin Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu, Fireproof Jutsu, Fire Release 5B, Searing Migraine, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Secret Technique, Yamanaka Clan Mind Reading Technique, Taijutsu, Leaf Academy, Style Senju Taijutsu, Style Strong Fist Style, 8 Inner Gates, Gate of Opening, Gate of Life, Still Learning, Genjutsu, Double Ijin Jutsu E, Demonic Illusion, Hell Ewing Jutsu, Bringer of Darkness, B. Bufura no Akire Jutsu, B. Plague of Maggots, Wind Style Genjutsu, B. Fuinjutsu Basic Seals, E. Storage Seal, Heat Seal, Cool Seal, Hard Seal, Soft Seal, Sock Seal, Wet Seal, Intermediate Fuinjutsu, Elemental Sealing, Smaller Storage Seal, Rank C, Finger Carving Seal, 5 Seal, Barrier Binding Cloth, Explosion Tag, Advanced Fuinjutsu, CB. Sealing Tag, Chakra Suppression, Seal Barrier Tag, Silence Seal, Anti-Byakugan Seal, Anti-Sharingan Seal, Stealth Seal, Light Absorption Seal, Training Resistance Seal, Gravity Seal, Sensory Seal, Grandmaster Level, AS, 4 Symbols, Seal 5 Elements, Seal 5 Elements, Unseeable Sealing Method, Iron Armor Seal, Juinjutsu, Self-Cursing Seal, Seal Imprints, only the mentioned once, Chakra Suppression Seal, Right Palm, Self-Cursing Seal, Left Palm, Sensory Seal, Back, Sealing Tag, Chest, Explosion Seal, Palms, Soles, 4 Symbols, Seal, Left Palm, Flying Thunder, God Seal, Palms, Kenjutsu Basics Learned, Dual Wielding Samurai Saber Techniques, Chakra Flow, Flying Slash, Made of Wind, Ninjutsu, Mystical Palm Jutsu. And good luck remembering all of them, I'm struggling to do so. Formatting on WebNovel isn't very good. You can look up this post on my Patreon page. It's easier to read. Just use the search bar and type Jutsu List, or scroll down to CHP 468. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 59, 3 months later. Chapter 475 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Deep breathing sounds were heard in the basement. A 15-year-old youngster was on his knees, his hand resting against a pillar. His body was covered in sweat. His chakra was exhausted. It looked like he was barely hanging on. However, contrary to his physical state, a wide smile could be seen on his face, despite the fact that he was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the smile grew wider, and the youngster began laughing in an unbridled manner. The sound of deep breathing was replaced by continuous laughter. Fortunately, the basement was sealed. If he was outside, people would wonder if he had some issues. Finally, the youngster took his hand off the pillar and sat with his back resting against the pillar. He constantly switched between laughter and breathing heavily. The spot from where the youngster removed his hand had a small mark. Fujin took a few minutes to catch his breath. However, the smile was plastered on his face. He thought, I did it! I'm the 3rd person in Konoha, and perhaps in the history of this world to master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He continued taking deep breaths while thinking, this damn Jutsu. For so long, I felt like I was close to learning it. It still took me 3 months to finally master it. Also, how insane was that pressure? It sapped all my chakra when I tried resisting it. Though my clones also experienced that pressure, it was far more intense for me. Why is it so? Fujin couldn't be sure. He could only guess. Is it because my chakra is far greater than my clones? I doubt it. Even when my chakra decreased, the pressure didn't decrease. Besides, the clones that tried entering the Oid dimension didn't necessarily have the same chakra. If not chakra level, could it be because I'm a being made of flesh and blood instead of a chakra construct? Fujin felt that this was the case. Unfortunately, the scroll Hiruzen provided didn't have any information regarding this matter to verify his speculations. Fujin thought, after I enter the Oid dimension, I have to resist the pressure while locating the mark I want and creating a connection with that mark. Both of them take a lot of chakra. Moving through the dimension takes some chakra as well, though it isn't much. From what Tobarama wrote, the amount of chakra I consume will reduce once I get used to the pressure. If I can locate the mark and teleport in an instant, then I won't have to resist any pressure. Only at that stage, this jutsu can be freely used in battle with very little chakra expenditure. Fortunately, it isn't very difficult. I'll just need to practice it a few tens of thousands of times to reach that stage. Once I do, I'll need to start working on increasing the range I can teleport. For now, I have been only practicing in the basement. My shadow clones can freely teleport to any marker in my house. This distance isn't enough to escape, but it is good enough to be a menace on the battlefield. That said, how do I practice teleporting a longer range? I can't practice it in the open. Hiruzen will notice me without the seals. I can't place seals all around the village to create hiding spots either. Even if I come up with a bullshit excuse, Hiruzen and Danzo will be suspicious and investigate further. Should I openly claim that I have mastered this jutsu? Fujin thought for a bit and shook his head. He decided, no, I am planning some crazy things to do in the future. I might need the Flying Thunder God then if I need to escape. If it is common knowledge that I know this jutsu, then it'll become very easy to link it to me. Though I'm not scared, it'll be a huge headache if Akatsuki and enemy Kage begin targeting me openly. If that happens, I'm not sure if Hiruzen or Tsunade would support me if those things come to light. Regardless, such obstructions will slow down my plans considerably. It's best to keep it a secret. If I have to use it, everyone who sees me using it has to die. But if I keep it hidden, how do I train it? Fujin was in a dilemma. He placed his chin on his hands and thought while he was staring at the ground. Suddenly he realized, wait a minute, I just need space to teleport. Why does it have to be on land? I have to think in terms of altitude, or rather, depth. I'll just practice underground. To start with, I'll dig a hole and cover it in seals to prevent anyone from detecting it. I can go as deep as the temperature allows me to. It'll allow me to increase my range considerably. Once I increase the range to beyond a few hundred meters, I can just go to the wall around the village and teleport my shadow clones outside. They can move some distance away from the village and practice longer range teleportations. That should do. If I still face any issues, then I can only go to Mount Muteki and practice there. Fujin was satisfied with his training plan. However, there was one thing still on his mind that he couldn't get rid of. He thought, why was the pressure on me in the Oid dimension so high? Also, what happens if I can't resist it? My clones get dispelled once they can't resist it. But they are chakra constructs while I'm a living being. Will I be killed by the pressure? But if there is such a huge risk, why didn't Tobirama or Minato mention it? Also, why didn't they use it to kill their opponents? Can't I just teleport an enemy here and wait for them to die due to the pressure? If that is the case, there should have been no one who could resist Minato and Tobirama. Even Hashirama and Madara wouldn't survive that. Perhaps only Obito and Kaguya could, due to them having access to their own dimensions. However, they couldn't do that. So, what is that I am missing? Fujin thought for a long time and thought of several possible answers, but he couldn't be sure of any of them. He decided, I'll need to experiment. This is too big of a danger to ignore. Unfortunately, my clones can't help me. I'll need to take a risk to find out the truth. I need to wait until my chakra recovers. Fujin had become impatient. He wanted to uncover the truth as soon as he could. He grabbed a small bottle and consumed a pill from it. Sitting with his back against the pillar, Fujin closed his eyes and began meditating. A couple of hours later, Fujin's chakra had completely recovered. He opened his eyes and thought, this might be the most risky act I have done in this world. Probably even more risky than when Roshi fired that tailed beast bomb at me. I hope everything goes well. Fujin focused on one of the Flying Thunder God marks in the basement. A moment later, his body disappeared and entered into the Oid dimension. An immense pressure was applied on him, and he instinctively used his chakra to defend himself. He muttered, here goes nothing. Suddenly, Fujin stopped using his chakra to defend against the pressure. His chakra reserves were still quite full. His mind was at the highest alert. He was prepared to use the chakra to defend himself once again if his body couldn't bear the pressure. To Fujin's surprise, as soon as he stopped resisting, his body was expelled out of the Oid dimension, and he appeared at the same spot in his basement. A wry smile appeared on Fujin's face, as he thought, no wonder they didn't say anything. We just get pushed out if we run out of chakra to resist the pressure. That's quite convenient. Now I see why this method can't be used to kill other 9. Suddenly, Fujin had another idea. He analyzed, wait, even if I can't send other ninjas to this dimension to kill them, can't I send them here just to exhaust their chakra? After all, any rank S ninja will instinctively resist the pressure. And in a dimension where they can't see, smell, hear, feel, or sense anything, they'll exert themselves to the fullest just to survive. Fujin thought for a bit before concluding, yes, this seems practical. The only issue is that this method was never used before either, and isn't mentioned in the scroll. Neither Tobirama nor Minato should be stupid enough to overlook such a simple thing. I guess I'll need to find a test subject to experiment on. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, at OKSPay. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Thomas, Arunachalam, Lazy Taoist, Lazy Lizard, Kyle, Fukiko Fam, Faisal and Zay for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you Parvatini for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 470, Twisted Personality. Chapter 476 of Naruto the Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Bonus chapter for reaching 638 Power Stones last week. We ranked 8th this week. Keep it up, guys. Fujin's first thought was to use his summons to experiment. However, he quickly shook his head and decided, no, I'm still new at using this jutsu. Even though it is unlikely, if an accident happens and one of them dies, then that will be a great loss. I'll leave the village once again and find some rogue ninjas to experiment on. That said, I need to practice this jutsu a bit before going out to experiment. I'm also very close to completing that seal. I'll go out once I'm done with that task. I also need to meet up with Shigeki and actually start working on the organization. Sigh, it's been a long time since I met Shigeki. Thinking of Shigeki, a weird expression appeared on Fujin's face. Kasai Shigeki was the Junin from Tanigakure, whom Fujin had rescued while he was returning from the Land of Wind after completing his Anbu promotion mission. Fujin made Shigeki the first member of his non-existent organization after making some promises and lying about the organization. However, it had been a long time since he had met him. Fujin wondered, would he still be even there? It's been over 2.5 years. I won't be surprised if he left by now. Even though I promised to help him take the revenge, it won't be a surprise if he lost his patience after such a long time and left to get it himself. Fujin let out a sigh and thought, oh well, nothing I can do. It was too early to start an organization in any case. If he has left, I will just have to start over. Besides, I didn't make much effort to recruit Shigeki or spend any resources or time, so I won't be losing anything. There was nothing Fujin could do about it. The situation just didn't allow him to do much about it. Even though he could have met Shigeki after he left the Anbu, there wasn't anything for Fujin to say to him. Fujin stopped thinking about him and continued his training. The soldier pill he consumed would stay active for 5 days, and Fujin would require another couple of days of rest after that. Fujin decided that he would completely master the Flying Thunder God Jutsu for low range within these 5 days. Fujin made rapid improvements. His clones had already practiced the jutsu for sufficient time in order to ensure that he wouldn't face any danger. As a result, his main body was getting used to it rapidly as well. Every day, he became more accustomed to teleporting using the Oid dimension as a medium. 3 days later, Fujin's bell rang, marking the first time he was disturbed in recent days. Fujin was planning to ignore it and focus on his training. However, the bell kept ringing continuously. An annoyed expression appeared on Fujin's face. He cursed. Which bastard is it? He activated his chakra field and sighed while muttering, I should have known. A shadow clone popped next to him and left the basement. He opened the door and saw an over-enthusiastic blonde boy. Naruto excitedly said, Fujin, I managed to stick the leaf to my forehead for 2 hours straight. Naruto was extremely excited. Though Fujin taught him a few wind jutsus, which he had to work hard to learn, it was this exercise that was the most difficult for him to complete. Fujin's clone thought he finally managed to do it. His speed fell considerably in this exercise. I expected him to reach this stage a month and a half ago. By comparison, he has progressed rapidly in Winjutsus. I suppose he just got bored and lost his drive. Well, not surprising considering how boring it is. Naruto said, "You promised me that you'll teach me something cool after I manage to do it." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "Sure, but show it to me first." Naruto's expression became awkward. He asked, "Can't we directly begin learning it?" Fujin's clone shook his head and said, "It is important to have your basics right. Otherwise, major issues can happen when you try to learn what I am about to teach you. In the worst-case scenario, you will be injured and might not be able to leave the hospital for weeks." Fujin's clone's expression was extremely strict and serious. It was so serious that Naruto gulped in nervousness. He said, "All right, I'll do it." The clone thought, "Who told you to keep ringing the bell and disturb me? Now sit in one place for another couple of hours." What the clone said was obviously bullshit. Though Naruto could get injured due to falling, it wouldn't be serious enough to even visit the hospital, let alone be admitted for several weeks. Naruto and Fujin's clone walked over to the training ground. Naruto grabbed a leaf and obediently sat down to meditate. He placed the leaf on his forehead and closed his eyes. Fujin's clone set a timer on a stopwatch and sat in front of him. 1 hour and 53 minutes later, Naruto couldn't maintain control anymore. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at the stopwatch. His eyes widened as he realized that he was 7 minutes short. He looked at Fujin's clone, only to see Fujin looking back at him with a deadpan expression. Naruto became nervous and said, "I really held it for 2 hours earlier. I don't know how I fell short right now." Fujin's clone sighed and said, "It's fine. I guess it was a one-time thing. You'll still need some time to be able to do it every time." Naruto became dejected on hearing that. He would still have to wait for some time. Fujin's clone watched the range of emotions and panic on Naruto's face until he was satisfied. With a smile, he said, "But this is good enough. I'll train you now." Immediately, Naruto became very happy and cheered loudly. The clone sighed internally and thought, "Dealing with Hiruzen and Shikaku frequently has made me weird. Since when did I begin taking pleasure out of making others feel an emotional turmoil?" Fujin did take pleasure in making experienced folks like Hiruzen and Shikaku feel such turmoil. But that was different. Both were extremely experienced and shrewd. Fujin initially enjoyed it because of the challenge of achieving that, and due to how stuck up those two were. However, it was different with Naruto. Naruto was the complete opposite of those two. He was naive, inexperienced, and listened to Fujin obediently. So Fujin didn't expect that he'd get the same pleasure from making him experience that. Fujin's clone muttered to himself, "Those two geezers twisted my personality. Either that, or perhaps because I know that Naruto will become very strong in the future as well. Sigh, whatever." Naruto broke Fujin's train of thought by asking, "What will we be learning?" Fujin's clone said, "I'll teach you how to climb trees." Now it was Naruto's turn to watch Fujin's clone with a deadpan expression. A smirk appeared on the clone's face. Naruto complained, "I already know how to do that, believe it. Teach me something cool." Fujin's clone chuckled and asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" The clone got up and walked to a tree. To Naruto's shock, he began walking up the tree with just his feet while his hands were in his pockets. He soon stood upside down on a branch and asked, "Is this cool enough?" Naruto immediately nodded repeatedly and said, "Super cool. How did you do it?" Fujin's clone answered, "To do this, you have to release chakra from the bottom of your feet. Use that chakra to stick to the tree. Then you can climb on trees like I did. Try it." Naruto immediately released chakra from his feet and tried climbing on the tree. Needless to say, his feet slipped and he fell to the ground. Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "It's not that easy. The chakra you release from your feet has to be an exact amount. If it is too little, your feet will slip and you'll fall down. If it is too much, you'll damage the trunk and won't be able to continue walking up. So it requires very good chakra control. That is why I had you do the leaf concentration exercise until you could reach 2 hours." Naruto nodded and said, "All right, I'll try it." Fujin's clone stopped sticking to the branch and dropped to the ground. He made a hand seal and slammed his hands to the ground. Immediately, some changes happened on the surface, but nothing much happened. Naruto looked at Fujin's clone with confusion. Fujin's clone said, "I have softened the ground. So, even if you fall, you won't be hurt much. Keep training under this tree for the next half an hour. I'll teach you something else as well today." Naruto immediately became excited and continued trying to climb up the tree. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvsh8 at OKSBuy. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Weirwood, G21 Chief One School, Kazim, Arunachalam, Nathan and Jadson for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 471, A New Path for Naruto. Chapter 477 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. For the next half an hour, Naruto kept trying to climb the tree and consistently kept falling to the ground. Thanks to Fujin's clone, the ground was quite soft. So Naruto was barely hurt, if at all. Fujin's clone looked at Naruto and thought, "I had initially planned to teach Naruto the 4 basic wind jutsus to get some inspiration from him for the wind domain. After all, he is very unconventional and usually comes up with crazy ideas. That said, my wind domain is more or less ready now. Junins won't have any chance of survival if they enter my wind domain. Elite Junins will struggle as well, and are very unlikely to survive. Only if they have excellent defense and are able to move instinctively, they will be able to survive. Only rank S ninjas are difficult to kill. But once I manage to integrate Acum Blade Jutsu into my wind domain, they won't be able to rest easy either. As such, there is no longer much need to push Naruto in this direction. That said, there is no harm in doing so either. Maybe he'll give me a surprise. Even if that isn't the case, it'll be interesting to see how Naruto does with this technique at his disposal." Fujin had been very careful while teaching Naruto. Unlike others, he knew how scary Naruto's potential was. If he trained Naruto seriously, the majority of the plot would have changed completely. However, within limits, Fujin was curious to see how Naruto would grow when he had a few more options. After all, until Naruto met Jiraiya, his jutsu repertoire was extremely pathetic. He only knew the transformation jutsu, substitution jutsu, and the shadow clone jutsu. The only thing he could do was leverage his vast chakra reserves, spam the shadow clone jutsu, and use ordinary taijutsu along with shurikens and kunai. Only after he learnt the summoning jutsu and the Rasengan did he gain more variety. However, even that was extremely limited. By comparison, Fujin knew close to 100 jutsus. And he was still far inferior in this aspect when compared to the likes of Orochimaru, Hiruzen, or Kakashi. While knowing more jutsus didn't mean that they used all the jutsus, or that all jutsus would be strong, it allowed them to choose the jutsus that suited them the most. In addition, there could be circumstances where a particular jutsu or a particular element was extremely effective. In such instances, having a range of jutsus was extremely effective. Naruto, despite his insane chakra reserves, didn't have this advantage until the very end. After Naruto fell for the umpteenth time, Fujin's clone said, "That's enough for today. You can keep practicing this later on. Come here." Naruto immediately got up and rushed towards Fujin's clone. While he was interested in climbing on the tree, he was more interested in knowing what new technique Fujin wanted to teach him again. Fujin's clone said, "Naruto, display the 4 jutsus I taught you so far." Naruto was confused, but he did so without any questions. He weaved a few hand signs and pushed his right palm forward. A gentle breeze was released from his palm. He grabbed a few wooden shurikens and threw them into the air and quickly made a few hand seals. He was able to change their direction 40 degrees to the right, and once again changed it 20 degrees to the left, before the shurikens collided with a tree. He then displayed wind levitation jutsu by making a few leaves and small stones levitate, and then used wind retrieving jutsu to pull some leaves towards himself and catch a couple of them. He looked at Fujin's clone with a proud expression and said, "I told you I'll master them. Believe it." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "You did well. However, these are only the basics. You should continue practicing them, but practice them in these ways." Naruto was confused. Fujin's clone instructed, "Place a few wooden shurikens around 5 meters away." Naruto followed his instruction and returned to his side. Fujin's clone said, "Now use the wind levitation jutsu and make them float." Naruto weaved hand signs and shouted, "Wind levitation jutsu." Immediately, the 6 wooden shurikens began levitating a couple of feet above the ground. Fujin's clone instructed, "Now use the gale jutsu exactly on the shurikens. Force them to move forward like you have thrown them." Naruto began weaving the hand signs for the gale jutsu. However, by the time he had completed them, the shurikens dropped to the ground. Naruto complained, "That is very difficult. How can I keep them floating if I have to weave hand signs for gale jutsu?" Fujin's clone replied, "With the training, of course. Watch." For the sake of showing it to Naruto, Fujin's clone weaved hand signs while saying, "From here onwards, you should practice these jutsus until you can do this. First, use the wind levitation jutsu to make the shurikens float in the air." The shurikens on the ground began levitating once again. Fujin's clone quickly used the gale jutsu and blew the shurikens away and said, "Then use the gale jutsu to make the shurikens fly away at a fast speed and control them with the projectile control jutsu." He quickly changed the hand seals and then began using the projectile control jutsu to control the path of the wooden shurikens. Finally, he changed hand seals one last time and caused the wooden shurikens to fly back towards him. He grabbed the shurikens and added, and lastly used the wind retrieving jutsu to grab the shurikens. Naruto watched with astonishment as Fujin flawlessly switched between the 4 jutsus. However, remembering what he had seen Fujin do with the wind previously, Naruto wasn't that surprised anymore. He still exclaimed, "That was so cool." Fujin's clone said, "From here onwards, you'll do 3 things. The first is to try and climb the tree without using your hands. That'll improve your chakra control and allow you to move more freely during a fight. As for the wind jutsus I just showed you, you'll divide them into 2 parts. The first part is using wind levitation and gale jutsus one after another, and the second is using projectile control jutsu and wind retrieving jutsu one after another. Once you are able to do those jutsus in pairs, you can try doing all 4 together at the same time like I did. You can even change the order in which you use them if you feel that it would make the combination stronger. Training just one thing would be boring and monotonous. Hence, Fujin's clone decided to give 3 training routines to Naruto. Naruto immediately nodded. He couldn't wait to try using all 4 jutsus at the same time. Fujin's clone added, "In order to progress faster, you have to follow another rule from now on. While pranking others, you are not allowed to use just one of these 4 jutsus. Instead, you have to use at least 2 of them one after the other." Naruto nodded and said, "All right, I'll prank everyone with 2 jutsus, believe it." Fujin's clone chuckled and said, "Go easy while pranking civilians. If you are pranking your teachers, then it's fine to go all out. If they aren't a challenge, you can even try using your pranks on Lord Hokage. If you can prank him successfully, then you would have made a huge progress towards your goal." The clone had a gentle smile on his face. Naruto's eyes sparkled and said, "All right, I'll do that." The clone laughed in his mind while thinking, "I haven't messed with Hiruzen much in the last 3 months. I am not sure if I'll get many opportunities in the future. It's time I pass the baton to Naruto. Can't let the poor old man feel lonely." The clone added, "You can leave and train by yourself, Naruto. I'll be a bit busy and will be heading out of the village soon. Master walking up the tree by the time I return. I'll teach you another cool trick when I return." Naruto was even more excited. He thanked Fujin and left. As Naruto left, the clone analyzed, though these 4 basic jutsus won't increase his strength considerably, if he manages to use these 4 jutsus simultaneously at will, then his control over the wind will go far beyond what a genin, or perhaps even a chunin, can have. It forms the perfect base to learn the more complicated wind jutsus easily in the future. It'll be interesting to see how the clone suddenly received a set of memories. A grin appeared on his face as he thought, "It's about damn time!" The clone disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Inside his basement, Fujin received the same memories as well. For the first time in 3 days, he stopped training the Flying Thunder God Jutsu for a reason other than running out of chakra. AN bonus chapter on next Sunday if the FIC gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the FIC gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Padil Sarvesh, 8OKSBA. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Calbeer, Lind, Rafa, Raphael, and Dylan for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 4772, Phantom Seal. Chapter 478 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin stared at a seal in front of him. It was created by the shadow clone who dispelled himself and sent everyone the memories. A smile appeared on his face as he thought, the curse seal is finally complete. The curse seal was shaped like a windmill, with several symbols in it. Fujin thought, though I hadn't seen either of the seals before, studying it wasn't difficult as they were made of familiar symbols. The difficult part was learning how Danzo could create an imprint to ensure that others couldn't remove his seals. Fortunately, I managed to get a hang of it a week ago. I guess that's another reason to be thankful to Danzo, haha. Danzo's help allowed Fujin to raise his wind acume technique to a whole new level, and now he had also helped Fujin improve his Juinjutsu. Fujin's smile faded as he thought, unfortunately, while I can apply the curse seal at will, I can't apply my imprint at will. I can only do so if the one I'm planting the curse seal on doesn't resist. If there wasn't this flaw, then Fuinjutsu Grandmasters would have been the strongest ninjas in the elemental nations. It'd be stronger than any Kekkei Genkai. In fact, I doubt even the Mangekyo would be comparable to this ability. Fortunately, I don't need to inform the target about the abilities of this seal. As long as I have his or her consent, and they don't resist, I can apply it to them. So it shouldn't be an issue for me to apply it to my subordinates. Not to mention, I can also add it to seals I place in any bases I create in the future. It'll increase their defenses considerably. Anyway, coming back to the seal, it has all the functions of Danzo's 2 seals in addition to a few more functions that I added. I also changed the structure and used a different method to construct them so that no one would be able to connect those 2 seals to each other. Of course, without anyone constraining me, my seal is far more powerful than what Danzo uses on the Root Ninjas. Unlike Danzo, Fujin didn't intend to use 2 different seals. Instead, he had merged the 2 seals into one, but the seal was still made of 2 different parts. The first part was similar to the Cursed Tongue Eradication seal. It would detect whether the ninja had any thoughts of divulging secrets of the organization. If the ninja ever tried to put those thoughts into action, the seal would activate and paralyze him. The only difference was that, unlike Danzo, it would alert Fujin that the seal was activated. In addition, it would also allow him to locate the position where the seal was. Of course, it wasn't a godly ability, and was instead an application of the Flying Thunder God Mark. As such, Fujin could only locate the position if it was within the range Fujin could detect it. During the 3 months of training, Fujin's range of detection had increased from 15 kilometers to 80 kilometers. His space-time sensing technique's range had also increased from 5 kilometers to 12 kilometers. As such, it was far superior to Fujin's chakra field. Regardless, for the time being, Fujin wouldn't be able to detect the location of the seal if it went off in the Land of Rivers while he was in Konoha. Once the seal was activated, the paralyzed person would stay paralyzed until Fujin decided to stop it, or if another Grandmaster or someone who knew how to stop it helped him out. Of course, even if the Grandmaster helped him, the seal would reform, not allowing any information to be leaked. The second part was even more strengthened. Unlike Danzo's seal, which was activated only when it detected foreign yin chakra, Fujin added another feature. Not only would it activate when a foreign yin chakra tries to infiltrate the brain, but it would also activate if a Grandmaster tried to remove the first part of the seal. While the seal couldn't be removed thanks to Fujin's imprint, Fujin had left a small portion of the seal unprotected by his imprint. it was still extremely complicated, implying that only a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster could successfully remove it. As soon as that portion of the seal was destroyed, the second part of the seal would attack the Grandmaster in a similar way. Fujin was attacked when he tried reading the memories of the root ninja he killed. In addition, it would also transfer a Flying Thunder God mark onto that person, allowing me to hunt down that person later on. On the other hand, if someone tried reading his memories, the effect would be very similar. The enemy will be attacked while the seal will destroy the brain of the one who bears this seal, killing him or her in the process. However, there were two big differences. The first one was that the second seal also contained Fujin's Flying Thunder God mark. As such, he would be able to teleport to every ninja who had this seal once his range increased. And secondly, enemy yin chakra wasn't the only condition to activate the seal, killing the ninja in the process. Fujin could activate the seal at will. The life of every person in his organization would be in Fujin's hands. If Danzo could have his way, he would have added this ability to the seals as well. Unfortunately for him, even though he had full control over the root, he still had to adhere to certain limits. Hiruzen watched over his actions. Creating such a seal was something Hiruzen would never allow. Even if Hiruzen allowed it, as long as others learnt of it, every clan in Konoha would have been in an open rebellion. Either the two of them would have been overthrown, or the village would have collapsed. Luckily for Fujin, he didn't have any such constraints. Unless one of his subordinates became a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, they wouldn't even be aware of the fact that Fujin could kill them with a thought. Of course, Fujin had no intention of being a tyrant like Danzo or Orochimaru. He had only added that ability to take out any spies or traitors. He didn't intend to force the members to do something that went completely against their will. There was another major difference between Fujin's and Danzo's seals. Danzo's Cursed Tongue Eradication seal was visible on the tongues of root ninjas, while his other seal was hidden. In the case of Fujin's seal, both parts of his seal were hidden. As such, an enemy was extremely unlikely to discover the seal before the first part was activated. The second part was even more difficult to detect, as it was further hidden by the first part of the seal. Unless someone managed to remove a part of the seal, it wasn't possible to understand what was hidden. However, if someone managed to do so, they would activate the second part of the seal, making it impossible to study it. Not to mention, the seal had Fujin's imprint. So only the part of the seal that Fujin had purposefully not protected by the imprint could be removed, and it wouldn't be sufficient for anyone to study the second part of the seal. In all, it was quite an effective and disgusting seal. It was an extremely effective seal for ensuring discipline and maintaining control in an organization. And it was disgusting for anyone trying to undo the seal. It was filled with several traps. Once Fujin's Flying Thunder God's range improved, he could directly send shadow clones who had prepared rank S jutsus to the location of the seal and destroy anyone who had captured his subordinates and was trying to undo the seal. Fujin was extremely pleased with the seal. He had worked quite hard to cover all aspects he wanted to. He spent a couple of hours making an imprint of the new seal. He looked at his left palm where the new seal imprint was created and thought, "This seal, I'll call it the Phantom Seal. It will be the sign of every member of my organization. It will also go well with the name I have thought of." Fujin smiled and muttered, "The name of my alliance will be..." And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Latest chapter on Patreon, First Kiss. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 473, Phantom Haven Society, Chapter 479 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin smiled and muttered, "The name of my alliance will be Phantom Haven Society." During the last 3 months, whenever Fujin wasn't training, He had spent a lot of time thinking about what to do with the organization. His reasons for creating the organization were extremely selfish. Fujin desperately needed a better way of getting information. Konoha was obviously very good at it. However, Fujin had no control over it. Jiraya's information network was the most famous, but all his findings would only be reported to Hiruzen. Hiruzen would only share the information with Fujin if saw any need to. Otherwise, Fujin wouldn't be able to access any information at all. Danzo had his spy network as well, but he didn't even share his findings with Hiruzen unless he had something to gain from it. Fujin had no chance of getting access to it. The only information network Fujin had access to was Anbu's information network. Even though he wasn't a part of the Anbu anymore, Fujin could still access it and did so every once in a while. However, once again, the information was filtered by the Anbu commander. Information could still be hidden from Fujin. Not to mention, there were limitations. If Fujin discovered some important information and decided to do something about it, it would be child's play for Hiruzen to link the related events to Fujin. If Fujin did something that harmed Konoha's interests, it would strain his relationship with Hiruzen, and Hiruzen could restrict his access to intelligence. As a result, having his own organization that gathered information would be very helpful to Fujin. Another aspect was gaining some capable subordinates. While Fujin wasn't very interested in this aspect initially, as he preferred to rely on his own strength, he realized the importance of having capable subordinates when he was trying to study Zankoku's dead body. If he had a subordinate like Kabuto, he could leave the task to him. Even without someone as capable as Kabuto, having a few ninjas who specialized in medical ninjutsu could have helped Fujin a lot. As a result, if Fujin could raise some capable subordinates in each field through such an organization, it could make his life quite easier. Though it was unlikely that Fujin could raise rank S ninjas before the start of the Fourth Great War, especially considering the fact that Fujin would be spending most of his time in Konoha, the organization had the potential to flourish once a power vacuum was created after Akatsuki's destruction and death of the majority of the ninjas in the next Great Ninja War. Though Fujin hadn't completely planned out what he would do after the war, having this option would give him a lot of options and flexibility. Unfortunately, all these reasons were extremely selfish. Who would like to be a part of an organization if these reasons were listed? So, Fujin needed a noble purpose and a dream. A purpose that people would be passionate to follow. A dream that people would be willing to give their lives up to achieve. Thankfully, in the current world, it wasn't difficult to come up with a good reason. After all, the world was a complete mess. Only the major and the minor villages enjoyed long periods of peace in between wars. The people who didn't live there had an extremely difficult life. It would only take one unfortunate event for them to die or lose their family members and fall into misery. In addition, Fujin knew the reason behind Akatsuki's formation. He knew what Orochimaru did. He knew how Konoha depended on the will of fire to rile everyone. He knew how Danzo trained the root ninjas, so he wasn't lacking in knowledge. The only question was whether Fujin could utilize the knowledge properly and implement the right plans. Fujin muttered, "I finalized almost every detail I could think of. I hope I didn't forget anything, and what I thought of is sufficient to start it." Though Fujin planned a lot, he was still not sure about whether he would succeed. After all, he had never tried anything like that. He decided to stop being worried about it and focused on his training once again. 4 days later, Fujin accepted a bunch of elimination missions and began heading towards the Land of Grass. Unlike the last time, Fujin didn't intend to use the bandits as test subjects for practicing memory reading. As a result, he moved very quickly while eliminating every bandit camp in his path. He continued the slaughter until he ran into a trio of rogue ninjas who were on his hit list as well. In the middle of the forest, 3 middle-aged rogue ninjas were facing Fujin. All 3 looked quite similar to each other in terms of facial features. Their headbands showed that they were formerly from the Land of Rain. One of them said, "Big brother, it looks like Konoha is now sending kids against us." Another added, "Konoha has been trying to hunt us for 3 years. It's about time that we make them regret. Ha ha ha!" Fujin looked at the three of them like they were retards and thought, they are from Hidden Rain. I wonder whether Nagato has already killed Hanzo. Oh well, time to see how it goes. The three grabbed their kunais. The oldest one among them walked forward towards Fujin and asked, "Are you scared, Burr?" Before he could complete his question, Fujin disappeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, the rogue ninja's arms also disappeared. It happened so quickly that he didn't even feel pain and just saw a red line. When he looked at his arms, he was horrified to see both of them sliced clean. A horrifying scream escaped his throat. It scared away some of the animals and birds around that place. The remaining two rogue ninjas were just as shocked. Before they could react, both were in the same state. In fact, Fujin went a step further and cut off their legs as well, to prevent them from trying to run away. They began screaming in horror as well. Neither of them expected such a result. They looked up to see Fujin standing next to the first guy he attacked. This time, Fujin no longer seemed like a youngster in their eyes. Instead, he seemed like a terrifying and bloodthirsty demon. Their screams began desperate as they apologized and begged for mercy. However, Fujin ignored them. He had already sensed the area, and there was no ninja in the vicinity. He didn't care how loudly they shouted. Fujin thought, it's not bad to be ignorant, but people should at least stay aware of the reality. Don't go around threatening someone if you don't know who that person is. Though they would have still died, perhaps it would have been a little less dreadful. The first rogue ninja looked at Fujin and asked in terror, "Who are you? What do you want?" Fujin didn't say anything and instead placed his palm on his chest. In an instant, the rogue ninja disappeared from the land of fire and appeared in the Oid dimension. However, a moment later, he was ejected and appeared in front of Fujin once again. A frown formed on Fujin's face as he analyzed. His chakra didn't decrease at all. On second thought, he barely stayed in that dimension for even a moment. I didn't seal his chakra because I wanted to experiment with this idea. But why did nothing happen? Though he is barely at the Chunin level, his chakra is still higher than some of my shadow clones when they try entering the Oid dimension. So it shouldn't be a matter of strength. Is he so terrified that he can't resist? Or is he incapable of resisting for some reason? Fujin couldn't be sure. He sent the rogue ninja into the Oid dimension several times, but the result was still the same. Finally, he applied the self-cursing seal on the rogue ninja and began reading his memories. He realized, I see. It's not that he didn't try to resist. Rather, he did it, and was still expelled from that dimension. Even with his chakra, he couldn't resist the pressure at all. That said, it isn't the issue with the amount of chakra. I guess only the ones who have some level of mastery of the space-time technique can resist the pressure. I guess using this to drain chakra of enemies isn't possible either. A shame. Fujin read his remaining memories before knocking him out. He tried sending the second rogue ninja to the Oid dimension as well, but the result was the same. He knocked him out as well after reading his memories. The third one was ejected as well. However, Fujin wanted to do one more experiment. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Carlos, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links and rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 474, One Person, Three Identities. Chapter 480 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. A couple of points I kinda underestimated the amount of work that would be needed to create an organization. As a result, quite a few chapters were needed to complete it. Going by the comments, not just the recent ones, I can see that there are many who don't want an organization. Unfortunately, this organization is something that I had decided on very early on while creating the plot, and will be playing a very important role in the future events. So, it isn't something I could change without completely messing the plot that I have planned out. For the ones who aren't very interested in organization building, I'd recommend taking a break for a couple of weeks and just reading briefly through it. can continue from CHP 486. Would honestly prefer if the comment section isn't again filled with asking me to skip past this arc, as it is extremely discouraging for a writer to see that in every arc. Secondly, my chapter length on average is 1.5k words. I do go around 1.71. 8k in some rare cases. However, it is extremely draining for me to do so regularly. Even maintaining the 1.5k words per chapter is extremely taxing to do. If such a chapter length is a turnoff for you, I can only recommend reading every other day so that you can read 2 chapters in one go. If that's not cool either, then unfortunately there isn't much I can do about it. Apologies for not being able to live up to what your expectations are. Fujin held the ninja and entered the Oid dimension along with him. Once again, he felt the pressure. He used his chakra to resist it. At the same time, he also used his chakra to help the rogue ninja resist it. The rogue ninja was finally able to stay in the Oid dimension. He was confused as he couldn't sense anything at all for a second. It was as if all his senses had been shut down. After verifying, Fujin stopped resisting and immediately returned back to the Land of Fire. He didn't want to exhaust a major chunk of his chakra for no reason. He analyzed, the scroll was right. I need to help whoever I bring into the Oid dimension resist the pressure there. Of course, once my speed of teleporting increases, I won't need to resist pressure as I can complete the process in an instant. That said, bringing others with me will increase chakra consumption. The additional chakra I'll need will depend on the number of people I'm teleporting, their chakra levels, and whether they are resisting or not. Teleporting a tailed beast that doesn't want to be teleported will likely be impossible for the time being. Sigh. How much chakra did Minato have to teleport a complete Kurama? Fujin stopped thinking about it. There was no point in comparing himself with Minato. After all, Minato was already dead, while he was still alive and kicking. He looked at the 3 rogue ninjas in front of him. Though he was done experimenting with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, there was still another experiment he wanted to carry out. Fujin applied the Phantom Seal on the 3 of them and tested it out to confirm that there was no issue with the seal. After some time, Fujin thought, all right, it looks like there are no issues with the seal. Now time to test the kill switch. Fujin made the confrontation hand seal and activated the 3 seals. In an instant, the brains of the 3 rogue ninjas were destroyed. Fujin nodded in satisfaction, and followed up with his usual ritual of destroying and cremating the dead bodies and burying the ashes deep in the ground so that even Edo Tensei wouldn't be able to revive them. He continued the journey. He completed the missions he had accepted within a couple of days, while also testing out the Phantom Seal on the rogue ninjas he was supposed to eliminate. Needless to say, he had also left hundreds of Flying Thunder God marks between Konoha and the Land of Grass. Instead of returning to the village, he moved south and headed past the border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to move towards the Land of Rivers. En route, Fujin changed his appearance to that of Shippuden, the identity that he had used when he met Shigeki. He thought, I overlooked one aspect earlier. I was initially planning on using the Shippuden identity to fight under disguise. However, Shippuden will be the leader of the Phantom Haven Society. If my targets link Shippuden to the Phantom Haven Society, then it will be destroyed in no time, wasting all the time and effort I'd be spending on it. It means that I can't use this identity for those purposes. I'll need a third identity as well. That identity will mostly fight with the lightning element. In that case, what should I use to fight while I'm Shippuden? Fujin fell into deep thought. While he had learned a range of jutsus, there was only so much he could hide while still maintaining his strength. Fujin thought for a while before sighing and deciding, there are very few options. I can't use my Akyum Jutsu. That is a dead giveaway. Even with lightning, I'll have to avoid overlaps and I can't use the same fighting style. It means that I can't use my strongest jutsus and my most effective tricks. Flying Thunder God is also out of the question. Hiruzen will link it to me. Even if he dies, I'm not sure if he told anyone about giving me this jutsu. If Shikaku knows, he can link it as well. However, once my range increases, I can pretend to be using reverse summoning to get away, and I can do so with all 3 identities. Without wind and lightning release, my swords won't be very effective either. However, using chakra flow should be fine. That said, I'll need new swords for Shippuden and the third identity, especially for the third identity. I wonder if that noble in the Land of Frost still has that chakra metal sword. His family's book on the incomplete research about merging wind and water to create Ice Kekkei Genkai has been useless to me so far. Oh well, guess I'll steal it later. If he doesn't have it, then I'll have to pay a visit to the Land of Iron, either to make new swords or steal old ones. If I had created a Kekkei Genkai, then I could have given it to this identity. After all, it is unlikely that an elemental Kekkei Genkai will add much to my strength. If I had the Swift or Scorch Kekkei Genkai, then I could have used them to enhance Shigen's power. Unfortunately, I don't have either of them. Anyway, without all these options, I guess the only thing that is left is Fuinjutsu. After all, my fire and earth elements kinda suck. Though I am known to be a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, not many know what my skills are. As long as I don't use the explosion seals I used against Juzo and Kakuzu, it'll be hard to link it to me. I can use the self-cursing seal and the chakra suppression seal liberally in my fight to restrict my opponents. Those will be the main skills of Shippuden. Of course, that will be backed by my speed and strength. I'll use the body flicker jutsu for movement. For defense, I'll use barriers along with iron skin jutsu and earth wall jutsu. I'll use the samurai saber techniques with my swords once I get new ones. Perhaps I should add a fire jutsu for an AoE attack. I suppose searing migraine jutsu should be sufficient. Using some genjutsu is fine as long as I avoid the bringer of darkness and wind style genjutsu. This should allow me to deal with elite junins with some ease. As for stronger rank S ninjas, I can only hope to fend them off with Fuinjutsu and make the fight a stalemate. Without Assassin's Rush Jutsu, I won't be able to get an advantage in speed. However, unless I'm facing the Raikage, I doubt anyone could use speed to defeat me either. That said, with so many restrictions, it's best if I don't fight with Shippuden identity. Especially against the ones I have already, or will fight in the future. I'll only fight if the base is at risk. Even then, I'll hide behind a large number of seals and use them in the fight. The only reason for me to display my strength should be if an unruly rank S was raised through the Phantom Haven Society. Though I can use the Phantom Seal to suppress such a person, I don't want to follow the Hyuga model. Though effective in maintaining control, it is terrible in terms of morale and mentality. No matter how loyal, no one would want to place their lives in the hands of others. Fujin understood clearly that the real effects of the Phantom Seal should never be exposed to anyone. As for suppressing a rank S that might arise in the future, Fujin wasn't concerned. After all, he was still growing as well. The Phantom Haven Society wouldn't be able to raise a rank S ninja out of thin air. By the time such a ninja appeared, Fujin believed that his own strength would be at an entirely different level. Engrossed in his thoughts, Fujin, using Shippuden's disguise, entered the Land of Rivers and moved towards the cave where he had left Shigeki. He couldn't help but wonder if Shigeki was still waiting or had already left. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhexnospace. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvsh8 at OKSBuy, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Total77, Hidan, RGA, and Immortal Ancestor Dialu for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 475, A Capable Subordinate. Chapter 481 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Moving at a rapid speed, Fujin reached close to the cave, where Fujin had carved seals to create a safe hideout for Shigeki. When he was 12 kilometers from the cave, a smile appeared on Fujin's face. He thought, though I'm not sure it is him, I can sense a disturbance in the space-time field. If it is him, then I'll be impressed. To have such perseverance... Hey, I got lucky in being able to recruit such a good subordinate so easily. Gaining a capable person to handle matters when he wasn't present was important for the organization's ability to survive and become stronger. It was the reason why Fujin made a move when he got the chance. Though Fujin couldn't visit him since then, that also served a purpose. It allowed Fujin to test his character and perseverance. After all, Fujin was the one who saved his life and gave him an opportunity to get revenge for his family. While this wasn't something Fujin did intentionally, he wouldn't reject the observations he gained due to it. As he reached closer, Fujin could finally sense the chakra signature. Behind the mask, his smile grew wider. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Shigeki looked outside and wondered, "Someone is able to sense me despite the seals in the cave?" He immediately became alert. It was the first time someone had sensed him inside the cave. At the same time, he became hopeful and wondered, "Has the Lord returned?" Shigeki hoped that was the case. However, he prepared himself for a battle as well. While Shigeki wouldn't stand out if placed in a strong village like Konoha, in a minor village he was ranked quite highly. After training continuously for nearly 3 years, his confidence had grown. Very soon, Fujin appeared in front of the cave and entered it. On entering, he saw Shigeki in front of him. Shigeki immediately recognized him. He bowed slightly and said respectfully, "It's good to see you again, Lord Shippuden." Fujin nodded and said, "Drop the Lord." "It's good to see that you're still here, Shigeki. I'm impressed that you haven't left." On hearing the command to drop Lord, Shigeki sighed in relief. It wasn't anyone in disguise, nor had his savior's nature changed over the last 3 years. Shigeki said, "You saved my life and gave me an opportunity. I won't break my promise unless you do something that goes against my beliefs." Fujin nodded and said, "Good." Shigeki asked, "If I may ask, can you tell me why you didn't appear for so long?" While he did wait patiently, he couldn't help but think that Shippuden had abandoned plans to build a branch there, and hence hadn't come to visit him. Had he been strong enough to get his revenge, he might not have waited. Fujin nodded and said, "It was a test." Shigeki was surprised. He asked, "A test?" Fujin replied, "Yes. It served 2 purposes. The first purpose was to test your nature. If you had left during this time, then it would have implied that you are ungrateful and don't stick to your words. I wouldn't want someone like that in our organization. The second purpose was to test your perseverance. You were too weak to avenge your family back then. This time in isolation was the perfect environment for you to train yourself. I will need to check whether you have stayed true to yourself and your family and used this time well. Then I'll judge how you performed in this parameter." Shigeki was surprised. At the same time, he was relieved and thought, "Luckily, I didn't leave and kept training all the time." Shigeki nodded and said, "All right. I hope I don't disappoint you. Can you tell me more about the organization?" Fujin shook his head and said, "First, I'll need to see your strength. I'll then decide what your role will be and what you should know." Shigeki was surprised. He asked, "Should we fight here?" Fujin shook his head once again and said, "No. Though this place is decently hidden, a fight here can attract attention if someone is passing by. This is your first task for the organization. Identify a place in the land of rivers that is so remote that no one would visit there even by accident. Also, the place has to be large enough to house hundreds of people and have a lot of space for training, sparring, and other activities." Shigeki was surprised by Fujin's words and realized, he plans on building a base. He thought for a bit and said, "I do know a couple of such locations." Fujin said, "Choose one and lead the way." Shigeki thought for a couple of minutes before saying, "All right, follow me." Shigeki began moving. Fujin followed him. The two moved around a couple of 100 meters, traveling past dozens of rivers. Finally, they entered a location that didn't have any rivers at all. Instead, there was an extremely deep and large valley, surrounded by mountains on all sides. Standing on the edge, Shigeki said, "No one in this country ever travels inside this valley. It has an extremely high number of deadly wild animals. Hence, normal people don't dare to enter. As a result, our ninjas never receive any missions to this place. Also, since there aren't any rivers nearby, there are no settlements for dozens of kilometers around this valley either. Another advantage is that there are no trade routes near this area. The closest trading route is the one between Sunagakure and Tanigakure. and even that is 37 kilometers away. Fujin thought for a bit and nodded. The location was excellent. Even if there were human settlements around the valley itself was extremely huge and deep, making sensors more or less useless unless they decided to venture in deep. In addition, the valley was covered in mist, blocking sight. As a result, even if a fight happened in the valley, it wasn't possible for anyone to see any flashes. Fujin asked, "Is this valley always covered in mist?" Shigeki nodded. Fujin asked, "Did Tanigakure investigate the valley in the past?" Shigeki replied, "Yes, we did it sometime after the end of the First Great Ninja War. We were hoping to find some resources in the valley. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything worth considerable value to create a base in the valley. It has pretty much been abandoned since then. The only usage this valley sees is if Tsunegakure or Konohagakure are trying to sneak troops to the other side during a war. Even then, they mostly stay on the edges as it provides sufficient cover in any case." Fujin nodded and inquired about some more details, such as the wildlife and the presence of any poisonous species. Once he was satisfied, he said, "All right, this should be good enough. Let's go." Fujin began moving down the slope. The slope wasn't very steep, so normal people could still climb out if they went in as long as no wild animals attacked them. For Fujin and Shigeki, it wasn't worth mentioning. Shigeki followed Fujin and asked, "Where are we heading inside the valley?" A smile formed behind Fujin's mask as he said, "To the deepest point, obviously." Shigeki was surprised. The alley was surrounded by tall mountains. Compared to the edges, the deepest point of the alley was almost 1.5 kilometers deep. If it was a flat surface, then the deepest point would be around 10 kilometers away from the closest edge. As a result, the deepest point will be completely hidden from anyone. He couldn't help but wonder, is Shippuden planning to create a base so deep in the valley? Wouldn't it make accessing it very difficult? Also, what's the purpose of this organization? He didn't even tell me the name of his organization. As they moved rapidly, Fujin asked, "Shigeki, before we fight, how would you evaluate your strength?" Shigeki answered, "If I return to Tanigakure, then I'm sure I'll be able to contend for the spot of the strongest ninja in the village. If I was in a major village, I guess I would be an elite Junin." Fujin was surprised by his self-evaluation. That said, he didn't assume it to be true. After all, most minor villages didn't believe themselves to be much weaker than major villages. The only points where they accepted their inferiority were the absence of rank S ninjas, Jinchurikis, and the total number of ninjas. Fujin asked, "And what do you specialize in, and what are your abilities?" Fujin already knew the answer to this question. However, he didn't know what Shigeki did after their meeting. As such, he was curious to know. Shigeki answered, "I specialize in ninjutsus. More specifically, wind and water nature manipulation. The land of rivers is covered by numerous rivers. These two natures allowed me to restrict our enemies and keep them on the opposite bank. I'm decent at taijutsu and can use some genjutsu as well, though they aren't as good as my ninjutsu." Fujin already knew that information. He asked, "And which are your strongest jutsus?" And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 power stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 power stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8 at OKSB. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Clement, Haley, That Guy, and Sneer for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 4-6, A Capable Subordinate. Chapter 482 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shigeki was about to answer when Fujin said, "Leave it. Just use them in our spar. It won't be fair to you if I know everything beforehand." Shigeki nodded. The two traveled to the deepest part of the valley. As they ventured deeper into the valley, an expanse of lush, verdant landscape greeted their eyes. Towering trees draped in moss and vines, their canopies interlocking in a verdurous ceiling, cast intricate patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Due to the absence of human interference, myriad species of flora carpet the ground, from delicate ferns to vibrant, sprawling bushes bearing succulent fruits. Amid this tranquility, there was a range of wild animals. As he moved deeper, Fujin saw a bunch of deer, bison, and rabbits. He also saw various predatory animals, such as a small pack of wolves, a few sleek panthers hiding among the trees waiting for their prey, and an array of snakes, some poisonous, and some gigantic. Fujin thought, "This brings back the memory of that wolf valley I entered while finding my summon. If the animals in this valley could use chakra as the summons can, then this valley would have been a forbidden area even for ninjas. Even rank S ninjas won't casually enter too deep if that was the case." Fortunately or unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Very quickly, Fujin and Shigeki reached the deepest part of the valley. The place was entirely covered in mist. Shigeki looked around and asked, "Are you sure that we should make our base here? The visibility isn't good, and this place isn't exactly safe." The area was sprawling with wild animals. While they weren't a concern for Fujin or Shigeki while they were awake, even they would be on guard while they slept. Fujin nodded and answered, "It's fine. Our spar will scare away the wild animals. As for the environment, I'll handle it. Don't worry." Fujin flickered and appeared 20 meters in front of Shigeki, facing him. While Shigeki couldn't see through the mask, he could see a pair of eyes staring at him. Fujin said, "Let's start. Come at me with the intention to kill me. Show me your full strength." Shigeki prepared himself and began building up his chakra. The wild animals, who were on guard and observing the two intruders who entered their territory, immediately began fleeing away on sensing his aura. Shigeki grabbed a kunai and said, "Here I come." Having trained continuously for nearly 3 years, Shigeki was excited to test his strength. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to keep his survival a secret, he would have long challenged other ninjas to a spar. At the same time, he was curious how strong Fujin, or rather, Shigan was. After all, Fujin had killed his pursuers in the blink of an eye, giving him no opportunity to evaluate his strength. He moved forward at a fast speed and thrust his kunai towards Fujin's heart. However, Fujin easily moved out of the way. He continued attacking Fujin with his kunai, shot a few shurikens and tried kicking several times, but Fujin dodged them all with relative ease. Fujin was about to counterattack when Shigeki retreated, realizing that he was completely outmatched in close combat. He began weaving hand signs as he moved away from Fujin. Fujin observed him and thought, "Those hand seals... the water dragon jutsu... Huh? Sigh, it is so tempting to attack. I'm too used to killing. Thankfully, my spars with Guy helped curb some of the killing instincts I developed during my Anbu days. That said, even if I wanted to, I doubt I could kill Guy even with a sneak attack. Of the ninjas I have seen fighting, he has the highest alertness other than Hiruzen. If Kakuzu didn't have 5 lives, perhaps he would have been as alert as Hiruzen. A water dragon of this size... not bad. Even in Konoha, he could be promoted to the Junin rank, but only barely. As for Elite Junin, that's out of the question." As Fujin was thinking, a 25-meter-long water dragon formed in front of him. In a second, it came rushing straight at him. Shigeki saw as the water dragon hit Fujin and swallowed him. However, a frown formed on his face as he failed to see Fujin's figure anymore. As the water wave created by the water dragon hitting the spot, Fujin was standing began settling. Shigeki looked around himself and thought, how did he disappear? Now that I think about it, he had disappeared the last time as well. All this mist around me, is he using the infamous hidden mist jutsu? Not good. He quickly weaved hand seals while keeping a watch around him to prevent any sneak attacks. Wind Release, Great Breakthrough Jutsu. Instead of launching the jutsu in a direction, Shigeki spun once while exhaling high-speed and razor-sharp winds. As a result, the winds moved in every direction, dispersing the mist around the area. Shigeki quickly looked to his right and saw Fujin standing around 50 meters from him. He couldn't help but wonder, how did he dodge those sharp winds? Or is he invulnerable to attack somehow? He didn't think much about it. In fact, even before the mist had dispersed, Shigeki had already begun weaving hand seals for the next jutsu. Water Release, Exploding Water Colliding Wave Jutsu. Shigeki spat out a large volume of water from his mouth. It immediately turned into a giant wave. A major portion of the water moved in the direction of Fujin, but the rest spread equally in all directions. Seeing Fujin's ridiculous speed, Shigeki understood that single-target attacks would have no chance of hitting Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he saw the massive volume of water heading towards him. He thought, not bad. Not bad at all. He's able to take advantage of the terrain very well. In a place where water is abundant, he'll be able to pack quite a punch. I'll need to correct my judgment. He will have no issue in becoming a Junin in Konoha. Fujin would have to reevaluate Shigeki once again. After all, he wasn't done. The massive amount of water was just the start. Even before it could reach Fujin, Shigeki had shot another great breakthrough jutsu, this time into the large amount of water he had just spat out. Fujin was intrigued. He quickly moved backwards while analyzing, is he planning to use the great breakthrough jutsu to speed up the water? However, how will that be of any help against someone as fast as me? As Fujin expected, the speed of the water indeed increased. However, there was one thing he didn't anticipate. The winds didn't just speed up the water, but they also allowed Shigeki to control the water to a great extent. Dozens of water blades flew at Fujin at a rapid speed. It was far faster than a normal water jutsu. Fujin stepped out of the way, but his new position was bombarded with high-speed jets of water, forcing Fujin to flicker repeatedly. Shigeki observed Fujin's movements and thought, he is still able to dodge them so easily? How did he even train to have such a speed? I'll have to change my style of attack. He exhaled more wind into the water. A second later, hundreds of shurikens were shot at and around Fujin, leaving him no space to dodge. Of course, it wasn't enough to stop Fujin, who flickered a couple of times and appeared to Shigeki's left. For a moment, Shigeki was left speechless. He thought, he flickered such a long distance. Though my shurikens covered a large area, it was useless against him. How am I even supposed to land an attack on someone like him? As opposed to Shigeki's helplessness, Fujin was excited. He thought excitedly, he improved so much in these few years? Marvelous. To be able to keep me on my toes. Now let me see the limits of this combination jutsu. Heh. To Shigeki's surprise, Fujin flickered on top of the large water body he had created and shouted, "Give me your best shot." A sword appeared in Fujin's right hand. It wasn't his usual sword, and instead was just an ordinary sword he had picked up from the targets he eliminated earlier. With Fujin standing atop the water, Shigeki's attacks became much faster as they didn't need to travel. Fujin flickered continuously to dodge the incoming attacks. In most cases, he moved just a couple of meters away to dodge an attack. However, every now and then he'd be forced to flicker long distances or defend with his sword. Fujin stayed atop the water for 5 whole minutes, dodging everything Shigeki could throw at him. The combination jutsu surprised Fujin a lot. He had researched Shigeki before he left the village. Shigeki did have a history of using wind attacks in water bodies to block enemies from progressing. However, what he was using was in a completely different league. Fujin judged with excitement. He is good. He's at least on par with Tokuhei from Yugakure. Though he still can't be considered an elite Junin, he isn't too far away. With my help, he'll reach it in no time at all. Anyway, it's time to end this. His chakra has almost run out. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Piranha, Liberiu, G21, One Bullet, Eichter, and Charles for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 477, the cover story. Chapter 483 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin's figure suddenly disappeared. Shigeki couldn't see him but could still track his movements due to the splash he would create whenever he stepped on the water. He tried attacking, however, he was late every time. After missing 3 attacks, Shigeki realized he is coming towards me. In close range, I'm no match for him. He immediately weaved hand seals and shot another great breakthrough jutsu in the direction that Fujin was last in. However, at the next moment, he felt a light tap on his back. In an instant, various symbols covered his body. Shigeki became paralyzed. He couldn't move his body, nor could he use his chakra. He immediately realized, self-cursing seal. To be able to apply and activate it so quickly, he should be a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. No wonder no one could detect that cave. Without Shigeki's control, the water began spreading in all directions. Fujin deactivated the seal and said, "That's enough for now. Your skills have impressed me." Shigeki smiled, but didn't think much of it. He was already in his late 30s. Hearing such praises wasn't something that would make him happy. However, to his surprise, Fujin added, "That said, you are still some distance away from becoming an elite Junin." Shigeki was surprised. He wondered, even my combination jutsu won't allow me to fight against an elite Junin? Fujin continued, "Your chakra reserves are slightly lower, and they are unlikely to increase much considering your age. And you are still falling short in some aspects. Can you use the body flicker jutsu?" Shigeki nodded and said, "Yes. I just didn't use it in the fight because there wasn't any chance to use it." Fujin said, "Good. However, can you use it without any hand seals?" Shigeki replied, "No." Fujin advised, "The first thing you need to do is train yourself to use the body flicker jutsu without any hand seals. It will improve your mobility a lot and you can move around like how I did. Other than that, your water manipulation and that combination jutsu is very impressive. But do you know any wind jutsu stronger than the Great Breakthrough Jutsu?" Shigeki shook his head and answered, "No. Tanigakure doesn't have many wind release jutsus. Due to the high number of rivers in this country, water release is the one that has been focused on the most, so I only had access to stronger water jutsus." Fujin replied, "I see. In that case, I'll give you these." Fujin grabbed a couple of scrolls and handed them to Shigeki. He said, "Your water jutsus are sufficiently strong. I don't have anything that'll strengthen you in that aspect. However, your wind element can be strengthened. These are two of the strongest wind jutsus which are popular among the Sunagakure ninjas. The first is the rank B pressure damage jutsu. It is a wide-range jutsu that is far stronger than the Great Breakthrough Jutsu. It will help you strengthen your combination jutsu. The second is the rank A Blades of Wind Jutsu. It'll provide you with a good option to use in close combat, and will also make you versatile in battle." Shigeki was surprised once again. He thought, what the hell? Suna ninjas take pride in those jutsus. He just brought them out like this? Fujin already knew about Shigeki's skills. Though he had trained for a long time by himself, Shigeki didn't have access to new jutsus. As for creating original jutsus, that was extremely complicated and required a great deal of luck, inspiration, and skill. So he had prepared these two jutsu scrolls for Shigeki. The information was from Konoha's library. However, Fujin changed the wording and added some of his own insights to ensure that no one would recognize it came from Konoha even if someone from Konoha got their hands on it. Fujin actually intended to go one step further and teach Shadow Clone Jutsu. With Shadow Clones along with Soldier Pills, the speed of training could be increased by several times. It was especially helpful while learning chakra control, nature manipulation, or studying Fuinjutsu and medical ninjutsu. However, after analyzing it for a long time, Fujin decided against it, thinking, Konoha is quite protective about some of the secret jutsus like the Shadow Clone. It might not be able to do much if a major village began practicing it on a large scale, but if a minor village or an upcoming organization were to know it, Hiruzen would send forces to eliminate them. Heck, he might deploy me to do the job. Even if I'm able to save the organization, it'll restrict its movements heavily. Leave it. It's not as if I'm counting on anyone here to help me in a fight. There is no need to take such a needless risk. If I need a strong army in the future for some reason, then I'll reevaluate the situation. Shigeki looked at the scrolls again and said, "Thank you. I'll learn them immediately." Fujin said, "Once you learn these two jutsus and become capable of using body flicker seamlessly, then you should be able to contend against elite Junins from the major villages. Anyway, now on to the important topic. I'm sure you are curious about what organization I'm building and what our goals and purposes are." Shigeki nodded. Apart from taking revenge, this was the matter he thought of the most. Fujin said, "The organization I'm building is called the Phantom Haven Society. As I had said when we met the first time, this is just another branch I'm opening. It'll be independent of other branches. You'll be the one handling all matters here in my absence." Shigeki thought for a bit and asked, "Why have I never heard of such an organization before?" Also, what does the Phantom Haven Society do? Fujin answered, it's simple. The phantom in the name is to indicate our method of operation. We operate in absolute secrecy and stay elusive, rarely appearing in the light. Even when a member appears in the light, he or she shouldn't be mentioning the name of the organization. The same rules will apply here as well. This is why it is very unlikely for anyone to have heard of us. As for my goal, Fujin paused for a few seconds before continuing. The goal of Phantom Haven Society is to save the innocent and the weak from the evils of society. A good portion of the world's population suffers due to torment inflicted by bandits, rogue ninjas, greedy nobles, or by becoming targets of schemes of the leaders of various hidden villages. You, despite having decent strength and status, still fell prey to the schemes of an elder. The normal people who can't utilize their chakra have it far worse. They are entirely dependent on the whims of the strong. The Phantom Haven Society will work to get strong to be able to help such people. Shigeki was stunned. In such a cruel world, he never expected there to be someone with such noble goals. In fact, even he himself wasn't that noble and only wanted revenge. Though Shigeki couldn't see Fujin's face, he could sense how serious Fujin was through his voice. He thought, such a noble goal. I was lucky to be saved by him. Once I complete my revenge, I'll dedicate my life to this goal. To ensure that no one else goes through the same suffering as my family. I'm sure my daughter and wife would want that as well. Shigeki had several doubts about who Shippuden was and what his goals were. On learning the truth and realizing Fujin's seriousness, he was heavily influenced by the idea of making the world a better place. Fujin observed his expression and sighed in relief while thinking, good, he bought it. While Fujin regularly played games with Hiruzen and at times with Shikaku and Danzo, this was the first time he tried it when something was at stake. He immediately became pleased after he tested what he learnt from them. Shigeki said, I'll be honored to help you make that goal a reality. However, such goals will harm the benefits of several nobles and leaders. We could be targeted by major and minor villages. Though he was influenced, Shigeki understood how difficult the task was. Fujin nodded and said, yes. That is why it is necessary to be elusive and act in secrecy. If the word of our activities spreads, others will ignore us at the start. However, once we begin intruding on anyone's benefits, we will be opposed heavily. Even with my strength, I can't bear the force of an entire ninja village. Even if we keep acting in secrecy, there is always a chance that details still get leaked. That is why every branch is independent of each other. If one branch messes up and attracts trouble, the others will be safe. I'll dissolve that branch and have them help other branches or create another secret force that will secretly aid other branches. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddle Sarvesh 8 at OKSBI can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Disclaimer. All credit goes to the original author. This is a fan-made AI narration intended to bring more exposure to the novel. If you are the author or rights holder and wish for this video to be removed or modified, please contact us at fabelverseaudio@gmail.com. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Like, subscribe, share to support immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy our work and want to support future projects, consider donating. Links can be found in the description below. Donors may suggest a novel for narration. If it meets our restrictions policy, we will consider posting the first 100 chapters. Chapter 4478, Phantom Will, Chapter 484 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Shigeki nodded. He agreed with the steps Fujin had taken. He asked, all right, what should I do right now? How will I manage this branch? Fujin said, though the goal of Phantom Haven Society is good, we can't do good just by wishing for it. Otherwise, this world would have long achieved peace. To help progress towards our goal, we need to do 3 things. They'll be your main activities. 1, we need to recruit more people. I can't stay here all the time. And you won't be able to handle everything by yourself. For starters, you'll be responsible for recruiting other ninjas like you. Ninjas who you trust, are good-natured, and will be willing to work with dedication towards such a goal. Of course, considering the risky nature of the job, you should only recruit ninjas who don't have anything to lose and don't have anyone dependent on them. Shigeki understood the reason behind Fujin's words. Once someone joins such a secret organization with such an outrageous goal, they will have a difficult time returning to live with their loved ones. Not to mention, they could be hunted down once their past is exposed. Even if they escape, their families will suffer. Fujin continued, once you have recruited a few capable ninjas, you can start operating. To start with, we will be focusing on two things. Our goal is to help unfortunate people who face calamities. But in order to help such people, we need to know that they are suffering and need to know that quickly enough. Otherwise, we won't be able to help them all. To do so, you will need to build an information network. The third thing will apply when we get into action and rescue an affected village or community. We will help them resettle, either in the same place by eliminating the danger if we can, or in a nearby village if we can't, and they are willing to move. During such rescues, we will also recruit young kids who have the passion to join an organization like ours, and the talent to become a ninja. Unlike the hidden villages, we will never send the kids to war. Instead, they will stay safe in this hideout until they are trained enough to be considered chunins. This will be your most important task. Though we are decently strong, there isn't much two people can do by themselves. In fact, even with help, we can't be sure if this goal will be achieved during our lifetime. We will need strong and passionate youngsters with the drive to see that our goal will be achieved even if we pass on. Fujin looked into Shigeki's eyes and asked in a serious tone, Kasai Shigeki, are you willing to take over this role? Shigeki replied respectfully, I am willing. Fujin nodded and said, Good. He extended his right palm towards Shigeki. A seal appeared in his right hand. Fujin said, This is the Phantom Seal. Every member of the Phantom Haven Society will have this seal. This seal has several functions. For starters, it'll allow me to identify the members of our society. Secondly, this seal will prevent anyone from betraying us. If anyone tries to leak our secrets, then his or her body will be paralyzed. Even other Fuinjutsu Grandmasters won't be able to help them. In addition, this seal also prevents anyone from controlling or reading the minds of our members. Show me your back and lift your shirt. I'll apply the seal to you. Shigeki followed his instructions and presented his back. He thought, as I guessed, he is a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. He might even be one of the best ones, seeing how confident he is in this seal. Shigeki didn't suspect Fujin and accepted the seal. As a result, Fujin didn't face any obstruction and was able to place the seal properly. Fujin said, One important aspect of this seal is that I can only place it on those who are willing to join us. Otherwise, I won't be able to place the seal. It will prevent the ones who are unwilling or forced due to any reason from being able to join us. In the future, when you recruit, you have to ensure that you don't force someone to join us. I won't accept anyone if they aren't willing. By accepting this seal, it shows that you believe in the Phantom Will. For the umpteenth time, Shigeki was surprised. The seal was far more advanced than any seal he had seen or heard of. However, he was also confused. He asked, What is Phantom Will? Fujin answered, It's an illusionary will that we believe in. Shigeki was even more confused. He asked, What do you mean by illusionary? Fujin answered in a serious tone, Who in this world doesn't want peace? Who doesn't wish that everyone prospers and no one suffers? If you randomly take 10 people, at least 9 will say that they want the world to be peaceful. Even among ninjas, the number will be the same. However, the world is still filled with non-stop conflict. Even during peacetime, the Anbu of major villages are engaging in secret wars. Several minor villages go to war frequently. The ordinary people suffer due to such wars. Even if there are no wars on the surface, they still have to suffer due to bandits, rogue ninjas, famines, illness, and in several other ways. This world has enough resources for everyone to be satisfied and to ensure that no one suffers. Yet, people suffer. The Phantom Will is the will everyone has to bring peace to the world. However, since no one acts on it, I call it the Phantom Will. The Phantom Haven Society will follow the Phantom Will. Though we aren't strong enough to bring about world peace, we will do every little thing in our power to bring peace, even if it is temporary and restricted to a small area. In the future, if we gain sufficient strength, then we will focus on making the entire world a peaceful place. Fujin's words made Shigeki fall into deep thought. While he was always an upright and kind-hearted person, he hadn't ever gone out of his way to help the common people unless it was a mission. When he heard Fujin's goals, he was impressed that someone so strong could devote his life to such a noble cause. It was completely opposite of every higher-up he had ever seen. Hearing Fujin speak about the Phantom Will made him place Fujin at an even higher place in his heart. He had never heard about something like it. Though many villages had their own wills, starting from the famed Will of Fire propagated by the first Hokage, it was his first time hearing about a will that compassed every human. It was also the first time he felt so attached to a will. Memories resurfaced as he thought of his own experiences. He recalled how he observed the unfairness in the world several times. However, he never did anything to reduce it despite wanting to, and having a few opportunities. He was also at the receiving end during the previous Great Ninja Wars, when the Land of Rivers was completely at the mercy of Konoha and Suna ninjas. He felt helpless, but didn't have the strength to do anything about it. The ones who did have the strength were engaged in a deadly war instead of helping others. Within a few minutes, Shigeki had convinced himself and become the greatest follower of the Phantom Will. It was a strange situation where his belief in the Phantom Will was infinitely greater than the one who could be considered its founder. Shigeki looked at Fujin and asked, "Shiden, can you tell me how strong you are? Are you a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu? Also, what are your other specialities?" The sudden question surprised Fujin. He wondered, exactly what conclusion did he reach to suddenly ask me such a question? To maintain the flow and ensure that Shigeki stayed loyal to him, Fujin had no choice but to satisfy his query. For a moment, Fujin felt just like how Hiruzen feels while dealing with him. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Jose, Eduardo, Sanguinus, and Lord Aaron for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more, support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 479, Structure and Ranks. Chapter 485 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin answered, "Yes, I'm a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. It is why I dare to make a base in such a place. I don't specialize in anything else, but I do know a little bit of everything. I can use all 5 nature manipulations, samurai saber techniques, genjutsu, taijutsu, medical ninjutsu, and sensing. Of course, they aren't comparable to my Fuinjutsu. Overall, I can be considered as a rank S ninja." When Fujin had thought about how to answer this question, he had expected Shigeki to be awed. However, the sudden change in Shigeki's attitude made his speculation incorrect. There was no awe on Shigeki's face. Instead, there was pride. Learning all 5 elements was an extremely rare feat. Very few ninjas could claim to have done that in history, and very few of them could claim to be grandmasters in Fuinjutsu. Not to mention, Fujin had mentioned that he had some expertise in nearly every other field. To have such a person as the leader was something to be proud of. Shigeki immediately felt much more confident in achieving the goals of the Phantom Haven Society. Fujin felt uncomfortable on seeing Shigeki's passionate stare. The hair on his body stood as he felt goosebumps from the gaze. He muttered to himself, "If I ever decide to take off the mask, I need to disguise myself as an old man. Maybe I shouldn't have bluffed about the 5 elements." Though Fujin said he could use all 5 elements, his ability in the water element was extremely lousy. Fujin had only managed to learn some rank E and D jutsus, which were more or less useless in battle. In fact, his most effective way of using water in a fight was unleashing a large amount of water that he kept in a few storage seals and speeding it up with wind. Of course, he wasn't particularly concerned about it being exposed, as he never planned on fighting much with this identity. Ignoring Shigeki's passionate stare, Fujin was very satisfied with his reaction. He had to think extremely hard to come up with the philosophy of the Phantom Will. Though the goal of the Phantom Haven Society was something people would support and would want to be a part of, In Fujin's perspective, the Phantom Will was even more important. Looking at the history of the ninja world, there was no doubt that the most successful organizations were the major villages. Each of them had their own will and passed it on to the next generation who firmly believed in it. If Fujin wasn't a transmigrator and had directly been born in Konoha, or didn't have the memories of his past life, he didn't doubt that he would have been a staunch believer in the Will of Fire too. By comparison, Akatsuki had terrifying power and a noble goal as well. However, they didn't have any such will to believe in. With none of their members believing in a common will, they lacked the same cohesiveness as a ninja village. Most of their members had their own goals. Even the loyalty of most members was questionable. Despite having so many top-tier ninjas, the fact that they didn't even bother trying to avenge a fallen comrade said a lot about the nature of their organization. For Fujin, the strength of his organization wasn't very important. Instead, he needed loyalty and diligence. As long as they created and maintained a good information network and provided real information to Fujin, he didn't care as to whether they actually did anything else. As a result, having a will that united everyone became very important for Fujin. Seeing Shigeki's reaction, Fujin became confident that the Phantom Will would be good enough to keep his organization united for a long time. He thought, I guess I need to be thankful to Hiruzen. Without his frequent attempts to influence me with the Will of Fire, I might not have been able to create this. Fujin took out a scroll and said, I'll explain to you the structure of the Phantom Haven Society. Of course, these are just the guidelines. If you want to make some changes to improve the efficiency, feel free to do so. Shigeki accepted the scroll and opened it as Fujin explained. While I'm the leader, I won't be here very frequently. In my absence, you will be handling all the activities here. Hence, your rank will be the second highest, that is, the Ice Leader. The lowest rank will be of the young kids you recruit. They will be the students and the future of the Phantom Haven Society. We won't be accepting anyone who can't become a ninja here, so there won't be any ordinary civilians here. The students will be trained until they can be considered as a chunin in minor villages. Shigeki interrupted Fujin and asked in confusion, Chunins? Fujin nodded and explained, Yes, chunins. In a fight between ninjas, the fatality of genins is very high. I don't want to see young kids meeting their death meaninglessly. Shigeki's respect for Fujin increased once again. Fujin continued, Unlike the hidden villages, the academy here will continue training kids until the age of 15. If they reach the chunin level earlier, they'll be allowed to graduate early. If they fail to reach that rank, then they can be developed as spies or informants. Or they can be given non-combative miscellaneous roles within this base depending on their talents. If their strength improves in the future, they can be promoted to field agents. As for the ones who manage to pass, they will become field agents immediately and can participate in our rescue missions. They will likely make the bulk of our forces. They will be divided into smaller teams and be led by captains. A captain will have to be as strong as an elite chunin or a special junin from the major villages. Your strength when we met the first time was probably at this level. If someone manages to become strong enough to be considered as a junin in major villages, they'll be promoted to the commander rank. They will be the ones commanding any operation. Every promotion to this rank will have to be approved by me. Apart from these ranks, I'll also label a few members as special elites. This will be for members who develop one skill to an extreme, like say becoming Grandmaster in Fuinjutsu, or becoming one of the best medical ninjas, or developing a Kekkei Genkai beyond a certain limit, and so on. Of course, if anyone manages to reach the elite Junin level, they'll also be included here. We will decide their duties when we have anyone at this rank. Shigeki took a couple of minutes to digest all the information. While he was in thought, Fujin added, Of course, this will only work properly once we have sufficient members at each rank. For the time being, you'll need to make do with what you have. You'll have to command the missions yourself and appoint others depending on their skills and your needs. Shigeki nodded. It was a tough task. Fujin was asking a lot. Fortunately, Shigeki was willing to make the efforts needed to make the goal of the Phantom Haven Society a reality. He said, If a day comes when we have thousands of field agents, hundreds of captains, dozens of commanders, and several special elites, we might be able to make this dream a reality. Fujin nodded. If the Phantom Haven Society reached such a level, then it might truly become a reality. Unfortunately, the chances of that happening before the Fourth Great Ninja War started were more or less nil. Despite having good guidance in the academy and an amazing sensei after graduation, Fujin still needed almost 6 years to reach the Junin level. Though he managed to reach the level of Elite Junin soon after, it would have taken a lot longer if Hiruzen hadn't taught him the Wind Acume technique as a reward for beating the record in the second stage of the Chunin exams. Similarly, to become a rank S ninja, Fujin was extremely overdependent on using shadow clones to become a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster, and developing a few extremely stealthy seals. Without either of those factors, Fujin's route to becoming a rank S would have been much more difficult and time-consuming. That is why Fujin wasn't counting on any young kid the organization recruited to have the ability to reach rank S in the next 5 to 6 years. Even reaching the Elite Junin level would be only possible if Fujin or Shigeki managed to directly recruit a promising young Genin or Chunin. The only possible exceptions would be if Fujin managed to recruit someone who was already a rank S ninja or an Elite Junin. Unfortunately, the chances of someone that strong joining and willingly accepting the Phantom Seal were extremely low. Shigeki followed up by asking several questions that were important for running the base successfully. Fujin had already thought of all the questions and patiently answered every question properly. AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the FIC gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the FIC gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Lubois, Gambayar, Felix, Tajix, and Cordy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 480, 2 choices. Chapter 486 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. At one point, Shigeki asked, "What if one of our members wants to quit and return to a normal life?" Fujin answered, "Then we let them go." As I said, though the Phantom will exist in everyone, it is unrealistic to expect everyone to act on it. Of course, we won't be removing the Phantom Seal, so there won't be any danger of them leaking sensitive information. If they change their mind in the future, they can rejoin. They could also recommend others to join us. Not to mention, any former member will help us with gathering information. Whether they do it actively or passively will be their choice. So, they will still help us reach our goal faster. Besides, with them out there, they can ensure that the crimes against the weak are reduced. At the very least, no normal bandit group will be able to harm the village they are staying in. Shigeki nodded. Though it could reduce their fighting power temporarily, it'll make their unity stronger if they aren't forced to serve. Shigeki continued asking more questions until he covered every aspect. Once he was done, Fujin asked, "Do you have anyone in mind that you would like to recruit?" Shigeki nodded and answered, "Yes! I thought of them when you said that I would have to recruit. I know 13 former ninjas from Tanigakure who were falsely accused at different times. They became rogue ninjas, and I was even sent to hunt a few of them down. But after learning the truth, I let them off and reported that those missions had failed. All of them became rogue ninjas. Some lived while hiding from the official ninjas, while some became bounty hunters. 5 of them stayed together in a group, and 4 more stayed together, forming another group. The remaining 4 moved alone. Unfortunately, it has been 3 years since I heard about them, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to find them, or even if they are still alive and well." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, that'll be a start. How long will it take you to find them?" Shigeki answered, "I can't say for sure. If I'm lucky, then in 3 days. If not, then it might take a month, and I still might not track all of them down." Fujin thought for a bit and instructed, "All right, you'll set out to find them. Return here in 10 days' time, irrespective of how many you find. I'll build the basic structure of the base until He suddenly paused and began thinking. Shigeki wanted to ask something, but stopped since Fujin was busy thinking. After a minute, Fujin looked at Shigeki and said, "Actually, I'll build the main base here and a mini base halfway into this valley. Only the members I have applied the seal on will be allowed in the main base. The rest will have to stay in the mini base until I visit to apply the seals. This will reduce the risk of any spy leaking information about our main base." Also, Fujin grabbed a storage scroll and opened it. From one of the seals, he summoned a few hundred tags with some sort of seal on them. Fujin handed them to Shigeki and said, "Though my phantom seal is very safe, accidents could always happen. If someone accidentally triggers the seal and it paralyzes them, you can use these tags to undo the paralysis. The phantom seal will reform itself, so don't worry about someone trying to use this to get rid of the seal. When you try to recruit those guys, be careful what you speak. You can't leak the secrets of Phantom Haven Society until the phantom seal is applied to them." Shigeki nodded and said, "Yes, I figured that out, and thank you. This will make my job easier." He accepted all the tags. Fujin instructed, "Now get going. I'll send a mud clone with you to inform you of the location of the mini-base." Fujin was about to create a clone when Shigeki said, "Actually, I wanted to ask something." Fujin stopped and said, "Ask." Shigeki said, "You had promised to help me get revenge. Can I know when we can do so?" Though Shigeki was impressed by the Phantom Haven Society, he never forgot the fate of his family. It had tormented him for years. Fujin had thought of this matter as well. Initially, he wanted to have Shigeki give shape to the organization and only then help him. After all, if Shigeki lost his will after getting revenge, Fujin would suffer a needless loss. However, Fujin changed his mind after seeing how much he was influenced by the phantom will. Fujin said, "I'll give you two choices. The first one is that we'll go now and eliminate the ones who caused injustice to your family. However, since it will be just the two of us, the entire operation will be done silently. I'll give you an opportunity to assassinate them. Or you can knock them out, take them away from Tanigakure, and torture them for a few hours before killing them. Regardless, no proof would be left behind. No one will know that this was done by you, or that those scums were finally served justice. The second choice is that you wait a few years and form a formidable force in this base. You can then lead them openly to help get your revenge. Everyone will know that justice was served. Everyone will know that it was you who did it. In the future, the higher-ups will think 10 times before subjecting anyone else to such a fate. The choice is yours." Fujin stayed quiet after speaking. It was quite easy to deduce which path he wanted Shigeki to take. Shigeki fell into deep thought. He spent nearly 5 minutes thinking before he answered. "When I work towards the goal of Phantom Haven Society, I don't want to be distracted by anything else. Nor do I want to feel resentful that the killers of my family are still alive. I choose the first option. I don't want any glory, nor do I want to use the Phantom Haven Society to fulfill my goals. I just want to deliver justice for my family. I hope you can help me kidnap them and give me a few hours alone with them. Also, if I am able to kill them first, it'll be very helpful in recruiting others to join us, as most of them hate the higher-ups in the village. In addition, I also want to gather some information about the village. If more were subjected to a similar treatment as me, I might be able to recruit them as well, if they are still alive." Fujin was surprised by the answer. He thought, "Weird. After getting entranced by the Phantom Will, I expected him to choose the second option. I guess I'm not that good at reading people yet. Oh well, it shouldn't matter much. With this out of the way, he'll focus entirely on making this base stronger." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, let's go." The two left immediately. En route, Fujin showed him where the mini-base would be created. It was around 6 kilometers from the main base and still very well hidden from outside the valley, making it extremely unlikely for anyone to stumble upon it. In one of the palaces in Tanigakure, a loud shriek could be heard in the middle of the night. 2 medical ninjas were around a man in his 20s, while an older man was standing behind them. He frowned and asked, "How long would it take you to heal my son's injuries?" "It has been over 2.5 years now." Anger could be heard in his voice. However, the old man was still restraining himself. One of the medical ninjas sighed and answered, "We already told you, Kanji-sama. There isn't much we can do. Itsuki's chakra network was extremely damaged when he was attacked. Even though we have repaired his chakra network as much as we could, it is still very fragile. Every time he uses his chakra, he'll feel an extremely high amount of pain." Suddenly, Itsuki screamed once again. He could hear everything the medical ninja said. However, it wasn't his chakra network or the pain that caused him the most sorrow. It was what was missing between his legs. He shouted angrily, "Father, I want to see that motherfucker Shigeki and mutilate him too." Kanji sighed, seeing his son's situation. As time passed, his mental state continuously became worse. He said, "Shigeki is long dead, Itsuki. If he was alive, he would have tried to get his revenge long back." Kanji had sent 5 ninjas to kill an injured Shigeki. He had expected it to go without any accident. Unfortunately, Fujin had ruined his plans. He never heard about those 5 ninjas again. For some time, he was afraid that Shigeki had killed them. However, as time passed, he believed that Shigeki died as well. He speculated that he did a suicide attack that killed all 6 of them. Of course, that didn't do much to reduce the hatred he felt for Shigeki. Just as the father-son duo were cursing Shigeki, a voice was heard. "Oh, you wanted to see me? Good. I have been wanting to see the 2 of you for every second since that accursed day." Suddenly, everyone in the room turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. To their surprise, Shigeki stood there, along with a masked man. Itsuki jumped out of his bed while screaming, "Bastard! I'll kill you!" Luckily for him, the medical ninjas held him back. Meanwhile, Kanji asked in surprise, "How did you enter here undetected?" "An. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones." AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Lucy, Donovan, and Call of Duty for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder. Contact link in the description. Chapter 481. Revenge. Chapter 487 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Memories flooded Shigeki's brain as he recalled the answer to Kanji's question. He had prepared himself for an extremely difficult battle when he and Fujin were moving towards Tanigakure. In fact, he was surprised when Fujin claimed that he could help take revenge with just the 2 of them, despite seeing a portion of his strength. They would have to pass through several layers of defenses to reach Kenji. For the first time in his life, Shigeki discovered how convenient it was to work alongside a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster. Is the wall around the village covered with seals and a barrier? Not an issue. Fujin created a small hole in the barrier which went undetected. He freely manipulated the seals on the wall, and the 2 of them entered the hidden village without any obstacle. From there, reaching Kanji's palace was a walk in the park. Of course, the palace had some defenders. They were mostly ninjas from Kanji's family who patrolled occasionally. Needless to say, every single one of them was killed. Their bodies were pinned to the walls of the palace with their own weapons. Thanks to Fujin, no one else heard a single thing. Shigeki answered, "That's not something you should worry about. Instead, you should think about the disgusting and vile acts you and your son committed all these years." He began walking forward while saying, "Karma has finally caught up with you. I'll let the 2 of you feel the pain I felt since that accursed day." Kanji snorted and prepared himself for a battle. He said, "You have grown very cocky. Do you think that you can defeat me? Actually, I am glad that you have appeared here yourself. I'll shred you to pieces with my own hands." Kanji wasn't afraid of Shigeki. His attention was instead on the mysterious masked ninja next to him. If Kanji and Shigeki had fought 3 years ago, Kanji would have easily won. After all, his strength was the reason that he could become an elder in a hidden village. Even if he was placed in a major village, he could be considered a Junin. It was one of the main reasons why Shigeki listened to Fujin and didn't try to get his revenge instantly. Even now, though Shigeki had grown a lot stronger, defeating and killing Kanji would still take some time. The commotion it would cause would make the other ninjas in the village rush over there. As a result, If Shigeki had come by himself, he would have lost and been captured instead. Thankfully, he had a very strong ally. Kanji and the medical ninjas began grabbing their weapons. However, even before Kanji could take out his kunai, Fujin's left hand clutched his throat. Kanji's eyes widened in horror as he realized, so fast! Who is he? And is this swift release? Before he could figure anything out, Fujin lifted him and slammed Kanji's entire body into the ground, creating cracks in the floor. Kanji's back and spine were severely damaged due to the impact. He still tried to attack, but various symbols appeared on his body. Fujin had used the self-cursing seal to restrain him. The medical ninjas and Itsuki were shocked by the sudden development. They looked at Fujin, who was staring back at them instead of paying attention to Kanji. Before either of them could react, 2 shurikens pierced through the necks of the 2 medical ninjas. Both died on the spot, leaving only the father-son duo alive. Seeing his father and the 2 medical ninjas on the ground, Itsuki was horrified. He walked backwards while asking, "Who are you?" Terror could be heard in his voice. Unfortunately, there would be no mercy as Shigeki flickered behind him and knocked him out. Kanji wanted to speak, but couldn't move his mouth. Fujin knocked him out as well and asked, "Do you still want to torture them?" Shigeki nodded. Fujin said, "All right, carry their bodies. We need to leave this village first before someone discovers something odd." Shigeki nodded. He carried the both of them as they left the village, as silently as they arrived. A few kilometers from the village, they entered a cave. Fujin inscribed a few seals on the cave, as well as on Kanji and Itsuki, and said, "No one should be able to detect you in this cave. No one will be able to hear any screams from the cave either. I'll leave them to you. But don't spend too much time here. Find the ones you want to recruit and return to the base within 10 days. Shigeki nodded. Before Fujin left, he bowed and said, "Shippuden, thank you for helping me get revenge. I will forever be in your debt." Fujin continued walking away as he said, "Don't worry about it. Just give your all to the Phantom Haven Society. It's the only thing I would ask from you." His figure disappeared. Shigeki finally raised his head. He was genuinely thankful to Fujin. Without him, this day would have never come. He entered the cave. Alone with the culprits who tortured and killed his family, Shigeki finally couldn't restrain his rage. For nearly half a day, abominable screams were continuously heard in the cave. Thankfully, none of the screams could be heard outside the cave. Otherwise, if anyone were to stumble nearby, they would be horrified. During this time, Tanigakure wasn't calm either. It didn't take very long to discover the dead bodies in Kanji's palace. The entire village became alert within minutes. One of their elders was missing, and many of his family members were dead and pinned to the walls of his palace. Immediately, they began investigating. At the same time, the other families in the village raised their protection several times. Several ninjas were seen moving around the village to check if anyone was hiding. A few patrol teams searched outside the village as well. They even moved past the cave Shigeki was in, but failed to detect anything strange about it. After 9 hours of non-stop torture, both Kanji and his son died. Shigeki remained in the cave for some more time, reminiscing about his family who he couldn't protect. He cried, he drank, and stayed in the cave for a day. Finally, he got up. As he walked out of the cave, he muttered, "I have finally got justice for my family. From now on, I'll dedicate my life to seeing Phantom Haven Society achieve its goal." He left the cave and began moving towards the location of the rogue ninjas that he recalled. 8 days later, a group of 12 ninjas were moving across the land of rivers. Needless to say, they were being led by Kasai Shigeki. They reached the valley that was chosen to be the base of Phantom Haven Society. As they stood on the edge, one of them asked, "Of all the places, you chose this freaky place? Will we even be able to sleep peacefully here?" Another added while adjusting his spectacles, "Ignoring Mitsuo's concern, it's actually not a bad idea. No one will think that someone has built a base here. That said, making a safe base here is very difficult. How did you manage it?" Shigeki himself wasn't aware of the answer. He just decided to trust a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster and said, "It is my benefactor who is building a base here, Hayato. You'll see soon. Follow me." He quickly moved towards the location of the mini-base that Fujin had decided. Soon after they entered the valley, Fujin detected disturbances in his space-time field. He looked in their direction and thought, "Looks like Shigeki has returned. I overestimated the amount of time I'd need to build a base. I managed to do it in just 4 days. Oh well, it's not like it was a loss. I did spend my days training." If one were to look in the valley, the place where Fujin was sitting at was quite normal if one didn't try to find any seals. However, a couple of kilometers away, the slopes were covered in hundreds of small craters. In fact, almost every animal had moved away from that location. It would be a long time before they dared to return back to that place. Fujin disappeared from the base and moved towards the mini-base as well. With wind instantaneous body jutsu, he didn't require a long while to reach. A few minutes later, Shigeki's group arrived at the spot where the mini-base was. However, confusion appeared on Shigeki's face as he stopped moving. Hayato asked, "What happened? Why did you stop?" Shigeki answered in an unsure tone, "The base was supposed to be here." Everyone immediately looked around in confusion. After a few seconds, Hayato said, "There is nothing here." Mitsuo sighed in disappointment and asked, "Shigeki, is your benefactor unreliable, or has your memory gone bad in these last few years?" Shigeki was confused. He wondered, did something happen to the benefactor? Why else would there be nothing here? Should I go and check the main base? But I can't take these guys there. There is no choice. I'll have to ask them to wait here while I go ahead and check. Shigeki was about to leave when suddenly everyone felt a killing intent. Before anyone could react, a voice was heard. "I wouldn't move if I was in your place." AN, bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Colin and Mark, for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 482, New Recruits. Chapter 488 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. I wouldn't move if I was in your place. Everyone except Shigeki, who identified the voice, wanted to move. However, their legs froze as the scenery around them changed. Instead of a lush green valley, everyone was surrounded by long spears that had risen from the ground. Had they moved, they would have been stabbed by several spears. They quickly looked in the direction of the voice. A large cave opening appeared out of nowhere on the surface of the slopes. A masked man stood next to it while leaning against the wall. Mitsuo asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "Shigeki, we trusted you. How could you betray us, you bastard?" The same thoughts ran through everyone's head. Fujin chuckled and said, "Relax. He didn't betray you. I just wanted to test out the new base." Fujin snapped his fingers. In an instant, all earth spears crumbled and fell to the ground. The rogue Tanigakure ninjas finally relaxed. Hayato asked, "Is this the benefactor you mentioned? Quite an impression he made. I have never seen such a high level of genjutsu. I never felt anything influencing my chakra." Fujin said, "This isn't genjutsu. Instead, it is fuinjutsu. It'll ensure that the base is safe even when I am not here." Fujin's response surprised them. None of them had ever seen fuinjutsu in this way and to such a degree. In fact, some of them were still suspicious. Fujin said, "Anyway, enough small talk. Shigeki, are these the ones you wanted to recruit?" Shigeki nodded and said, "I managed to find 10 of the 13 I mentioned and found another friend who was banished from the village a year ago." One by one, Shigeki introduced all 11 members. The members covered a lot of specializations. There were a couple of censors and a decent medical ninja. At the end, he added, "Mitsuo and Hayato were formerly Junins in our village. The rest were Chunins." Fujin observed them properly and said, "All right, Hayato and Mitsuo will be captains. The rest will be field agents." Shigeki immediately realized Shippuden doesn't think that they are strong enough to be considered Junins in a major village. Hayato said, "While we have agreed to join, Shigeki said that we won't learn any more information before we actually join you. We would like to hear the further details." Fujin nodded and said, "In order to be a member of the Phantom Haven Society, you have to accept the Phantom Seal. It will prevent you from ever leaking the secrets about the organization or your fellow members. At the same time, it will also give you some benefits. Hearing that a seal would be placed on them made them tense. Though Shigeki had impressed them with the phantom will, they didn't share his trust in Fujin. Hayato asked, "How can you guarantee that you won't harm us?" Fujin shrugged and said, "If I wanted to harm you, you'd all be dead. Regardless, I'm not forcing you. If you want to leave, you can. If you want to stay and achieve our common goals, then stay. Without the seal, the members of the Phantom Haven Society will be very vulnerable to spies from hidden villages. I can't risk that. I hope you understand." Fujin's words were very nonchalant. It was as if he didn't care whether they stayed or not. It irked the Tanigakure ninjas. Mitsuo asked, "Don't you care about helping the weak and the innocent?" Fujin replied, "I do. But I can't force others to do so. After all, everyone wishes that the world would be at peace. However, how many actually do something about that wish? If I have to force someone to do it, then I'll be better off without trying at all." In an instant, everyone suddenly remembered what Shigeki had explained to them about the Phantom Will. They understood why Fujin was nonchalant. It wasn't that he didn't care about the goal. Rather, he didn't have any interest in forcing or pursuing anyone to work towards that goal. It would be rather pointless if he had to do that, and the organization wouldn't have many people who are truly dedicated to its goal. Everyone became quiet. The 11 ninjas Shigeki brought with him exchanged eye glances. Finally, Hayato stepped forward and said, "We are willing to join, but we need your help in getting justice for us like you helped Shigeki." Fujin shook his head and said, "I won't help anyone get their revenge. If you join the Phantom Haven Society, then you won't be allowed to use our members to get your revenge. While I won't stop you if you were to go alone, you won't be allowed to take anyone else with you, no matter how close you are." Fujin's words surprised everyone. Considering that Shigeki had appeared to recruit them, they assumed that they would be able to put forth some demands. To their surprise, Fujin didn't entertain any demands at all. It left them in a tough spot. They did agree with Phantom Will and hence followed Shigeki. However, they were more interested in how Fujin helped Shigeki get revenge and wanted to use his help as well. In addition, life as a rogue ninja was very difficult. If they were to get a safe haven where they could stay together and form a strong force, then their life would go much easier. So their intentions weren't entirely noble. However, Fujin's words forced them into a corner. Fortunately, Fujin added, "Of course, if the one who you want to take revenge on does something that harms the innocent, then it would be a good reason for the Phantom Haven Society to make a move. However, the Phantom Haven Society will only move when there isn't a grave danger to us. After all, we won't be able to help anyone if we are dead. If your targets hide inside Tanigakure, you shouldn't expect to get revenge anytime soon. How soon you'll be able to get revenge will depend on whether your target is actually a scum and how much effort you put into the Phantom Haven Society." Fujin's words finally gave them hope. They exchanged glances and said at the same time, "We want to join the Phantom Haven Society." Fujin nodded. One by one, he applied the Phantom Seal on everyone. It failed once when the ninja resisted subconsciously, but was applied on the second try after Fujin explained it. Once the seal was applied, Hayato asked, "Shiden, now that we have joined you, I hope you can answer this question truthfully. Would you have really let us go if we had refused to accept the Phantom Seal?" Fujin chuckled and answered, "Why would I stop you? Besides, what will you even do with this information? Will you go out and tell the world that a guy who is supposed to be dead and a masked person wants to make an organization that aims to bring peace to this world?" Fujin's words left everyone, including Shigeki, speechless. Fujin had instructed Shigeki to not mention the fact that he had created similar organizations to anyone else. So for everyone apart from Shigeki, the Phantom Haven Society was merely a two-man organization. What was even the point of leaking this information? Hayato coughed and said, "Well, if you had become successful in the future, we could have leaked the location of your base." Fujin waved his arms dismissively and said, "This is just a mini-base. There are 3 other such bases in this valley, and that's apart from our main base. If you guys had left and betrayed us in the future, all that would welcome you would be a deadly trap. Even a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster wouldn't have noticed the trap until it's too late. While some ninjas could survive, you fellows would definitely have died. Once again, everyone was speechless. There was no need to think about how advanced that base was. All 12 of them would have died without any chance of resisting had Fujin wanted them dead. Heck, they wouldn't even know how they died. And now they learnt that Fujin still had 3 more similar bases, along with a main base that would have undoubtedly been much more advanced. Unknown to them, Fujin had initially planned just 1 mini-base to act as a cover for any spies that infiltrated. However, on seeing how easy it was to create it, he created 3 more. After all, the more the merrier. If Hiruzen was here, he would have understood Fujin's point of view. Fujin said, "That said, even though I built the bases, they are still very basic. You guys will need to do some construction. Come on in." Fujin entered the cave. The others quickly followed him in. As soon as they did, their eyes widened. Mitsuo muttered, "I never would have imagined that there would be something like this in the normal-looking valley." In front of them was a massive base. Though its appearance was basic, as everything was carved out of rocks and had no decorations whatsoever, the base in itself was extremely huge. They could easily house over a couple of hundred people inside the cave without making it seem crowded. While everyone was observing, Fujin said, "There isn't much more to see here. I'll let you guys handle the decorations and make this place look more welcoming and accommodating. I'll inform you guys later how the seals here work and how you can use them in case someone somehow discovers the base and manages to forcefully enter. For now, let's visit the main base. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Raven, Quentin, and Frederick for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder contact link in the description. Chapter 483, Phantom Haven Base and Possible Future Expansions. Chapter 489 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Terrence Smith. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin's words caused the 12 members to feel excited. All of them knew how rare Fuinjutsu Grandmasters were. Even major illages would treasure them. To be able to control the seals created by a Fuinjutsu Grandmaster was a huge honor. In addition, everyone was anticipating how majestic the main base would be. Even though the mini-base looked simple, none of them doubted that it would look grand once they improved the aesthetics. And, with all the protective seals along with the locations of the bases, they no longer had to worry about someone trying to hunt them. In a few minutes, the group reached the deepest point of the valley. Shigeki looked around. The place looked exactly how it was when he and Fujin had gone there the first time. Everyone was looking around as well. Mitsuo asked, "So, where is the base hidden?" Fujin made the confrontation hand seal and said, "Watch your feet." In the next instant, the ground under their feet disappeared, surprising all 12 of them. Fortunately, they could see another layer of ground below them as they fell and landed safely on it. It was 25 meters deeper than the land they were standing on initially. Shigeki asked in surprise, "What was that?" Fujin answered, "A barrier. Look up." Everyone looked up. The sky looked normal. Suddenly, a brown net appeared 25 meters above them. Fujin explained, "I created a barrier on the top of the base. As you saw, it looks just like the ground and stays consistent with the terrain. It also guards against all forms of sensory skills. So it is impossible for anyone to sense anyone who is hiding in this base even if they are standing above it. Of course, if another Fuinjutsu Grandmaster appears here, then he or she might be able to find the barrier. I have prepared a few escape routes with several traps to slow down the enemies in that scenario. I'll show them later." Everyone marveled. They truly were speechless. Mitsuo muttered, "Even our village isn't this well protected." Hayato added, "Yeah, this is truly a hidden base. If anyone finds us here, then it only means that even the gods want us dead. Shigeki was more focused on the defense of the base, as he would be the leader in Fujin's absence. He asked, "Shiden, how strong is that barrier?" Fujin answered, "Not very strong. While normal animals and humans won't be able to do anything to it, a few rank A jutsus will easily destroy the barrier. So will a bombardment from lower-ranked jutsus or even explosive tags. Of course, that is under normal circumstances. If you guys provide chakra to it, then it'll be just slightly weaker than the 4 Iolit Flames formation. In that case, it'll only be destroyed once you run out of chakra. Though it is weaker than the 4 Iolit Flames formation, it is more practical for our base. As many as 8 people can provide chakra to the barrier, and all 8 will have to run out of chakra for the barrier to collapse, unlike the 4 Iolet Flames formation. In addition, the people providing chakra to the barrier can be swapped with others inside the base. So, if our size grows large enough, only something like a tailed beast bomb or an assault by a large ninja army would break it. That said, once you provide chakra to the barrier, any decent sensor will be able to detect the barrier. So, don't do it unless we are under attack. There is another thing you need to keep in mind. The brown net 25 meters above us indicates that the barrier is active. If the brown net doesn't exist, it means that the barrier is turned off. The former Tanigakure ninjas just helplessly exchanged glances. They didn't even know what to say. For a moment, they couldn't help but wonder, such level of preparation, it's as if he is preparing to take on all 5 major villages in this valley. Fujin ignored their glances and added, "The barrier surrounds the base from all the other sides as well. It ends 100 meters under the ground from here, completely enclosing the base. So, any construction you plan on doing here can be done in 2 ways. One, on this ground, but it'll be restricted in terms of height by the barrier above us. Alternatively, you can dig and carve buildings and houses in the ground, but pay attention to ventilation. I have already done so for the official building, the academy, library, training facilities, meditation center, and staying quarters. Apart from the library and the meditation center, you can make changes to the rest. Feel free to check out the base as much as you want to. Meet me in the library in half an hour." Fujin could feel that all of them were overwhelmed by the base. As a result, he decided to give them some time to cool down. Even though they were mature and hardened ninjas, it was a no-brainer for them to be surprised at seeing such a high level of fuinjutsu. It was even more so for Shigeki, who knew how barren the place was merely 10 days ago. Hayato looked at Shigeki and asked, "Shigeki, how did you even meet this guy?" His question brought Shigeki out of his thoughts. He looked towards him and answered, "I was just lucky. When I was escaping from the ninja's kanji scent, I ran into him. Otherwise, I would have long been dead." Hayato thought for a few seconds and replied with a sigh, "You were very lucky. When you approached us, I felt that you had gone insane. The only reason why I agreed to come with you was because Kanji was killed. However, with such an expert supporting us, the goal you spoke of isn't merely a talk. At the very least, we should be able to maintain peace in the Land of Rivers when no great ninja wars are happening. That said, moving beyond this country would be impossible. All of our neighbors have very strong armies and leaders." Shigeki nodded. "The Land of Rivers was surrounded by the Land of Wind to the west, the Land of Fire to the east, the Land of Rain to the north, and a sea to the south. Their respective hidden villages were in an entirely different league when compared to Tanigakure. However, Shigeki wasn't worried as he thought, this isn't the only base. Shiden said that he has created several other such bases. So our responsibility should be only limited to this country. I'm sure he has his plans for the remaining countries as well." Unfortunately for Shigeki, he would never know how much he was lied to by Shiden. That said, from Fujin's perspective, the situation wasn't that restricted. Once Nagato and Konan fell, the Land of Rain would no longer be as strong as it had been since Hanzo rose to power. If Fujin developed any intentions of expanding the Phantom Haven Society in the future and making it a formidable force, then he could expand to the north without stopping by creating bases in the Land of Rain, Land of Grass, and finally the Land of Waterfall, who would have lost their only Jinchuriki by then. If that happened, Then the Phantom Haven Society would stand directly between the Land of Fire and the lands of Wind and Earth, becoming the new but hidden buffer zone. Of course, Fujin would need to create another similar organization to create bases in the countries between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning to spread his influence further and potentially raise a force greater than any of the 5 major villages. That said, it was a matter for the future. For the time being, Fujin's attention was focused only on the events leading up to the 4th Great Ninja War. Until Kaguya's threat was resolved, he didn't see any point in making plans for the time beyond it. The group spent some time looking around the base. It was much larger than the mini-base as it covered the entire plain in the deepest layer of the valley. The academy Fujin had constructed could hold more than 1,000 students. The living quarters were even larger. The training facilities were inspired by Anbu training facilities, though there weren't any elemental training rooms. As such, the base would have no issue in holding close to 10,000 people if managed well. The only real drawback was that there wasn't much space for things that would need a lot of space. For instance, there were no training grounds inside the base. However, that wasn't much of an issue as the entire valley outside the base could be used as training grounds. Another issue was that there were no farmlands. While it wasn't an issue for the time being, thanks to the wildlife in the valley, food would need to be bought in large quantities once the population inside the base increased. It could raise some suspicions. Fortunately, there was abundant drinking water in the valley. After looking around the base for a while and making some plans about future renovations and aesthetics, the 12 Phantom members walked towards the library, where Fujin was waiting for them. Once everyone arrived, Fujin glanced at everyone and said, "I'll now explain to you guys my plans for this base and what you need to do." Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Plans and arrangements. Chapter 490 of Naruto The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Saturday's bonus chapter. Everyone became serious upon hearing Fujin's words. At the same time, they were curious as well. Fujin explained, "As I told Shigeki, I won't be staying here frequently. In my absence, Shigeki will be the leader here. As such, the rest of you need to follow his instructions." No one opposed it. They were quite familiar with Shigeki and didn't have an issue in working under him. In fact, they preferred it to working under an unknown person like Fujin. Fujin continued, "Once I leave, you'll have to focus on 4 tasks. The first one is obviously making this base and the mini-bases more hospitable. As for the details, I'll leave it under your capable hands. You can visit nearby villages and towns to buy whatever you need. Just make sure to hide your identity and don't let anyone trail you." Shigeki asked, "Will you be providing us with monetary support?" "Though we do have some money, I doubt any of us has enough to undertake such a huge project." The others agreed with Shigeki. While they each had some money due to being rogue ninjas and bounty hunters, none were very rich. To their relief, Fujin nodded and tossed a scroll to Shigeki. He said, "This scroll has over 41 million ryo. I had arranged 25 million ryo initially. However, I met a few bandits and rogue ninjas who were willing to donate to our just cause." Everyone had a weird expression on their faces. They all understood what donate implied. Fujin placed a few more scrolls on the rocky table he was leaning against and said, "These scrolls contain weapons that those kind souls donated. Put them to good use." Anyway, returning to our topic, the second task you'll handle is creating an information network. Needless to say, these informants won't be members of Phantom Haven, so no need to explain our goals or to give them much information. Just pay them and treat them as employees. Retain or replace them based on how useful they are. You can use civilians or rogue ninjas who have a good reputation for this purpose. If any rogue ninja shares our values and goals, then we could recruit him or her in the future. You could divide yourselves into teams to handle these 2 tasks at the same time. You can start with the 3rd task only after the first 2 are complete. Shigeki interrupted Fujin and asked, "Shiden, which areas should our information network cover?" Fujin replied, "Every place except the hidden villages. We can't keep an eye on them without attracting a heavy backlash, so leave them be." Fujin's words surprised everyone. Shigeki said, "But we are surrounded by strong countries. We won't be able to do anything in their territory, even if something happens." Fujin nodded and said, "Yes, we won't be. But that doesn't mean that we should stay oblivious to the atrocities happening there. Our information network will cover the entire world. I believe that our efforts will be very successful in the land of rivers. It might make us feel content and satisfied. However, the information about the atrocities happening in the rest of the world is what we need to remind ourselves that there is still a lot more that we need to do. We need to know what else is happening in the world to give us the motivation to make ourselves strong enough that one day we might be able to make a difference for those helpless people as well." Fujin's little motivational speech immediately inspired and motivated them. None of them had thought from this angle. In fact, they would be extremely satisfied as long as they made the land of rivers a safe place. Hayato looked at Fujin in disbelief and thought, "I can't believe such a kind person exists. With his capabilities, he can easily live a peaceful life anywhere he wants to, and yet he wants to do so much." Just like Hayato, the rest of them were touched as well. Fujin was satisfied with their reaction. He continued, "The third task is to use this information to rescue the people who are being attacked by bandits or rogue ninjas. Until I say so, we won't engage in a conflict against a hidden village. The tasks we undertake will only be the ones we are sure to complete without any loss. As I said earlier, we need to stay alive to do good work. Anyway, if you manage to kill the bandits or the rogue ninjas, you will confiscate their money and weapons. What you confiscate has to be handed to Shigeki, who will be handling the finances. The money will be used for our operations, or to help the affected people rebuild their villages and homes. During these rescue missions, if you find any kids who are orphans and have the talent to become a ninja, you will give them the opportunity to join the Phantom Haven Society. If any parents want to send their kids who have the talent to become ninjas to us, you can accept them as well. However, let the parents and the kids know that they might not ever see each other again. If they still agree, only then accept them. Your fourth and last task is to guide those kids. Raise them to become splendid ninjas in the future who believe in the Phantom Will. Though we have good intentions, changing the fate of the world wouldn't be possible in just 1 or 2 generations. They will have a far bigger role to play as compared to us. Of course, since you'll be teaching the kids, only recruit as many kids as you can train properly and bond with. If you recruit too many, not only will you guys become exhausted, but the kids will also feel abandoned. I don't want to see that happening. Is this understood?" Everyone began thinking. After some time, Mitsuo asked, "But if we do this, won't we be doing just the job that the hidden villages do? The only difference is that instead of getting paid, we do it for free and help everyone." Fujin answered, "In a sense, but not exactly. In truth, every hidden village has the power to eliminate all bandits and most of the rogue ninjas in their country. They just don't because these bandits bring in jobs for their ninjas and help run the economy of the ninja villages. After all, who will be hiring ninjas if the world is peaceful? We don't need to think about that. Once our strength grows, we will be sweeping through all bandits and rogue ninjas in this country. What we do after that will depend on how Tanigakure reacts when they don't get many mission requests." Fujin's words forced everyone to think. Suddenly, they all understood the implications of creating such an organization. They immediately realized how Tanigakure would react if they suddenly stopped getting mission requests. The village would stop receiving funding soon if that happens. As a result, the interests of all forces in the village would be harmed. They would immediately begin investigating the reason behind such happenings. They might even resort to creating fake bandit groups and rogue ninjas to create trouble so that they get missions. It might put them at direct odds against the Phantom Haven Society. Everyone nodded solemnly. They understood that they might have to clash with the mighty hidden village in the future. However, there was also a sense of excitement as everyone other than Shigeki had someone they wanted to kill from Tanigakure. What none of them saw was that such a development could lead to other hidden villages becoming wary due to such a development. They might aid Tanigakure in eliminating the Phantom Haven Society. Only Fujin saw this threat, but he wasn't concerned as it was highly unlikely that the Phantom Haven Society would become that strong anytime soon. Shigeki nodded and said, "All right, we understand. We will do the best we can while keeping ourselves safe." Fujin nodded and said, "Good. I'll now explain my plans on how to raise and guide the kids we recruit. Does any of you have any experience in guiding young children?" Everyone exchanged glances. After a minute, one guy said, "None of us have taught in the academy. However, all of us have some experience in guiding genins." Fujin nodded and said, "All right. But guiding genins and guiding untrained kids are completely different. I have created training plans and noted them down in scrolls, which I will leave with Shigeki for you to refer to in the future. For now, make yourself comfortable. It will take quite some time to explain everything." Everyone sat on seats that were made of rocks as well. Fujin explained all his plans on how to train the kids. The plan was quite similar to how children were raised in Konoha's academy, but with quite a few changes. For starters, the focus was very heavily inclined towards practical and combat skills instead of theory. The plan was created aiming to make every dedicated student as strong as a Chunin before they turned 12. Unlike Konoha, which had only implemented a part of Fujin's recommendations, Fujin intended to implement everything here from the word go. The academy inside this remote valley would be the first in the entire ninja world to have clubs and offer specializations to every student, despite being the youngest and having access to the lowest amount of resources. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 485, A Killing Zone. Chapter 491 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. After explaining all the details regarding how to raise the kids, Fujin added, "The two places I said that you shouldn't try to modify are this library and the meditation center. I have inscribed several seals in the meditation center, making meditation much more effective than normal. You will have them practice the leaf concentration exercise in the meditation room. You guys can use it for meditation as well. As for this library, I have stored hundreds of scrolls in here to help the kids. They cover almost every field that a student needs. There will also be some stuff that you might find useful." Once again, everyone was surprised. To build a library that covers every aspect and could even help the veteran ninjas, it implied that either the person who built the library was incredibly knowledgeable, or that he had stolen the scrolls from the library of a hidden village. Needless to say, Fujin had copied most of the information from Konoha's library. That said, he was extremely careful about it. He had only copied a very small amount of scrolls, and he focused on the jutsus that were commonly used in every major village to ensure that no suspicions would be cast on him and no members would be able to guess where he came from. He didn't copy any jutsus that were only used by Konoha ninjas. The place where Fujin and the rest were sitting was just the lobby. There were several doors surrounding it. In addition, there was a staircase going to the underground floors. Fujin pointed at the doors one by one and said, "This room has a range of rank E jutsu scrolls in it. It covers all elements. This room has rank D jutsus. This room has basic information on other fields, such as fuinjutsu, sensor, medical ninjutsu, and some other basic stuff. That said, I couldn't get a lot of scrolls on medical ninjutsu. Hayato, since you are a healer, you will be tasked with going through the available information and adding more if you can." Hayato nodded and said, "Leave it to me." Fujin continued, "As for the last room, it is empty for now. Everyone, including the students you recruit, can access any scrolls on this floor. However, the underground floors will be restricted as per ranks. The first underground floor has several rank C jutsus and can be accessed by field agents. The second underground floor has several rank B jutsus and can be accessed by captains. Above the captain ranks are commanders, and above them are special elites. Commanders can access the third underground floor, which currently has very few rank jutsus. Special elites can access the last underground floor, which is supposed to have rank S and forbidden techniques, but is empty as of now. While I won't be here to monitor the library, I have inscribed several seals that will keep track of who uses which floors. I hope that none of you, or the ones who you recruit, break these rules. That said, there is no need to be extremely strict with this. For instance, if a captain feels that a particular rank B jutsu will be extremely useful for a field agent, then he can teach the jutsu to him or ask Shigeki to allow him to read that scroll. Similarly, students who show excellent talent can either be rewarded with a visit to the first underground floor to select one jutsu, or the teachers could directly give them the jutsus that could help them become much stronger. The same applies to all ranks. Another important aspect is that I alone can't completely fill up this library. So if any of you know a jutsu that isn't in this library, then you can create proper scrolls for them and add them to the library. For example, I'm sure that the number of water jutsus in this library will be far inferior to what you had access to in Tanigakure. So, you could add those water jutsus in the library. This would help us slowly improve the library and make it as good as the ones in the major ninja villages. Everyone pondered on Fujin's words. After some time, everyone nodded in satisfaction one by one. Even though Fujin had restricted access depending on the ranks, he still provided everyone access to several jutsus. They just needed to see if there were any jutsus that would be helpful to them. Not to mention, Fujin still had left a way for them to get access to higher-level jutsus. In a manner of speaking, all of them were getting a lot of benefits from Fujin without having contributed anything. Fujin knew about it. His initial plan was to introduce a contribution point system and only give the benefits once a member has contributed towards the growth of Phantom Haven society. Unfortunately, creating such a system was an extremely difficult task. Even more difficult was ensuring that the system was implemented properly. Without him personally looking over it, the system wouldn't have functioned properly and could have created discord among the members. As a result, Fujin decided to scrap the idea and directly gave the benefits. Of course, it wasn't without its positives. It would help the members get stronger at a faster speed. And it could even make them more loyal to Fujin, considering how selfless he had been with them. On the other hand, there was a risk of them getting more greedy and trying to demand more from Fujin later on. It was why Fujin didn't entertain any demands of getting revenge. After some time, Mitsuo asked, "How can we be promoted up the ranks?" Fujin explained, "Just become stronger. Shigeki will be responsible for field agent and captain promotions. Commander and special elites promotions will be handed just by me. Shigeki can explain the details later on." Mitsuo nodded. The others asked a few more queries, which were resolved by Fujin. Once all the queries were resolved, Fujin became busy in explaining how they could utilize the seals and barriers he had left in the bases. He first showed them how to provide their chakra to the barrier to strengthen it in case there was an attack on the base. He taught Shigeki how to activate and deactivate the barrier for the main base. He spent the remaining day explaining to them about other arrangements he had left in the main base. The next day, he did the same for the 4 mini-bases. He also provided Shigeki with several scrolls with instructions in case they forgot any details. Finally, it was time to leave. Fujin had spent 12 days in the Land of Rivers. Adding the 2 days he had spent completing his missions, he had been away from Konoha for 2 weeks. Fujin said, "I'll take my leave now. Shigeki, I'll leave this base in your capable hands. Once again, if you rescue or recruit someone, remember to only show them one of the mini-bases. They will only be allowed in the main base after the Phantom Seal is applied." Shigeki nodded and said, "Don't worry, I remember. Could I know when you'll return?" The last time Fujin had asked him to wait, he had to wait for close to 3 years. He was hoping that Fujin didn't repeat the same thing. Fujin could see his concern and answered, "I can't say for sure. If luck is good, then within 2 months. In the worst-case scenario, I'll come to visit in around 4 months. Shigeki nodded and said, "All right. I'll take good care of this base until then." Fujin nodded. He said, "Unlike last time, I won't leave you without any means of communication. Here, take these." Fujin handed Shigeki several tags with different colors and said, "These tags can be used to convey certain messages to me. You just need to insert your chakra into them. The green one will convey that you have recruited a group and brought them to one of the mini-bases. The blue one will convey that one of the mini-bases has reached full capacity and you start using a second mini-base. The golden one will convey that you are facing financial issues. The purple one will convey that there is an argument among the members of the Phantom Haven Society that you can't resolve. The orange one will convey that the Phantom Haven Society is facing danger while operating outside. The red one will convey that the mini-bases are under assault. And the black one will convey that the main base itself is under attack. Shigeki immediately understood the importance of the tags. He didn't understand how Fujin created them, but he didn't dwell upon it much. After all, Fujin was the only Grandmaster he had ever interacted with. The tags were made on a similar principle to the tag Fujin had created earlier, which sent a message by bursting into flames. Only this time, instead of burning the correlated tag, it would just release some energy for Fujin to detect and form a symbol on it to indicate that the corresponding tag had been activated. Fujin was satisfied with his response. He said, "Good luck." In front of the 12 members of the Phantom Haven Society, Fujin disappeared. A look of surprise appeared on their faces. Mitsuo asked, "Was that Fuinjutsu as well?" Shigeki shook his head and said, "No, his speed is otherworldly. I have never seen anyone move as fast as him." The others were surprised that it was just pure speed. It made Fujin's impression even stronger. They decided to rest for a bit before starting what would be a rather arduous task. As for Fujin, he turned around and glanced at the valley as he left. A thought appeared in his mind. Though I had initially just planned on creating a base here, this valley is perhaps my best killing zone. The number of Flying Thunder God marks I left there is probably greater than the number of seals on my house. Once my teleporting range increases to around 15 kilometers, I can solo any army that dares to step inside here. Of course, that might also give away my identity. Oh well, I wonder if I'd ever use this killing zone. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link: www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, Patil Sarvesh 8. Okay, I can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Michael, Kenny, Dylan, Snowfairy Asuna, and Kawan for supporting me on Patreon. Thank you, The Verflash, for supporting me through UPI. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 486. A Surprise. Chapter 492 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Since his mission was supposed to be close to the Land of Grass, Fujin had to move back to that location and then make his way back to Konoha in order to avoid any suspicions in case something happened on that route. This time, he traveled inside the Land of Rivers and moved north while leaving his Flying Thunder God at regular intervals. While making his way to the Land of Rivers, he had done the same on the opposite side of the border. As he moved, he sensed a few ninjas every once in a while, but ignored them. His mind was still busy thinking about whether he missed any important detail while building the Phantom Haven Society, and whether he could do something more to strengthen it. After some time, he concluded, "There is nothing I can think of that I missed. Everything now will depend on the sincerity of the ones I recruited. If they decide to slack off, there is little I can do." That said, Shigeki was affected quite a lot by the Phantom Will. Hopefully, this issue won't occur. If there are any bad apples, I'll need to come up with a scheme to eliminate them. The one shortcoming that Phantom Haven will have is a lack of high-level combatants. Shigeki should reach the Elite Junin level soon, even though his chakra levels aren't sufficiently high. However, apart from him, others don't even qualify to be called Junins. Not to mention, even when Shigeki becomes an Elite Junin, he'll be one of the weaker ones. There is not a lot I can think of to improve his strength after he masters pressure damage and Blades of Wind jutsus, without giving him any classified jutsus. I guess I'll give him the Ice Keke Genkai book that I received from the Land of Frost. If he succeeds in merging the wind and water elements completely, then his strength will increase immensely. Though he still might not reach rank S, fending off weaker rank S like Kitsuchi, or perhaps even Darui, shouldn't be much of an issue. Unfortunately, mastering a Kekkei Genkai is extremely difficult. All the information in the book is about failed attempts, so this method has a very low chance. Should I try to recruit a rogue elite Junin to increase top-level combatants? But who? There weren't many rogue elite Junins. The ones who existed were almost all recruited into the Akatsuki. The worst part was that most of them had already died. Needless to say, Kakuzu was the one who killed the most. Fujin analyzed. The only ones I can think of are Zabuza, Raiga, and the six-tailed Jinchuriki, Utakata. Unfortunately, all of them are rather difficult to deal with. I might be able to convince Utakata, but Akatsuki is hunting the Jinchurikis. It could directly expose the base in the future. It's too risky. However, Zabuza and Raiga's personalities don't suit the Phantom Haven Society. Not to mention, Zabuza's goal is still Kirigakure. If I recruit them, then it might result in a conflict within the society. Without me being there to manage them, it'll be too risky. Unless I can create a second organization with morals that suit them. However, a bitter smile appeared behind Fujin's mask. It was too much work. He had to spend long hours and had dozens of shadow clones wrecking their brains to come up with every arrangement for Phantom Haven Society. To do something that might be even more complicated would take a lot of time. Fujin let out a sigh and decided, screw it. There is no point in spending so much time on an organization. Even in Phantom Haven Society, my interference has to be minimal. In this world, the only thing that matters the most is the strength that you have. If I were to become as strong as Hashirama or Madara, or better yet the Sage of the Six Paths, would it matter if I have 10 ninjas under me, or 10 million? I can't dedicate any more time to the organization than I already have. As long as it gathers sufficient information, I'll be satisfied. If I happen to come across any talented ninja, or someone with a Kekkei Genkai or a secret technique who is worth recruiting, then I'll recruit them. Beyond that, my contribution to the Phantom Haven Society will be limited to finances, jutsus, and a bit of management. Having made his decision, Fujin began freely changing his appearance to decide what his third identity would look like, what his name should be, what mask he should wear, his backstory, and so on. Unlike his organizations, this identity was far more crucial for Fujin. It would be what he'll be using to wreak havoc in the ninja world. After some time, Fujin finally decided on his disguise. He wore a demon mask that was painted in red and black. His build was lean but quite tall, at nearly 7 feet. It was hidden behind a long black cloak which Fujin intended to inscribe hundreds of seals on to assist in battle. Just like Shippuden, this identity didn't wear any headband either. After deciding on the appearance, Fujin thought, what name should I give this Aiden? Fujin suddenly stopped and jumped backwards. Several shurikens rained down on his previous location. Fujin looked forward, and 4 ninjas appeared against him. He wondered, what the hell? I ignored them, and they still came to find trouble with me. Besides, what do Omega Kure ninjas want in the Land of Rivers? I'm still quite some distance from the Land of Rains. Fujin was indeed surprised. He didn't expect anyone to attack him without any provocation. Even more surprising was the fact that the attackers were from Omegakure and not Tanigakure. The leader among the 4 Omegakure ninjas instructed authoritatively, "Take off your mask!" Fujin asked in a taunting tone, "Sure, and what else? Should I write my autobiography as well?" Fujin's voice was incredibly deep. It was the voice he would use with his third identity. He thought, oh well, though I wasn't expecting a fight, these 4 aren't very weak. The lead ninja should be a Junin, while the other 3 are close to elite Chunin level, though they might be Junins in Ame. It should be good for my first fight with lightning jutsus. Fujin's taunt annoyed the 4 Ame ninjas. The leader said, "One of our ninjas stole important documents and escaped into the Land of Rivers. We need to check everyone to ensure that he doesn't escape from under our noses." Fujin once again taunted, "Why would someone like that run in this direction instead of escaping?" The leader arrogantly replied, "It doesn't matter. If you don't want to die, take off your mask. Otherwise, meet your doom." He thought, who does this bastard think he is to be so arrogant? I would have let him go initially, but now, Even if he takes off his mask, I'll accuse him of using transformation jutsu and kill him. Considering the speed he was moving, he should be at Junin level, so he should be having a lot of money or other valuables. To his surprise, Fujin chuckled and replied, "Guess I want to die then." The leader snorted and pulled out a small Vajra-shaped object. He shouted, "Kill him!" Immediately, the three Ame ninjas got into action while the leader followed them. Fujin didn't make the first move as he wanted to test his prowess with lightning release. There wouldn't be much point if he eliminated them in the blink of an eye. However, he couldn't help but shake his head and think, in this world, when there are so many people who can kill you in the blink of an eye, why do you want to butt your heads with someone confident enough to face you? Even Hanzo and Nagato won't be able to guarantee my dia. Fujin's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed the weapon in the leader's hands. A blade of pure electrical energy that glowed yellow appeared from the Vajra-like object. It turned out that it was just the hilt of the sword. Fujin quickly dodged the incoming attacks while thinking, this guy has Tobirama's sword? No wonder he was this cocky. Heh, what luck. I never imagined that I would get a suitable sword so easily for this identity. Fujin did research on Tobirama's Blade of the Thunder Spirit while he was in the academy. From what he recalled, the sword was stolen only a few years before Naruto graduated. So, he wanted to steal it from the ones who would attempt to steal it later. Unfortunately, the information from his memories didn't match up. The Blade of the Thunder Spirit had been missing since Tobirama's death. Konoha always guessed that it fell in Kumogakure's hands. However, a couple of decades later in the Second Great Ninja War, this sword was in the possession of an Ame Junin, who was a close aide of Hanzo. Due to Hanzo's existence, Konoha couldn't retrieve the sword. Fujin had given up on the sword as well as he knew that there was an entity far more dangerous than Hanzo in the Land of Rain. In fact, he had pretty much forgotten about it. He never expected that an Ame Junin would bring him such a valuable gift. A grin appeared behind his mask as he thought, I thought he was stupid. How ungrateful of me. This guy is even more generous than Hiruzen. As Fujin kept dodging, the aim ninja with the sword appeared in front of Fujin and swung the sword vertically. A grin appeared on his face as he shouted, Die! To his surprise, Fujin raised his right arm and caught the sword with his right hand. A grin appeared on the ninja's face as a massive current electrocuted Fujin. A painful scream escaped Fujin's mouth as he was assaulted by innumerable electric shocks. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Zeno, Oltic, WhitefireX, and Darth Roy for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 487, Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Chapter 493 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Seeing Fujin in pain, the grin grew wider on the Ame ninja's face. His teammates grinned as well. He said, That's the price you pay for your arrogance. Finish him. His subordinates quickly moved to finish Fujin off like they had killed innumerable other ninjas using the same combination attack. Dozens of shurikens were launched at Fujin's vital organs and neck. To their surprise, Fujin suddenly stopped screaming and said in a mischievous tone that didn't suit his deep voice, Just kidding. At that very instant, 3 lightning spears suddenly shot out from where Fujin was standing. The sudden development caught everyone off guard. In the blink of an eye, the lightning spears had knocked off all incoming shurikens and stabbed through the hearts of the 3 Ame ninjas. All fell dead without any struggle. While the lightning spears were launched, Fujin thought, I guess I have finalized the name and the backstory of this identity. I wonder who would be the first one to hear this bullshit story. Heh. The leader's eyes widened. Fujin let go of the sword and the Ame Junin immediately retreated away from Fujin. Fujin looked at him and said, Second Hokage's Blade of the Thunder Spirit. That's a rather impressive weapon. Whether you join your subordinates or not depends on whether or not you are able to impress me. Fujin thought, "While I barely recall this sword, I have no recollection of what the skills of this sword are." The scroll in the library only mentioned the ability to shock others and to cut through chakra, but if the ability is so lousy, then it wouldn't be a weapon that a Hokage would use. I hope he can showcase some skill. While Fujin was thinking casually, the Ame Junin was terrified. Fear was visible on his face. He thought, how was he able to endure the electric shocks? Who is he? And how did he kill 3 Junins in the blink of an eye? Even I wouldn't be able to do that. The Ame Junin was completely on guard. All his attention was focused on Fujin. He didn't dare to make the first move again. Instead, he asked, "Who are you? What do you want?" Fujin replied, "No one famous, I guess. I used to go by the name Akuro. As for what I want, I was just passing by until you fellows decided to stop me." The Ame Junin was even more confused. He wondered, used to go by? What does he mean by that? Also, was he really just passing by? No way, he should have some goal in mind. He quickly said, "My village is led by a god and an angel. If you attack me, God will judge and kill you." Fujin replied, a god and an angel descended into this world? All right, I'll go pay them a visit later. As for you, do you want to join your subordinates, or do you want to fight for your life?" The Ame Junin's mood became even worse on being looked down so much. He shouted, "Don't underestimate me! Lightning Dragon!" He swung his sword towards Fujin. A large amount of lightning was unleashed from the sword. It took the form of a dragon and dived towards Fujin at a fast speed. At the same time, he opened an umbrella and launched a rain of poisonous needles towards Fujin. To his surprise, Fujin once again extended his left arm forward and stopped the lightning dragon's head with his left palm. In less than a second, the entire dragon hit Fujin's palm, but he stayed still. The lightning dragon dissipated, leaving only a few lightning charges around Fujin's palm. The Ame Junin wondered, is he immune to lightning? But how can that be? In terms of destruction, nothing comes close to lightning, especially when it comes from this sword. How do I fight him? Fujin saw the incoming needle rain and just waved his left palm. All the lightning he had absorbed from the lightning dragon was released and formed an electric field in front of him. It blocked or deflected every needle heading towards him. Having no other choice, the Ame Junin attacked once again. He swung his sword, but aimed it at the sky instead of Fujin. Lightning release. Lightning Crow's Jutsu. A large amount of lightning was unleashed once again. It reached around 50 meters above the ground. Around 100 small crows made of lightning were formed. Each one of them dived towards Fujin. The Ame Junin quickly weaved hand seals while the lightning crows were diving towards Fujin. Water release, exploding water colliding wave jutsu. He spat out a large amount of water, creating huge waves. Without waiting to see how the jutsus worked, he turned around and began escaping. Fujin observed the attack and analyzed. Weird, very weird. The amount of chakra he is using doesn't match the amount of chakra it should take to form such a large jutsus. His chakra consumption should have been 10 times higher. Does the sword have an amplification effect? If so, I can see why Tobirama used this sword. He was famous for his water jutsus. Using this sword, he could seamlessly use the water-lightning combination jutsus. Not to mention, his chakra consumption will be much less. In a war, this could be the deciding factor between victory and death. When Fujin had just become a genin, his favorite battle tactic was staying in the background and forcing his opponents to consume all their chakra. While he used that tactic more because he was subconsciously afraid to put himself at greater risk, this tactic was disgustingly effective against opponents who had lesser chakra. As such, he could easily see how much benefit the sword would be in a war. This time, Fujin raised both his palms, which were covered in lightning. Lightning release, lightning Ortex Jutsu. Fujin released several lightning charges, which began spinning at a rapid speed, forming a lightning Ortex. It was a defensive jutsu that Fujin had created by himself. The lightning crows slammed into the lightning Ortex in 4 waves. As soon as the crows entered the vortex, they would become unstable and dissolve back into pure lightning and be absorbed by the vortex. As a result, the lightning Ortex kept getting stronger. Once the bombardment stopped, Fujin controlled the vortex and slammed it as well as his hands into the ground. Lightning release, lightning rage jutsu. In a moment, a blast wave of lightning was unleashed towards the incoming water wave. As strong as the water jutsu was, Fujin's jutsu was strengthened by the lightning crow jutsu unleashed with the help of the sword. As a result, the two jutsus were at completely different levels. The blast wave of lightning tore through the water wave, completely dispersing it in different directions. Fujin let out a sigh and muttered, "How disappointing." A senbon appeared in Fujin's left hand. Fujin's lightning chakra began flowing through the needle as he threw it towards the Ame-junin, who was escaping. As he escaped, the Ame-junin turned around to see what the loud noise was. His eyes widened as he saw his water jutsu getting blasted away mercilessly. Suddenly, he noticed a small shiny object surrounded by blue sparks piercing through several trees. Before he could react, the lightning-charged senbon pierced through his heart. His eyes widened in disbelief. He looked towards his chest as his jacket was being dyed red with his blood. As he lost his footing and dropped to the ground from the branches he was running on, he looked forward and saw the lightning-charged senbon continuing forward, while piercing several more trees until it escaped beyond what he could observe. A few seconds later, his eyes closed as he followed his three subordinates into the afterlife. Fujin flickered next to him and took the sword hilt from his hands. Fujin observed the Adra-shaped hilt and inserted some chakra into the sword. Once again, a thunderblade appeared. Fujin observed the blade as he continued analyzing. That said, though it can be used to conserve chakra, it isn't strong enough to create an impact in any other way in a fight between rank S ninjas. Then again, even though Tobirama lost this sword during his death, he didn't leak the correct methods of using this sword as the scroll in the library said. Those should be with Hiruzen or Danzo. Even though Omegakure had this sword for some time, they shouldn't have unlocked all its secrets. If that is the case, then it might have more secrets. Oh well, let me see what this generous fellow knows. Fujin placed his palm on the Ame-junin's head and began reading his memories. There is very little information about this sword as it only appeared in one filler, and apparently a game later on. So its applications will all come from me. If you guys have some cool ideas for this sword's power, feel free to drop them in the comments, though nothing too overpowered. I'll use them if I like it. And bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space, can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Calevra and Mr. I for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter Forming a Strong Jutsu. Chapter 494 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Zero1995. You can thank him for the double release. After reading his memories, Fujin analyzed, I see. So Nagato has already killed and replaced Hanzo quite some time ago. The Land of Rains is officially a forbidden place from now onwards. Though I should be able to escape from the Six Pains, there is no need to risk confrontation with him as of now. Anyway, it looks like the Lightning Dragon and the Lightning Crows were the two strongest jutsus this guy could use with the help of this sword. Still, this guy... The sword was given to him by Hanzo after the previous wielder died. To think that he would betray Hanzo and beg Pain to allow him to serve him instead. Should I consider him traitorous, or just a smart guy to leave the sinking ship? Probably the former. He wouldn't have attacked me if he was that smart. Oh well, it's good that Ame at least did some research on this sword. When they first got it, they could only use it to cut through chakra and zap anyone by physically touching the sword to them. That would have been borderline useless in a battle at my level. Fujin stopped providing chakra to the sword, and the thunderblade disappeared. Fujin stored it in one of the storage seals he had inscribed on his right forearm. He cremated the Ame-junin's body and buried the ash deep into the ground as usual and left the area. As for the other three bodies, Fujin didn't particularly care. After all, they barely saw anything before dying. As Fujin left, he analyzed. Though I have this sword, I might still need to get a couple more made of chakra metal. The blade of the Thunder Spirit, though good, is in elemental form. I'm not used to such a sword. I'll need to test how this sword will perform against a normal sword that has chakra flow charged with different elements. If it doesn't work against wind or lightning chakra flow, then using it for defense will be suicidal. That said, using this sword as a medium for using long and mid-range lightning jutsus will be very useful. If I can't settle a fight quickly against an opponent who is about as strong as me, then I should use this sword to conserve my chakra. Oh well, I'll experiment with this later and decide what to do. Fujin quickly moved towards Konoha, changing his appearance back to Fujin once he entered deep into the Land of Fire. A day later, he reached Konoha without any other incident. He visited Shichiro and reported the completed missions before returning back to his house. After returning, Fujin thought, so what should I do now? Should I continue with the Flying Thunder God training? Or should I continue with what I started in the valley? Fujin thought for a bit before deciding, I have been training the Flying Thunder God non-stop for quite some time. I'm developing some fatigue. I guess it'll be good to take some time off that jutsu and focus on others. I guess it's time to finally master this. Fujin raised his right palm and began releasing chakra. It began rotating and immediately formed a Rasengan. Immediately, Fujin began infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan. Slowly, wind began revolving at a very high speed around the Rasengan. 4 very small blade-like shapes appeared around the Rasengan, spinning rapidly around it. Fujin looked at the chakra ball and thought, I knew that my affinity to wind is high, but I never imagined that it would be so ridiculously high. Thanks to the shadow clone trick, I managed to infuse wind chakra successfully into the Rasengan with an hour of practice back in that valley. However, my clones managed to infuse the wind chakra into the Rasengans without the aid of any other shadow clone on the second day of training itself. To think that I would learn wind release Rasengan so quickly without needing any clones to assist me. Fujin slowly dispelled the jutsu without letting it explode. A breeze appeared inside his house, but thanks to Fujin's control, no damage occurred. However, Fujin's breathing became rougher. He analyzed, that said, the chakra needed for this jutsu is beyond ridiculous, and this is just the wind release Rasengan. Rasen Shuriken will still require even more chakra. Though I spent 5 days training there, I couldn't actually train a lot due to how chakra intensive this training is. That said, I could only spend half my chakra back in the valley, as I needed the other half in case something happened. This time, I'll consume the soldier pill and have my shadow clones train 5 days straight. Not to mention, I have another issue to handle. While creating this jutsu shouldn't be a tough task for me, actually slamming it into an enemy would hurt like hell. My shadow clones instantly disperse due to the backlash of the jutsu after they slam it into an object. It's time to go to Mount Muteki. As per what Ryu had said the first time we met, my chakra has already surpassed what he had said to be the minimum requirement for learning Senjutsu. If I can learn Sage Mode right now, then I'll be able to handle the backlash caused by the Rasen Shuriken. Besides, I'm excited to see what the Sage Mode taught by Winged Sabertooth would look like. Fujin was about to summon Kaido when suddenly his bell rang. Fujin looked towards the door and thought, Naruto, what good timing he has. A few minutes ago, I wouldn't have returned home, and a minute later I would have already left. Fujin opened the door, and Naruto excitedly said, Fujin, I had just come to train when I saw that you had returned. Fujin smiled and said, I just returned. And I was just about to leave once again. What's up? Naruto looked in a confused manner and asked, You are leaving already? Fujin nodded and said, Yes, I have some work. I should be back in another week or 2. Anyway, how's your progress? Naruto immediately answered, I can run up the trees now. However, I'm still struggling with using 2 jutsus one after another. Fujin replied, That will take a lot of practice. Keep training as hard as you can and you'll succeed soon. Good work with tree climbing, though. Come with me. I'll show you another cool thing before I leave. Naruto excitedly followed Fujin while exclaiming, You are the best, Fujin! The 2 quickly made their way towards the river. Fujin said, This one might be more fun than climbing on trees. This time, you'll have to learn how to walk and later run on the water. Naruto's eyes widened. He asked Fujin in surprise, "We can do that?" Fujin replied, "Sure we can." "Watch." Fujin stepped forward and began walking on the water. He turned around and said, "Now you try. Concentrate chakra on your feet and step on water." Naruto nodded and followed Fujin's instructions. Needless to say, he fell into the water on his very first step, causing Fujin to chuckle. Naruto quickly swam up, moved to the riverbank, and took deep breaths. Fujin said, "This is much more difficult than walking up the trees. The surface of the tree stays firm unless you apply too much chakra. However, the surface of the river keeps moving as the water moves. In addition, the amount of chakra you need to release to stand on it is much higher. Keep those in mind as you try again." Naruto said, "All right, I'll try it again." Fujin got off the river and saw Naruto trying it. After a few minutes, Naruto managed to take 2 to 3 steps before falling into the river. Fujin said, "Good. Just keep doing this until you are able to walk on it. Once you are comfortable, you can try running and even try to skate on it. Practice this along with the 2 combination jutsus. I'll leave for now." Naruto said, "Thanks again, Fujin. I'll begin running on water in no time. Believe it." Fujin smiled and said, "I will. That said, if your chakra becomes low or if you are too exhausted, don't continue this training. If you fall in and have no energy to swim out, then you will be stuck in the middle of the river, flailing your limbs and might drown, unable to exit the river and will never achieve your dreams. So be careful." As Fujin spoke, his voice became a bit scary, causing Naruto to shiver. Naruto nodded and said, "Don't worry, I won't overdo it." Fujin once again smiled and said, "All right, see you later." Fujin disappeared from Naruto's vision. Naruto muttered, "Fujin can be scary at times. Still, I want to learn how he can disappear out of nowhere." Of course, though Fujin's words were scary, he wasn't really worried. Naruto was the last person in this world who could die of chakra exhaustion. Even if he fell into such a situation, Kurama would have no choice but to send him chakra. Of course, that would attract Hiruzen's attention, which was something that he didn't want to see. That is why he warned Naruto. Fujin returned to his training ground, summoned Kaito and said, "Kaito, reverse summon me back to Mount Muteki." Kaito said, "You sound impatient. Anyway, sure. Give me a minute." A minute later, Fujin disappeared from Konoha and appeared on Mount Muteki. AN. You can sponsor a chapter through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 489, Request Denied. Chapter 495 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. AN, happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I hope you guys have better luck than me. Kaito looked at Fujin and asked, "So what's up? Why did you want to come here?" Fujin replied, "Well, I wanted a place where I could train alone, a place where I can cause a lot of destruction without attracting trouble." "Know any?" Kaito replied, "Sure, there are plenty of unoccupied mountain peaks nearby." "Want a lift?" Fujin answered, "Sure, but I want to meet your father first." "Take me to him." Fujin jumped on Kaito's back as Kaito took a flight. He asked, "What do you want to do with father?" Fujin replied, "Not much. Just wondering whether he'll teach me how to harness and control nature energy. One of the jutsus I'm learning has a massive backlash. I'll probably not be able to handle it unless I can strengthen myself with nature energy." Kaito was surprised. He asked, "Such a strong backlash? The jutsu must be impressive." Fujin chuckled and replied, "It is. I'll show it later." They reached Ryu's cave. Ryu opened his eyes as he saw Kaito and Fujin flying in. Kaito landed in front of his father and Fujin jumped down. Ryu observed Fujin and a surprise appeared on his gigantic face. He said in his jagged voice, "Impressive. Your body has gotten a lot stronger since the last time we met. I didn't expect you to make such quick progress." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, it was one of the aspects I focused on. There was no need to guess what caused the explosive growth." Though Fujin's main focus in the last 4 months was on mastering the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, he also kept his training on the 8 inner gates. Though he struggled to open the Gate of Life, once he did, it didn't take him a long time to open the Gate of Pain. He was currently working towards opening the Gate of Limit, though he would require a lot more time to actually be able to open it. Ryu asked, "Good. Why did you come to visit me?" Fujin didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "I want to learn senjutsu. My chakra has already increased beyond what you had mentioned the requirement for learning it was. My physical body is perhaps even stronger in that regard. So can you teach it to me now?" Fujin had thought a lot about the matter before asking. Learning how to harness nature energy was risky. In terms of chakra, he was far lacking compared to what Naruto's chakra levels would be when he attempted it. However, he should be much better off than Jiraiya when Jiraiya began learning how to use nature energy. It was why Fujin was being insistent for the first time. The only variable that Fujin was aware of but couldn't calculate was the winged saber-tooths would have a different method of teaching as compared to toads, involving different risks. So he couldn't be certain about the risk level. Ryu didn't move from his lying position and looked to be in deep thought. A couple of minutes later, he answered, "No, not yet." A frown formed on Fujin's face. He asked, "Why not?" Ryu answered, "What I had stated was just minimum requirements. You have done well in reaching those in less than 4 years. I have to admit that I didn't expect you to do it so quickly. However, as I said, they are just minimum requirements. Don't forget that no human has ever managed to learn our form of senjutsu. So don't be impatient. Keep improving your strength. Once I feel you are ready, I'll do everything I can to make sure that you learn it." Fujin fell silent. He could sense that Ryu's words were genuine. However, he didn't want to give up so easily. Senjutsu was an important power-up that he wanted. It would be the second skill that would allow him to differentiate himself from other rank S ninjas, along with the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. If the Flying Thunder God Jutsu gave Fujin invincible speed and movement ability, Sage Mode would be what would give Fujin the ability to go head-to-head against top-tier rank S ninjas and still come on top without having to rely on his speed and hope that his opponent makes a mistake. Fujin asked, "Didn't you say that you could help me improve my wind affinity and increase my chakra reserves if I fell short? Can we do that?" Ryu answered, "Improving your wind affinity isn't an issue, but the method of increasing your chakra reserves isn't entirely safe and has several drawbacks. Also, it is very costly. Considering your current chakra levels, you don't need to depend on it. Just continue doing what you are, and let your chakra reserves increase naturally." Ryu thought, I didn't expect his chakra reserves to keep increasing at a fast speed despite him already using so much of his potential. It is more than 5 times what it was back when he met me the first time. I had estimated that he would only be able to increase it by 4 times, and that he'd need another decade to reach that stage. If I knew he'd progress this fast, I wouldn't have mentioned the existence of such a method. Anyway, it's good that he has managed to surpass my estimates. Otherwise, I would have had to use that secret technique to transfer some of my own chakra to him. That would have weakened me and would have severely limited his future potential. Of course, my chakra would have made it easier for him to learn senjutsu. As long as he did, any loss in potential would be meaningless for him. And as long as grandfather's prophecy came true, my losses would also be worth it. That was why I was willing to do it. However, the current situation is much better. While Ryu was in thought, Fujin was analyzing. This could be troublesome. Considering his words, I think he might only teach me senjutsu once my chakra reserves stop increasing, or the rate of increase becomes very slow. However, when will that be? 10 years from now? 15 years? I can't wait that long. Though I have ways to delay the 4th Great Ninja War, I might not be able to delay it by such a long time. Fujin asked, "Can you give me an estimate of when you can teach me senjutsu?" Ryu frowned. He asked, "Why are you so impatient? Something like senjutsu can't be rushed. If your mind isn't at peace, then you won't be able to learn it no matter how strong you are." Fujin fell quiet. After a few moments, he sighed and said, "There are a lot of undercurrents flowing in the elemental nations right now. There is a massive civil war in one of the major countries which has been happening for over half a decade. The other countries are slowly building up their power as well. And recently a group has arisen that has extremely powerful ninjas and are capturing the tailed beasts." Ryu's eyes widened on learning that a single group was capturing the tailed beasts. Fujin continued, "It is unknown what they plan on doing with the tailed beasts. However, I have a gut feeling that soon a huge war will break. A war that will make the previous 3 great ninja wars look insignificant in comparison. I want to learn Senjutsu before all hell breaks loose. Otherwise, it'd be too late to learn it. This time, Ryu fell silent. He had no interest in the elemental ninjas or the ninjas. As such, he wasn't very aware of what was happening. However, from Fujin's tone, he could understand the severity of the matter. Though Fujin didn't provide any proof, the gut feeling of someone as strong as Fujin wasn't something anyone would take lightly. After all, it wasn't as if there was any proof to show that the prophecy he believed in was true either. Ryu asked, "What's a great ninja war?" Fujin was dumbfounded by the question. However, he quickly recalled, right. He hasn't had any summoner for a long while. Even I never summoned him due to how chakra-intensive it is to summon him." Before Fujin could answer, Kaito replied, "It's a war where every ninja village on that continent fights against one another. They do it every once in a while. The last one was over a decade ago. Several strong ninjas die in each war. Unlike Ryu, Kaito loved flying across the world. As a result, he had seen various battles play out while he stayed above the clouds." Ryu thought for a bit and asked, "How long do you think it'll be before the start of the next Great Ninja War?" Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, wpatreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, pedalsarvesh8 at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you, Yuyo, Finn, and Alex for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 490. My Own Twist. Chapter 496 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Hey guys, this chapter is sponsored by Philip. You can thank him for the double release. Fujin thought for a bit and answered, "I can't be sure. No major village will make a move until the civil war in Kirigakure is over. As for the organization that is capturing the tailed beasts, they are lying low as well and doing their job secretly. However, that might change once they capture more tailed beasts. Once that happens, the ninja villages will react, and I can't calculate what will happen. Considering the seriousness of the matter, I might not be allowed to take time off to train until the issue is resolved. And as I am right now, I have no confidence in taking on the tailed beasts. If my estimates are right, then nothing big should happen within the next couple of years unless someone goes crazy. However, a big war will break out soon. I guess it'll happen in 3 to 4 years. This time, Fujin's words weren't entirely true. He wasn't really afraid of the tailed beasts. The only thing that he was afraid of about the tailed beasts was the tailed beast bomb. It was true that as of now, he didn't have any counter against it. However, once the range of the Flying Thunder God increases, he can dodge them with ease. In fact, once he became more efficient at the jutsu, he could even transfer an incoming tailed beast bomb into the Oid dimension. That said, he couldn't do that at that moment. As a result, his words were true in a sense, and Ryu didn't feel any lies in Fujin's words. Ryu thought for a bit and said, "All right. If nothing drastic happens, then I'll teach you how to harness nature energy in 2.5 years. If you think that the war will happen before that, then I'll teach it to you earlier. That said, remember that I'm asking you to wait only so that you have a better chance of learning how to harness nature energy. So, don't try making any reasons to learn it earlier if there is no need for it." Fujin nodded and said with a smile, "All right. I am fine with that. Don't worry, I won't insist on it unless a war is close and inevitable." Ryu nodded and said, "Good, keep up your training. You'll have to work much harder if you want to try it in just 2.5 years. Fujin said, "Of course. I'll be staying here for a while, though. I need space to practice a new jutsu." Ryu replied, "Sure. Kaito will be with you while you are here." Kaito said, "I had already agreed, father. Let's go, Fujin." Fujin nodded and flickered onto his back. Kaito and Fujin quickly left, leaving Ryu alone, who was in deep thought. He wondered, a great war. I wonder if the prophecy has anything to do with it. He thought for a bit before concluding, Probably not. Humans have a strange fascination with war. Even back then, they would always be at war with some clan or other. And now they have even involved the tailed beasts in their wars. Sigh. Ryu had no interest in humans or their wars. As long as one of their summoners managed to learn senjutsu, he couldn't care if every other human died. Kaido flew over to a nearby peak that didn't have anyone living in it apart from some ordinary wildlife. Kaido asked, "Will this peak do?" Fujin answered, "Yes, but there is no need to be on the peak. Fly down below where we may get more space to train." Kaido said, "All right, let me know when you find a suitable spot." Kaido dived down. Soon, Fujin noticed a spot that would be ideal for training. On his instruction, Kaido landed there. Fujin got off his back. Kaido asked, "Do you need my help in the training?" Fujin said, "Not really." Fujin took out a soldier pill and consumed it before adding, "I'll be training for 5 days straight. However, I'll need to rest for a couple of days after that. I'll need you to watch me over that period in case any incident happens." That said, there's no compulsion. I can just return to the village and ask you to reverse summon me if you have something else to do. Kaito thought for a bit and said, "I'll keep watch." He yawned and added, "I spent a lot of time flying around the world in the past few months. I was planning to take a break. Might as well watch you train and keep myself entertained." Fujin smiled and said, "Suit yourself." Fujin stretched his muscles and wondered, "Now, how should I go about learning the Rasen Shuriken?" He thought for a bit before deciding, the amount of wind chakra needed for wind release. Rasengan is lesser as compared to the Rasen Shuriken. Trying to create it without shadow clones will be difficult. I'll have 2 clones training together to learn this jutsu. Once they can perform it consistently, I'll have shadow clones try and create it without any help. That said, one thing I realized in the 5 days I trained this jutsu is that I don't need to stick to just the Rasen Shuriken that I remember. While the jutsu is perversely strong, there should be other methods to apply wind chakra to Rasengan. I can apply my own twists to the jutsu, creating unique effects that might be quite useful in combat. 6 shadow clones appeared next to Fujin. 4 of them had 10% of his chakra, while the remaining 2 had 20% of his chakra. The 2 clones with 20% chakra went away alone, while the ones with 10% chakra moved away in pairs. As for Fujin, he began doing what he did whenever he stayed in a new place. Kaito didn't have any interest in seeing Fujin apply seals. Instead, he was attracted by the intense chakra he was feeling from the shadow clones. He flew to a spot that would allow him to watch all the shadow clones. His eyes first landed on the shadow clones in pairs. He saw one clone making the Rasengan and the other infusing wind chakra into it. His eyes widened as he saw how intense the jutsu was. He muttered to himself, "Such a concentrated and intense jutsu. I don't think that even Father would be able to endure such an attack." No wonder he said his body isn't able to handle the backlash. He turned his eyes towards the 2 clones training by themselves. Just like the ones in pairs, they formed a Rasengan as well. However, instead of infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan, they were releasing a lot of wind chakra under the Rasengan. One of the clones was satisfied with his creation and aimed his right hand in front of him. The Rasengan on his palm was separated by a layer of wind chakra. Suddenly, the winds blasted, sending the Rasengan flying for around 5 meters before it exploded. The clone smiled and analyzed. "Good. This idea works. I thought of this idea while trying to create the Rasen Shuriken. It uses the principles of Assassin's Rush and Wind Laser Jutsus instead of infusing wind chakra directly into the Rasengan. With the help of this wind blast, I should be able to send the Rasengan flying away at a fast speed. I'll call this attack Rasengan Cannon. Unlike my Akyum Jutsus, from which enemies are mostly safe if they barely dodge it, with Rasengan they'll need to also dodge the area of the explosion. I should try to use this method with Akyum Trap Ball and later Rasen Shuriken as well. It will be a great variation to have. In fact, with the Rasen Shuriken, I could apply in a lot of different ways if I can control the wind chakra within the jutsu." The clone immediately got back to training. While the idea was good, he could only send the Rasengan flying for 5 meters as of then. The speed wasn't very impressive either. Fujin would need to train a lot to make his ideas a reality. While Fujin's clones were training, Fujin was done with applying the seals. He took out the blade of the Thunder Spirit and muttered, "Now, let me see what all you can do." AN, you can sponsor chapters through Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 491, The Broken Sword. Chapter 497 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin inserted his chakra into the Vajra-shaped hilt. Immediately, a sword made of pure electricity appeared in front of him. Fujin observed it for some time while thinking, the most basic use of the sword is to shock enemies. While it won't shock the wielder, that can still be arranged if the wielder wants to do so. Fujin poked the blade with one finger. As expected, an electric current passed through his body. Fujin analyzed, though it can shock, this feature is more or less useless against any elite Chunin. For a rank S ninja like me, this is only a child's play. Fujin stopped touching the sword and swung the blade at the rock next to him. The sword entered into the rock and traveled through it as Fujin's arm moved before exiting the rock. Fujin's eyes glowed as he observed the damage to the rock. He noticed, "I see," as expected of an elemental sword. It doesn't cut like a normal sword. Instead, it just passes through the rock like an electric current would. Instead of cutting the rock, it actually burnt where it passed through. So it makes the sword kinda useless to cut like with normal blades. Of course, it isn't entirely bad. Normal weapons won't be able to stop the blade. It'll shock the opponent on contact and continue attacking. Depending on their resistance to lightning, they'll be hurt. Now let's see how it works against chakra flow. Fujin was about to create a shadow clone when he suddenly had a thought. He wondered, now that I think about it, can this sword be replicated with the help of shadow clone jutsu? When I create shadow clones, they also get a copy of all weapons that work just as efficiently. However, this blade is extremely unique, so will it still be replicated? Fujin couldn't be sure. However, he was extremely intrigued by the idea. He immediately created a shadow clone. A grin appeared on his face as the shadow clone was also holding a blade of the Thunder Spirit. Fujin thought in excitement, "Holy shit, this sword is freaking broken. If my clones have access to this sword as well, then I can spam lightning jutsus from every direction. It'll be even more lethal against armies of ninjas. Such a broken combination. That damn Tobirama. What exactly was he thinking while creating so many broken things? Was he planning on finding ways to defeat Madara by himself? Fujin couldn't be sure. However, he felt that was a possibility. Though there were several ninjas throughout history who created new techniques, Tobirama stood out by a huge margin. Shadow Clone, Flying Thunder God, and Edo Tensei were all jutsus that defied logic. To invent so many techniques, one needed to have a very high motivation. And what could be a greater motivation than having the ghost of the Uchiha as your enemy? While the blade of the Thunder Spirit was a good weapon, it wasn't something that could disturb the balance of power. However, in combination with the Shadow Clone Jutsu, the blade became a menace. Fujin couldn't help but think, would Shadow Clone Jutsu also replicate Kisame's sword? It might be possible. I don't recall if his water clones had the sword, but the advanced clone technique he used to intercept Gai's team when they were on their way to rescue Gaara could replicate the sword. So, it is very likely that it can be done. If I can get the Samahata as well, and if I can create a terrifying combination, I can create an army of shadow clones wielding both blades. They will use Samahata to absorb the enemy's chakra. Thanks to Blade of the Thunder Spirit's amplification, it'd be like stealing 10 times the enemy's chakra. Once the shadow clone is dispelled, I'll receive all the chakra. I can create more clones, or spam powerful jutsus without the worry of running out of chakra. Fujin was very tempted. The combination was just too good. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the Samahata so easily. He muttered to himself, I'll have to find a way to kill Kisame. I am not strong enough to kill him right now. However, it's just a matter of time before I get even stronger. Though he is always with Itachi, I can separate them easily once my range of Flying Thunder God increases. That said, there are many risks. I'll need to calculate the effect of Kisame's disappearance on Akatsuki's activities. Also, it'll leak the information about me knowing the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Though that might not be a huge loss if my strength increases a lot in the near future, it'll still be best to keep it a secret. I'll need to be careful. I'll need to find the right opportunity to make my move. And I should do it only when I'm sure I can kill Kisame quickly. If he has any methods to call Zetsu or Obito to help him, then killing him will become very difficult. Fujin decided to stop thinking about it. He'll plan his scheme once he is strong enough to pull one off flawlessly. He focused back on his clone and said, "Let's begin testing the sword." Fujin's clone nodded. He stored the blade of the Thunder Spirit. Instead, he grabbed his usual sword and said, "Here I come." Chakra began flowing through his sword. He attacked Fujin with the sword while Fujin attacked back. As the two swords clashed, Fujin's eyes widened as he saw the blade of the Thunder Spirit cut through the chakra flow. It hit the clone's sword, sending an electric current through it, zapping the clone. Of course, it wasn't enough to actually stop the clone. Fujin's sword moved through the sword towards the clone. At the same time, the clone's sword also moved towards Fujin, but it was slightly slower due to the electric shock. Fujin stopped his blade at the last second. The clone stopped as well and moved back. Fujin thought, "I knew that this sword could cut through chakra, but I didn't expect it to do it so easily. It was as if my clone's chakra flow was nothing but air. Now this is a good ability. I wonder if it can work against Sasano." The clone said, "Once the two swords meet, the electric current should flinch the opponent for a few moments. We can use that moment to attack the enemy first. However, it is too risky. If our enemy has high lightning resistance, then we will be hit by his sword as well." Fujin nodded. Though the effect was quite unique, the flaw was pretty obvious. He replied, "Yeah, but it will be very good for shadow clones. Anyway, it looks like I will need a few more swords. I might need to raid the Land of Iron at some point in the future. Anyways, charge your chakra flow with lightning." The clone nodded. He once again flowed chakra through the sword. This time, he charged it with lightning. The two swords clashed once again. This time, Fujin's blade was stopped. The clone wasn't zapped either. Instead, the blade of the Thunder Spirit was forced back as it couldn't phase through the lightning-charged sword. Fujin moved back and thought, "As I thought, this sword is at a disadvantage against lightning chakra flow." The clone changed lightning into wind and attacked again. This time, his sword cut straight through the blade of the Thunder Spirit, forcing Fujin to retreat once again. Fujin muttered, "It looks like this blade is completely useless against wind chakra flow." Not really a surprise. Fortunately, this sword can't break due to its elemental form. Otherwise, it would have been a great loss. Oh well, let's try fire. The clone nodded. He stopped providing wind chakra and instead converted his chakra into fire. In an instant, his blade was covered in fire. Fire chakra flow wasn't a commonly used technique as it wasn't as lethal as lightning or wind chakra flows. However, Fujin wanted to test out the blade of the Thunder Spirit. The clone attacked Fujin and the two swords clashed once again. This time, the clash was similar to how it was against normal chakra flow. Fujin's blade cut through the chakra flow, zapped the clone, and moved towards him. He stopped at the last moment and dispelled his clone. Fujin analyzed, "Looks like using this sword in a head-on confrontation is a strict no. I'll be better off using a normal chakra metal sword. This blade will be used at long and medium ranges. The only way I could use it in close combat is if I wield two swords at the same time." After all, thanks to the elemental nature of the sword, this sword has a few interesting properties. Fujin pointed the tip of his blade at the same rock he had attacked a few minutes ago and increased the amount of chakra he inserted into the blade. Under his control, the blade suddenly began getting longer and pierced through the rock. It was around 5 meters long. AN. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week's Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. AN. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link www.patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay, paddlesarvh at OKSBI. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Tobias, Information Hierarchy, Keng, Jose, Mello, and 66835 for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder, contact link in the description. Chapter 492, Rasengan Variants Training Chapter 498 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity, narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin analyzed. Not bad. With some practice, I will be able to freely control the shape and size of this blade. It can catch opponents off guard. Fujin decreased the length and instead changed the shape. Instead of a sword, the weapon now looked entirely like Adra. Fujin changed the sword's shape to various other shapes to find out its limits until he was satisfied. He stopped experimenting with the sword and muttered, "Time to experiment with the main feature of the sword." Fujin closed his eyes and recalled the training the Amajunin had gone through after he received the sword. Fujin knew neither the Lightning Dragon nor the Lightning Crow Jutsu. Though they weren't difficult to learn, he decided to keep it simple and experiment with the False Darkness Jutsu instead. Fujin began sending his chakra into the blade of the Thunder Spirit. He closed his eyes and began creating the False Darkness Jutsu while using the sword as the medium. Soon, he opened his eyes and pointed the sword at the sky. A large amount of lightning was unleashed from the sword. It traveled towards the sky without any control. Fujin frowned and analyzed. "It's difficult to control. I have no control over the lightning I released with the help of the sword. Also, my efficiency was quite low. I lost nearly half my chakra while trying to create the False Darkness Jutsu. However, with the 10 times amplification that the sword provides, the jutsu was 5 times stronger than what it would have been without the sword. It looks like I'll need to practice with this sword for a long time to increase my efficiency and control." Fujin let out a sigh. He had added yet another training to his already ridiculously tight schedule. Fortunately, this one won't need as much time and dedication as some of Fujin's other projects like the Flying Thunder God Jutsu, the Wind Domain, or the 8 Inner Gates technique. Fujin decided, since shadow clones can have the blade of the Thunder Spirit as well, I'll just create multiple shadow clones to practice. Due to chakra amplification, the clones won't need much chakra to practice anyway. I'll create 10 shadow clones with 1% of my chakra reserves and have them train while I meditate the entire 5 days and only replace the shadow clones after they pop. Fujin quickly acted on his plan. He created 10 shadow clones which began practicing, while he constructed a cave in the mountain and inscribed the seals to improve the efficiency of meditation like the room in his basement. Fujin's clones continued training while Fujin only meditated and created new shadow clones when the existing ones got dispelled or ran out of chakra. On day 3, Fujin made a change. He stopped training the Rasengan cannon and instead created 2 shadow clones with 30% of his chakra each, and another 2 clones with 10% of his chakra each to work on the Rasen Shuriken. The reason for the change was that 2 clones with 10% of his chakra each were insufficient to create the Rasen Shuriken. The clone infusing wind chakra into the Rasengan needed a lot higher chakra to properly create it. Fujin was surprised by the amount of chakra he needed for the jutsu. However, on thinking for some time, he recalled that Naruto couldn't make many either until he learnt Sage Mode and got control of Kurama's chakra. The training continued for 5 days straight before the effect of the soldier pill ran out. While he made huge progress, he wasn't satisfied. He rested for a couple of days before consuming another pill and continuing his training. 3 more days passed. Fujin was meditating in his cave when suddenly his eyes snapped open. He disappeared from the cave and appeared some distance away from a couple of his clones. 2 of Fujin's clones were focusing on their jutsu. One clone had created and maintained the Rasengan, while the other clone was continuously infusing large amounts of wind chakra into the Rasengan. When Fujin arrived, the Rasen Shuriken was almost created. It was the best one Fujin's clones had created so far. Fujin and Kaito watched intently as the 2 clones needed another minute to complete the jutsu. A smile formed on their faces as they managed to create a proper Rasen Shuriken for the first time. The clone holding the Rasen Shuriken looked at it and thought, 5 days to learn Wind Release Rasengan and 8 days to learn the Rasen Shuriken with just 2 pairs of shadow clones training. Excellent. Time to test it. He turned around and slammed the jutsu into the mountain they were training on. The Rasen Shuriken sank a few meters into the mountain. At the same time, the Shadow Clone's right arm felt the backlash of the jutsu and got dispelled. The Rasen Shuriken exploded a moment later. A large crater was formed on the side of the wall as it disintegrated into sand and soil. A tremor was felt throughout the mountain, scaring away any birds and animals living on or around the mountain. It took several minutes for the dust and soil to settle or fly away. If one were to look at the mountain, it would feel like a large monster had taken a bite of the side of the mountain. Kaito, who had flown next to Fujin, said in amazement, "That was cool. What's this jutsu?" While Kaito had seen the incomplete version several times, a complete Rasen Shuriken was in an entirely different league. He could sense that none of the winged saber-tooths could resist the dangerous jutsu Fujin had just created. Fujin smiled and said, "It is called Rasen Shuriken. It's a jutsu made with wind chakra and a high-level chakra-shaped transformation. In terms of destruction, this will be the strongest jutsu that I know." As he spoke, Fujin thought, "That said, I still need more practice. Unfortunately, the amount of chakra this jutsu takes is ridiculous. Seeing the amount of chakra the two clones lost, I'll need 36% of my chakra for just one Rasen Shuriken. It's just too much. That said, it should be much less than what Naruto needed initially. It should be because I am much more efficient in infusing wind chakra as compared to Naruto, who had just learnt wind manipulation. Though the jutsu sounds simple as I only have to infuse my wind chakra into the Rasengan, it is extremely complicated. The only easy part is converting normal chakra into wind chakra and releasing it. If control over wind chakra is bad, then a lot of wind chakra will be lost during the time the process of infusing chakra into it. Even after infusing the wind chakra into the Rasengan, the clone that maintains the Rasengan has to ensure that the wind chakra isn't lost and stays within the Rasengan. Even for me, I lost close to 50% of the wind chakra I infused into the Rasengan during these processes. If my efficiency was only 20%, then the chakra I needed would have risen 2.5 times. So it won't be a surprise if he needed several times more chakra as compared to me to create a Rasen Shuriken of the same power. Of course, it also means that I can work towards decreasing the amount of chakra needed to create the Rasen Shuriken by a large degree. At the very least, I should try to create at least 4 Rasen Shuriken with my current chakra reserves. Of course, that is only one part. I'm not a fan of needing a shadow clone to help create a jutsu. I need to work towards creating the jutsu without needing another shadow clone to help. Apart from that, I also need to create a lightning version of this jutsu. I shouldn't be able to create it with the help of the Blade of the Thunder Spirit due to the level of chakra-shaped transformation involved, but even without that, having a rank S jutsu that is so destructive is always helpful. However, I am not as used to using lightning as I am with wind. My efficiency will be a lot worse with lightning. It could create some complications. Another variation I want to explore later on is if I can add fire chakra to the Rasen Shuriken. If I can, then the jutsu will be far more devastating than the Rasen Shuriken. Sigh, so much to do again. Just when I feel that I'm heading somewhere, more training comes up. Fujin let out a sigh. While he understood the importance of training and strictly followed his training schedule, he couldn't help but get a sense of fatigue. He thought to himself, no wonder there are so few ninjas who reach rank S. Despite having so much motivation, I'm still feeling tired. For normal ninjas, it is highly unlikely for anyone to maintain a strict training schedule for more than a few months. Anyway, I should stay here for another week. Once I get a hang of the Rasen Shuriken and Rasengan canon, I'll leave. I'll return later to improve it and learn the variants. Staying any longer here without informing Hiruzen about my absence won't be good. Bonus chapter on next Sunday if the fic gets 1,000 Power Stones. Bonus chapter on next week Saturday if the fic gets 2,000 Power Stones. If you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link. Patreon.com, Devil Hex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you K0D4S, BK201, Oliver, Ryan, Yurt, and Anayak for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 493, 1.5 months. Chapter 499 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Fujin got back to training. He trained for the next couple of days until the effects of the soldier pill ran out. After resting for a couple of days, he consumed another pill and trained for another 5 days. During this time, he had learnt the Rasen Shuriken, which now needed 34% of his maximum chakra. His clones could create it successfully every single time. However, he couldn't create it with just one clone. The Rasengan cannon was mastered as well. Fujin could propel it in a straight line for nearly 50 meters and control the timing of its explosion. In addition, he could change its direction by a few degrees by controlling the winds that propelled it forward. And lastly, he had managed to master the Blade of the Thunder Spirit. Unlike the other two jutsus, Fujin could assign a lot of shadow clones to train the blade. As a result, his control over the blade had already exceeded that of the Amejunin who gifted him the sword. Satisfied with how far he had progressed, Fujin decided to go to Konoha. In all, he had spent 20 days training on that mountain. Fujin ended his reverse summoning and appeared back in the training ground. As soon as he appeared, he saw Naruto training in front of him. A deadpan expression appeared on his face as he wondered, "I have been running into him too frequently lately. Is someone messing with me?" The last time, Naruto appeared a couple of minutes after he had returned home. This time, he appeared instantly. He couldn't help but wonder, is Hagoromo helping the reincarnation of his son? Probably not. I doubt he'd pay attention to something so insignificant. Naruto immediately saw Fujin when he appeared. He quickly ran towards him and asked excitedly, "Fujin, when did you return?" Fujin answered, "Just a moment ago. I'm a bit hungry, want to visit Ichiraku." Naruto excitedly jumped and said, "Of course I do. Believe it." Fujin smiled and said, "All right, we race there. Believe it." Naruto was surprised. He asked, "Rack?" However, before he could complete his question, Fujin had already disappeared. Realizing that Fujin had already started, he complained, "Hey, no fair! Wait for me." Naruto immediately began running towards Ichiraku. Needless to say, Fujin reached the stall within a few seconds and sat down on the stool. Ayame was surprised as Fujin suddenly appeared out of nowhere and was sitting on the stool. She quickly smiled and said, "Fujin, you haven't visited in a while." Fujin nodded and said, "Yeah, I was busy with some missions. Get me the usual... Actually, double that. I haven't eaten good food in a while. Also, make a few bowls for Naruto. He should be here in some time." Ayame said, "Naruto is coming as well? All right, order coming right up." She quickly went in to help her father. A few minutes later, an exhausted Naruto reached the ramen shop. He took some deep breaths showing his tiredness. Just before he was about to complain, Fujin said, "That's too slow, Naruto. You need to train more." That caused Naruto to snap. Even before he could complain, Fujin had taunted him even more. He pointed at Fujin and complained aggressively, "You cheater! You started without giving me a heads up, and you used a jutsu that I don't know. Fight fair!" Fujin tilted his head and said, "Fight fair? During missions, will your enemies play fair? You always need to be alert, Naruto. Besides, even if I had played fair, I would have still defeated you by more than 5 minutes." "Look." Fujin pointed towards Ayame, who was already bringing out a couple of bowls. A dumbfounded expression appeared on Naruto's face as he said, "How can that be? I only needed 5 minutes to come here." Fujin chuckled and said, "Told you that you were slow." Naruto wasn't sure what to say. He just became dejected and his shoulders dropped. Ayame placed the bowls and said, "Fujin, don't tease Naruto so much. Naruto, he is just messing with you. See, he already ordered for you as well. Come eat." Naruto's mood immediately brightened up as he hopped into the seat next to Fujin. Fujin just chuckled and began eating the ramen. As they ate, Fujin asked, "So how is your training progressing?" Naruto answered, "I can walk and run on the water. The combination jutsu is still very difficult, though." Fujin nodded and said, "That's good progress. You can focus all your attention on the combination jutsus now. Just remember to practice the 4 jutsus individually every once in a while, and practice tree climbing and water walking once a week or so." Naruto nodded and asked, "Could you teach me how you can disappear suddenly?" Fujin shook his head and answered, Learning too many jutsus at the same time isn't a good thing. You should focus on mastering what you already know for the time being. Once your base becomes strong, you'll be able to learn more jutsus easily in the future. Naruto looked at Fujin and immediately pestered him. Come on, just teach me this one jutsu. I'll master all of them, believe it. Fujin chuckled and said, All right, how about this? I'll teach you that jutsu as your graduation gift once you graduate. Deal? Naruto immediately beamed up and said, Deal. There were only a couple of months left for his graduation exam. Though Naruto still couldn't perform the clone jutsu, learning so many new jutsus and skills had increased his confidence considerably. The two talked a bit more about casual stuff as they ate. Naruto updated Fujin on the pranks he pulled during the time Fujin was away. Fujin gave Naruto some tips on how to improve his pranks further and sent him away, ensuring that Naruto won't be disturbing him for a few days at least. Fujin returned to his house. He stretched for a bit and thought, I guess it is back to Flying Thunder God training. I need to increase my teleportation range. I already rested a day on the mountain after the effects of the soldier pill ran out. I can do some low chakra intensity training today. Fujin entered his basement and began training. He had already dug a kilometer-long hole under his house and covered it with a range of seals to prevent detection. He had just begun his training when his bell rang. Fujin wondered, I have sent Naruto away. Who is it now? He spread his chakra field and sensed two ninjas. For a moment he wondered, who are these two? Ah, it's them. I wonder what they want. Though Fujin could remember chakra signatures, he had seen way too many of them. As such, it was difficult to identify the chakra signatures of the people whose chakra signatures he didn't specifically try to remember, or didn't see on a regular basis. It was like trying to remember names or faces, but a bit more difficult. After all, you would see faces whenever you meet the person and use their names while talking with or about them. However, Fujin could only see the chakra signature once he activated his chakra field, or focus chakra in his eyes. It wasn't something Fujin did regularly while in Konoha. He sent a shadow clone to see what the two visitors wanted. As soon as the clone opened the door, relief appeared on the faces of the visitors. Yasushi sighed in relief and said, Finally, we found you. Harume sighed as well and added, We were getting worried after not seeing you for so long. The two of them were the assistants Hiruzen had assigned to help out Fujin with his council duties. Fujin's clone raised an eyebrow as he noticed that both of them looked to be under immense pressure. He asked, Leave me. What's bothering the two of you? Did something happen? While Fujin rarely interacted with them, the two were still his subordinates. As such, Fujin would help them out unless the matter was too troublesome. However, to his surprise, instead of answering, the two of them looked at him with an expression full of complaints. The clone wondered, Why are they looking at me like I owe them 1,000,000 ryo? The two Chunins were speechless, seeing the confused expression on the clone's face. After a minute of silence, Yasushi said, You haven't visited the office for more than 1.5 months. AN, if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, patreon.com/devilhex, no space. Can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you Zeka, Westwind, Derek, That Guy, Pieter, and Brandon for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description. Chapter 494, Disrespect. Chapter 500 of Naruto, The Wind Calamity. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Sunday's bonus chapter. Fujin's clone suddenly realized why the two of them were complaining. He thought, I see. Since I was busy with training, I started visiting just once every fortnight. It had been almost 2 weeks when I left to establish the Phantom Haven Society. I spent more than 2 weeks there, then immediately went to Mount Muteki and spent nearly 3 weeks there. Now that I think about it, I have been so busy that I completely forgot about this job. Sigh. That Hiruzen gives me so much work. Fortunately, Hiruzen couldn't hear Fujin's thoughts, otherwise he would have summoned Enma and chased Fujin down, or at least thought of doing that. Of all the council members other than the elders, Fujin represented the highest number of ninjas. Yet he was the one who worked the least. Without any shame on his face, the clone asked, I was busy with training and missions. Anyway, what's the issue? Since when did we start getting so much work for you to be so stressed? Yasushi answered. Well, the day after you left for the mission, Katsuhiro-sama wanted to meet with you. He has something very important that he wants to discuss with you. However, you weren't there. He was patient until you returned from the mission, but since then he has been pressuring us on a daily basis. We tried finding you, but your door had a sign saying that you were away. The clone wondered, Katsuhiro? That old elite Junin? What does he want with me? That said, seeing how much these two are troubled, it looks like he has been doing more than just pressuring them. Sigh. It looks like I need to establish some prestige. Even though Fujin was extremely strong and feared in most of the other villages, in Konoha, he didn't have the same prestige. Whatever reputation he had was due to his bounty, rumors about him being the spectral swordsman, and his seat on the council. Only a very small group of people knew how terrifying Fujin's strength was, and even they had never seen Fujin in action. As such, his reputation was far lower than Kakashi or the clan leaders. Fujin didn't particularly care about this, as he never faced any obstruction in Konoha. Hiruzen more or less agreed to his requests unless they were outrageous, and Guy had selflessly taught him the 8 inner gates. He wasn't interested in any more influence. However, that was under the assumption that no one tried playing politics with him. Fujin's clone said, what was so urgent for him to keep visiting daily? Anyway, all right, send a messenger to inform him that I have called him to my office. Haruma asked, should we go to call him? The clone replied, no. Just send a normal messenger. You two don't need to act like messengers unless you are contacting me, Lord Hokage or the Junin commander. I'll meet you at the office. In front of them, the clone closed the door and disappeared. As for Fujin's main body, he continued training in the basement. Yasushi and Haruma exchanged glances. Relief could be seen on both their faces. The last 3 weeks had been rather tough on them. Haruma said, though it didn't sound like it, it seems like he was upset. Yasushi nodded and said, yes, I was worried that he wouldn't care about us. Katsuhiro has been an elite Junin for a long time and is very respected. In fact, he has been one since before Fujin joined the academy. I was worried that Fujin might not know much about politics. Thankfully, that doesn't seem to be the case. He might take this opportunity to establish his prestige. A smile could be seen on Yasushi's face. He had seen several such political battles when he worked under Inoichi. However, Haruma was worried as he was new. He asked, Katsuhiro is very reputed. In fact, he is the most reputed among the civilian ninjas. Almost all civilian ninjas look up to him. Will it create an issue if Fujin confronts him? Yasushi answered, no, it'll just be a confrontation between them. We won't get involved. If Fujin loses, then we will be reassigned to some other duties. I guess some council members wanted to back Katsuhiro for the seat Fujin is in. You don't need to worry. Just sit back and watch. It is one of the only entertaining things about this job. Unlike Yasushi, who seemed to look forward to it, Haruma was still very worried. The two immediately left towards the Hokage building. After sending a messenger to call Katsuhiro, the two returned to Fujin's office and saw his clone skimming through the documents in the office. On noticing them, the clone said, good you two returned. Brief me about everyone who visited the office in my absence. Let's handle their issues. Yasushi and Haruma immediately got to work. One by one, they began resolving all the cases that were raised during the past month. Fujin generally didn't receive many requests. While quite a few were curious initially, most lost interest after seeing how slow he was at responding, how little time he allocated for meeting up, and how quickly he dismissed them. As a result, ninjas would only visit him if it was a critical matter. Half an hour later, Katsuhiro showed up at Fujin's office and knocked on the door. The clone lazily said, come in. Katsuhiro entered the office and looked at Fujin's clone, who barely looked at him, and said, wait a couple of minutes. I'll handle this case and then listen to you. Without giving him any chance to respond, Fujin's clone began asking his two subordinates questions about the matter at hand. Both Yasushi and Haruma felt awkward, but remembering the pressure Katsuhiro applied on them for the last few days, they ignored him as well and just began helping Fujin. Seeing him standing without being paid any attention alleviated some of the complaints they had about him. A frown appeared on Katsuhiro's face. Fujin didn't give him any chance to speak. In fact, he completely ignored him. So did his subordinates. However, Fujin's words left him with little option to respond. Suddenly, he realized something that made his anger go through the roof. Fortunately, he was able to restrain himself thanks to his long experience. After 4 minutes, they were finally done with the case they were looking at. The clone closed the file and looked at Katsuhiro. With a smile on his face, he said, "I heard that you have been rather impatient to meet me, Katsuhiro-san. I wonder what the matter is." Katsuhiro snorted in annoyance and said, "First you make me wait for weeks just to meet you. When you finally come to the office, you still make me wait. And instead of coming here yourself, you sent a shadow clone?" As he spoke, the anger in his voice continuously rose. Not only did Fujin not come, but the shadow clone he sent also had very little chakra. It was a massive disrespect to someone experienced and respected like Katsuhiro. Meanwhile, Yasushi and Haruma were stunned. They glanced at each other in disbelief. Yasushi looked at Fujin once again and thought, "He is a shadow clone? He sent a clone to meet up with Katsuhiro? I have never even seen Lord Hokage being this disrespectful." At the same time, Haruma wondered, did he ever come to the office in person? Or did he always send a clone? Fujin's clone ignored his anger and asked with a puzzled expression on his face, "Are you on a secret or a rank S mission?" Katsuhiro thought, "What the hell? What does that have to do with anything?" He answered, "Not right now." The clone asked, "Why are you getting so worked up for a few minutes then? Seeing your state, one would assume that we are at a war or something. You should relax, Katsuhiro-san. Otherwise, others would misunderstand. Now, why did you want to meet me?" Haruma just kept watching Fujin with a dumbfounded expression. He thought, not only did he ignore the fact that he didn't meet him for weeks, but also ignored the fact that he only sent a clone. Instead, he admonished Katsuhiro for being worked up. "Yasushi, are you sure that we will be fine?" Despite his experience, Yasushi was getting increasingly worried as well. He had seen Inoichi being strict and disrespectful, but he had never seen him be that way to an elite Junin. Meanwhile, Katsuhiro was stuck in a dilemma. Fujin's shamelessness had completely caught him off guard. He couldn't decide whether he should blow up the matter or relent, because Fujin wasn't confronting him openly. The disrespect, though obvious, wasn't something he could complain about, as Fujin could easily claim ignorance and give excuses. He thought, "Damn you, Danzo. You didn't say that dealing with him will be this difficult. I need to calm down. Since he doesn't want to openly offend me, I'll continue with the plan." Katsuhiro said, "I had a proposal for you, a plan that would be extremely helpful to the civilian ninjas and would make us much stronger. I want you to put it forth to the council and get it passed." Fujin's clone was intrigued. Not long ago, Fujin had given one such proposal to the council which was still not implemented. He asked, "Oh, what is the proposal?" At the same time, he thought he controlled his anger too easily. Old ninjas are particularly sensitive about the respect they get from youngsters. As I guessed, he is scheming something. "And I'll be taking a break this weekend. There won't be any chapter from Friday to Sunday. More details on Patreon. And if you can, then please support me on Patreon. Link, www.patreon.com/devilhex. No space. Alternatively, you can support me on UPI, Google Pay. Paddlesarvesh8 at OKSB can read up to 50 chapters ahead on Patreon. Thank you for supporting me on Patreon. Thanks for listening. Narrated by Fabelverse Audio. Subscribe for more. Support links in the description. Rights holder? Contact link in the description.